On the eve of the year 2076, the world was irrevocably altered when a game suddenly descended into reality, unleashing countless perilous dungeons and hordes of monsters upon an unprepared humanity. Powerful creatures emerged and began to ruthlessly slaughter humans, pushing civilization to the very brink of extinction. However, this cataclysm also brought a glimmer of hope, as alongside the destruction came bestowed divine talents, allowing some humans to awaken as mighty hunters. These awakened individuals fought back, eventually rescuing the world from the clutches of the monsters and establishing a new world order. In this new era, the strong were revered, and survival of the fittest became the law of the land, forcing hunters to continuously grow stronger to maintain their positions in society. This marked the beginning of the era of global hunters, where formidable individuals delved into dungeons, challenged bosses, and acquired treasures in a constant pursuit of greater power and wealth. At the bustling Hunter's Square, a young man named Su Yang sighed, contemplating his own place in this new world. He had hoped to obtain a rare profession, but instead he awakened into the most ordinary and common warrior class. His personal panel displayed his meager starting stats, 12 strength and 10 in both speed and spirit. The warrior class was known for being mediocre, struggling in the early stages and having an output that couldn't match other professions even in the late game. As he lamented his fate, a former classmate named Wang Fei approached him with a taunting grin. Wang Fei mocked Su Yang for awakening into the most rubbish class, calling it a perfect match for him. He continued to belittle Su Yang, pointing out his status as an orphan with no money or connections, claiming that no guild would ever accept him and that he was only fit to be a laborer. Su Yang, however, did not take the insults passively. He swiftly grabbed Wang Fei's wrist, stopping him mid-slap. He calmly acknowledged that Wang Fei had awakened into the rare Ice Mage class and noted that mages were known for their physical weakness right after awakening. He then suggested they test that theory right then and there, his quiet threat causing Wang Fei to hesitate. Their confrontation was suddenly interrupted when Wang Fei's companion urged him to look at a group of imposing figures descending the stairs of the square. The crowd buzzed with excitement as they recognized the newcomers as the raiding team from the Spirit Hunt Guild, one of the strongest A-tier guilds in East Spirit City. Wang Fei's attention immediately shifted, and he eagerly approached the guild's vice president, a formidable archer named Zhao Ming. He introduced himself as a rare ice mage specializing in control, hoping to be recruited on the spot. One of the guild members, impressed by his profession, handed him a card and told him to apply. Other newly awakened individuals also tried their luck. An archer was told to check with a branch office, while a thief was dismissed outright. When someone in the crowd asked about warriors, the recruiter ignored the question completely, walking away without a word. Su Yang watched this display of class prejudice, the reality of his difficult path sinking in even further. He then overheard a conversation in the crowd revealing the Spirit Hunt Guild's ambitious plan. They were preparing to raid the Black Dragon's Lair, the largest S-tier dungeon in the city. The bystanders described the lair as a place filled with not only numerous monsters but also powerful elite creatures. They spoke of the dungeon's ultimate challenge, the level 99 boss, a black dragon named Athos who had defeated even S-ranked guilds in the past. Despite the immense danger, the crowd was confident in the Spirit Hunt Guild's abilities, as they were known for their undefeated raid record. Watching the powerful and respected hunters, Su Yang felt a sense of despair, wondering if he was destined to be a pauper, forever trampled under the feet of the strong. In that moment of hopelessness, a blue holographic screen materialized before him with a dinging sound. A system message announced that it had detected a perfect soul host and was preparing to bind the boss part-time system to him. Su Yang was stunned, questioning if this was some kind of cheat system and what a part-time boss even meant. The system loaded and explained its function. He would be required to act as a dungeon boss and resist invading players. The true benefit was that after killing a player, he would share their experience and equipment drops. The realization dawned on him. This was an incredible opportunity to bypass the slow grind of a warrior and become powerful almost instantly by defeating entire raid teams. He considered the downside, wondering what would happen to him if he were defeated by the players. Before he could ponder it further, the system warned that it would unbind due to his unresponsiveness and began a 5-second countdown. Faced with an ultimatum, remain a powerless warrior or seize this risky chance for immense strength, he made his choice. He accepted the role and the system immediately activated, initiating a teleportation sequence as he silently wished for a powerful boss to inhabit. He found himself in a vast, molten cavern, surrounded by draconian monsters who knelt before him, addressing him as their noble king who had awoken from a long dream. He was confused until he looked at his own massive, shadowy form and realized the truth. A system notification confirmed it. He had successfully become the current boss of the Black Dragon's Lair, the level 99 Black Flame Wing Athos. He examined his new status panel and was staggered by the sheer power at his command. He possessed 5 million health, over 3,000 strength, and 3 terrifyingly potent talents. Dragon Bloodline, which made him immune to 80% of all physical and magical damage. Destruction Black Flame, allowing him to use powerful fire attacks without cost, and Dragon's Suppression, which reduced the attributes of all lower-level creatures by 20%. His skills were equally devastating, including a powerful Dragon Blast and a Dragon Roar capable of stunning all weaker enemies in a massive radius. He knew that no player, not even a fully transformed one, could match these stats. The talents alone made him nearly invincible. A wave of endless power surged through him, an unbelievably refreshing feeling. Intoxicated by this new strength, he let out a roar, accidentally triggering his dragon roar skill and demonstrating his power to his minions. He then noticed his status listed him as being in the young stage, which suggested that unlike normal bosses with fixed levels, he might be able to grow even stronger. His attention was then drawn to a captive chained in his lair, a silver-haired elf who defiantly insulted him. He realized that fantasy races like elves were real in this world, and she was likely a non-player character within the instance. Her taunts were cut short by a spatial disturbance, signaling the arrival of the Spirit Hunt Guild. The elf looked up with hope, believing heroes had come to rescue her. Su-yang, now fully in his role as the boss Athos, understood his first part-time job had begun. Deciding to be cautious, he activated his Dragon's Eye skill to observe the intruders from a distance. He watched the Spirit Hunt Guild's main assault team enter the dungeon. Their leader was a level 99 Destruction Thunderstorm Master named Lei Shan, accompanied by the level 95 Archer Zhao Ming, a level 98 Holy Light Shield Master, and a level 96 Healing Paladin. They were an elite high-level team confident in their plan to conquer the lair. To test their capabilities, Su-yang sent a pack of 8 level 80 wyverns to intercept them. The guild dispatched the monsters with ease, their coordination and firepower proving to be top-notch. Realizing that such minor threats would not slow them down, Su-yang decided to escalate. He used his power to teleport a level 95 elite dragon warrior directly in front of the advancing team. The guild was momentarily surprised by the elite monster's sudden appearance but reacted instantly. Their shield master Lai Dan deployed a divine light shield barrier, completely nullifying the warrior's powerful opening attack. Under Lei Shan's command, the team focused their fire and unleashed a storm of arrows and magic, quickly putting the elite monster on the defensive. Su-yang observed that even a single elite warrior posed no significant threat to such a well-oiled team. The elf prisoner watching from the lair scoffed at the perceived weakness of his minions. In response, and to truly test the guild, Su-yang sent 6 more elite dragon warriors, teleporting them to completely surround the raiding party. The guild members were shocked to be suddenly ambushed by a small army of elite monsters, a situation they had never encountered before. Though the situation was strange, Lei Shan remained resolute, ordering his team to reform their formation and engage the new threats head-on, prioritizing healing and tanking. As the guild battled the elite warriors, Su-yang noticed something peculiar. They were not advancing towards his main chamber, instead they were fighting their way in a different direction. Intrigued, he used his Dragon's Eye to see what they were after and discovered a hidden area called the Dragon Slayer's Tomb. Inside lay the skeletal remains of a warrior clutching a glowing artifact, the Dragon Slayer's Heart, a quest item that allowed its wearer to completely ignore the special talents of dragons. Su-yang instantly understood their strategy. They were not trying to brute force their way through his defenses. They were trying to acquire a specific item that would negate his greatest advantage, his 80% damage resistance. Knowing he would be vulnerable if they succeeded, he decided he had to intervene personally. He rose from his throne and took flight, leaving his lair for the first time, much to the astonishment of his minions and the captive elf. He flew through the caverns at immense speed, determined to stop the Spirit Hunt Guild from getting their hands on the item. His sudden appearance stunned the guild members, who were still fighting his elite guards. Their strategy, purchased at great expense from a group called the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, had explicitly stated that the boss would not leave its lair until attacked directly. Lei Shan, the guild leader, cursed the pavilion, realizing they had been sold faulty intelligence. With their primary strategy in ruins and the nigh-invincible boss before them, some guild members argued for a retreat. However, Lei Shan, enraged by the deception and the damage his guild had already sustained, refused to back down. He rallied his remaining members with promises of money, equipment, and glory, declaring that they would fight the Black Dragon right then and there. The battle began in earnest. Lei Shan commanded his team with precision, calling for defensive barriers and coordinated buffs. Su-yang launched a preemptive attack, a massive tail sweep that hurtled towards the players. In response, Lai Dan, the shield master, erected a triple holy light barrier, a powerful defensive skill that managed to protect the core group from the devastating blow, though some on the periphery were killed instantly. The surviving members protected within the barrier immediately launched a full-scale counterattack. Fueled by numerous enhancement buffs from their support classes, Lei Shan and Zhao Ming unleashed their most powerful skills, creating a spectacular vortex of lightning, fire, and wind that slammed into Su-yang. The combined assault of the high-level players was visually impressive, but when the smoke cleared, they stared in disbelief. Their ultimate attacks had barely dealt 10,000 damage, an insignificant scratch on Su-yang's 5 million HP pool. His 80% resistance talent had rendered their best efforts meaningless. Seeing their despair, Su-yang decided the fight was over. He unleashed his dragon roar, and a wave of stunning energy washed over the entire guild, paralyzing them where they stood. Helpless and unable to move, they could only watch in terror as he inhaled deeply and unleashed his destruction black flame. A torrent of black fire engulfed them, incinerating the entire raiding party in seconds. As the last member, Lei Shan, faded into particles of light, he cursed the dragon, his voice filled with futile rage. With the intruders eliminated, the system declared Su-yang's victory and began converting the massive amount of experience he had earned. A flood of notifications washed over him as his level shot up from 1 to 20 in an instant, hitting the cap for the first transformation. Even after that, he had a massive reserve of 430,000 overflow experience waiting for him. Beyond the levels, he received all the equipment the guild members had dropped. A treasure trove of high-end gear. He was astounded to find 3 diamond-tier items, Zhao Ming's bow, Lei Shan's boots, and a necklace, along with several other platinum-tier pieces. The most valuable prize, however, was a unique special item, a broken boundless gem, which had the incredible ability to remove level restrictions from any piece of equipment it was socketed into. He immediately knew what to do with it. Among the loot was a platinum-tier flame greatsword, a weapon that normally required level 79 to wield. By using the gem, he could equip this immensely powerful sword as a level 20 warrior, giving him an unprecedented advantage. As the system's part-time countdown neared its end, he chose to return to reality immediately, eager to make use of his newfound power and experience. He materialized back in his small apartment, not the public plaza, confirming that his leveling spree was not a dream. His status panel showed him at level 20 with 200 unallocated attribute points. He distributed them, heavily favoring strength but also adding some to spirit to meet the requirements for skill scrolls he had looted, feeling a tangible surge of power course through his body. Meanwhile, at the Spirit Hunter Guild Hall, the defeated guild members respawned, their levels drastically reduced. Lei Shan was livid, not only because of the flawed intel from the Tianji Pavilion, but also because he had lost his diamond-tier boots and Zhao Ming had lost his primary weapon. He swore vengeance, vowing to find the Tianji Pavilion and demand answers for their disastrous failure. The next morning, Su Yang used a fraction of his new fortune to send a massive shipment of food, clothes, and other supplies to the Nanshan orphanage where he had grown up. The director and the children were stunned by the generosity, wondering where he had gotten so much money. Su Yang paid them a brief visit, assuring the worried director that his new profession was safe and that the monsters he fought were obedient before leaving to handle his class transition. Back at the profession change hall, the plaza was abuzz with news of the Spirit Hunt Guild's catastrophic defeat in the Black Dragon's lair. As Su Yang made his way to the temple, he once again encountered his bully Wang Fei. Wang Fei, now cocky after having joined a minor guild, tried to start another fight, eager to show off his newly learned skills. Su Yang, no longer the weak boy from yesterday, simply saw him as a fly. With a series of casual slaps, he effortlessly knocked out Wang Fei and his entire group, leaving them unconscious on the ground. He then entered the temple, where his display of power had been witnessed by a nun who served as a transition guide. Impressed, she led him to the Grand Transition statue. She explained that transition tasks were rated from 1 to 4 stars, and given that he was a warrior, recommended he take a 3-star task. When Su Yang inquired about the 4-star option, she strongly advised against it, explaining that its difficulty was much higher and failure meant being permanently unable to transition, a risk not worth taking for a weaker class. However, when Su Yang placed his hand on the statue to receive his quest, an unprecedented 5th option appeared on the list, a 5-star transition task. The quest was monumental. He had to single-handedly kill 100 level 20 normal wolves, 10 level 20 elite wolves, and 1 level 20 boss-grade wolf in the Cold Moon Forest. A crucial condition was that he could not use any equipment that had been gifted or traded to him. The reward for this seemingly impossible task was equally extraordinary. A transition into the unique Demon Warrior class, a permanent bonus of 100 spirit points, an epic grade skill, and special privileges from the temple itself. The nun was utterly shocked, explaining that 5-star tasks were so rare and difficult that no one had attempted one in years. She pleaded with him to reconsider, but the allure of the Demon Warrior class and the massive rewards was too great for Su Yang to ignore. He confidently accepted the 5-star task. As he was teleported away to the quest location, the flustered nun rushed off to report the incredible news to the temple's high priest. Su Yang arrived at the teleport center and was recognized by a former classmate, Gu Zioqian, who was there with her older sister, Zhu Yan. When Zioqian saw him step into the teleporter for the Cold Moon Jungle, a dangerous level 20-30 zone, she grew worried, thinking he was making a terrible mistake as a new hunter. She tried to call out and warn him, but it was too late, he had already vanished. Upon arriving in the jungle, Su Yang was immediately set upon by the quest monsters, Azure Wolves. Though the quest forbade the use of traded items, the flame greatsword he was wielding was a drop he had obtained himself as a boss, so it was perfectly legal for the task. With his overpowered weapon and stats, he cut down the wolves with ease. Finding the task of hunting 100 wolves one by one too tedious, he decided to expedite the process. He used a monster-attracting stone looted from a low-level boss, which drew in all the normal and elite monsters in a massive radius. Once a huge pack of wolves had gathered, he used a high-level disposable skill scroll, Flame Baptism, and obliterated the entire horde in a single massive fiery explosion. This act had an unforeseen consequence for other players in the zone, who suddenly found the jungle eerily empty of monsters. They quickly realized someone was using a monster-attracting item to monopolize the entire area's mobs, and feeling cheated, went to confront the culprit. However, upon witnessing the sheer scale of the magical explosion, they mistook Su Yang for a high-level mage farming materials and wisely decided to retreat rather than pick a fight. With all the lesser monsters dealt with, only the final boss, the Alpha Wolf King, remained. Su Yang headed for its den, where he found a trio of other level 21 players preparing to fight it. They saw Su Yang approaching alone and decided to use him, planning to let him engage the boss first and absorb its initial attacks before they swooped in to steal the kill. Just as Su Yang neared the cave, a system-wide alert announced that the Alpha Wolf King had entered an enraged state, boosting all its attributes by 30%, a direct result of him slaughtering its entire pack. The other team was terrified by this development, but Su Yang remained unfazed. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward, and with a single, flame-enchanted slash of his greatsword, he killed the enraged boss instantly, its massive body falling before it could even land a blow. The other players could only stare in stunned silence as the quest completion notification appeared for Su Yang, who found the whole ordeal to be far too easy. After effortlessly defeating the enraged boss, Su Yang looked over the miscellaneous drops, noting that most were just minor scraps he could sell to a shop. The main prize was the Azure Wolf King Crystal Core, a valuable material for enhancing silver-grade weapons. As he was about to leave, one of the players who had previously planned to use him as bait hesitantly asked if he could have the Crystal Core since Su Yang didn't seem to want it. Su Yang turned, his voice cold, and asked who had just been talking about using him as bait. The terrified player frantically denied it, but Su Yang simply crushed the valuable core in his hand and told him that if he wanted one, he should get it with his own ability before teleporting away. The remaining players were left in a state of shock, barely able to comprehend the power they had just witnessed as one of them confirmed he had single-handedly one-shot the boss. Su Yang returned to the class advancement temple, where the same nun greeted him, surprised to see him back so soon. He calmly stated that he had completed his mission and was ready to advance his class. The nun was stunned into disbelief. It had only been a few hours since he accepted the quest, and completing a 5-star mission in that time frame seemed impossible. She checked the system and saw with her own eyes that his mission status was indeed completed. Leaving her utterly speechless, she realized he had accomplished the incredible feat all by himself and without any apparent injury, a fact that was almost unbelievable. Composing herself, she apologized for her lack of composure and led him back to the transition statue. As he stepped forward, the statue began to glow, verifying the completion of his task and initiating the advancement process. A powerful energy surged into Su Yang's body as colorful auras swirled around him. He received a special reward for his achievement, a class advancement aura, its quality determined by the difficulty of the mission. For completing the 5-star task, he was granted the highest tier orange aura, which provided a massive 25% bonus to all his attributes. The system announced his official class change to Magic Warrior, a special class proficient in both physical combat and spellcasting. With the first class transition complete, his level cap was raised to 40, and his massive overflow experience was immediately applied, skyrocketing his level from 20 to 34 in an instant. Along with the levels came a flood of new attribute points, which he distributed to further boost his strength, spirit, and speed. His new status panel showed off his formidable stats, far beyond what any normal player at his level could hope to achieve. He also received his final quest reward, an epic-level skill book exclusive to his new class. The skill Magic Blade allowed him to condense magic power into a versatile weapon that scaled with his strength and spirit, effectively giving him a powerful, ever-growing weapon that would never become obsolete. After the process was finished, the nun congratulated him, informing him that as a 5-star advancer, his name would be engraved on the temple monument, and he would be considered a VIP guest. At that moment, a distinguished and powerful woman appeared, introducing herself as Bai Ling, a senior priest of the temple. She explained that such an important guest as him required a personal reception and used a spatial transfer spell to instantly move them to a private VIP room to discuss his new privileges. There, she revealed the incredible benefits afforded to 5-star advancers, a monthly allowance of 10 million, and a black gold identity certification from the X-Union which granted an 80% discount on all transactions. The financial perks were staggering, but there was more. He was also given the right to join any A-level guild in the city, an offer she strongly recommended he take for the protection and benefits a guild could provide. Su Yang, whose ultimate goal was to build his own power base, agreed that joining a guild was a wise first step. When asked which guild he would like to join, Bai Ling recommended the Spirit Hunter Guild. Recalling his recent annihilation of that very guild in his part-time boss role, Su Yang politely declined and chose the other A-rank guild in the city, Phantom Cloud. Bai Ling was surprised by his choice and, before proceeding, felt compelled to inform him of one crucial detail about his chosen guild. Phantom Cloud was composed entirely of women. Meanwhile, at the Phantom Cloud Guild Hall in Tianling City, the guild was in a state of turmoil. A new member had suddenly been added to their roster, and to everyone's shock, it was a man. The guild leader Lin Yaoyan was forced to explain to her confused members that the new recruit Su Yang had been assigned to them by the temple. He had completed a 5-star transition mission, granting him VIP status and the right to choose any A-rank guild, and they had no authority to refuse him. The news of a 5-star completion stunned the guild, including a member named Gu Zuqian, who realized the new member was the very same Su Yang from her class she had seen at the teleport center. While the guild members processed this, one of their affiliates, Mu Rongzhu, arrived with significant news. The Spirit Hunter Guild had been completely wiped out during their raid on the Black Dragon's lair. She added that their vice president Zhao Ming's primary weapon had been lost, and a Storm's Call bow had just appeared on the auction house. With a mischievous grin, she revealed that she had entered a bidding war with the Spirit Hunters, maliciously driving the price up to an exorbitant 14 billion, dealing them a severe financial blow. At the same time, a furious Lei Shan, the leader of the spirit hunters, finally acquired the bow at the auction, his guild's funds now crippled. Enraged by both his defeat and the financial sabotage, he stormed the headquarters of the strategy group, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, demanding an explanation for their faulty Black Dragon intel. The pavilion's leader, Zhu Tai, insisted their strategy was flawless, leading to a tense confrontation that was interrupted by the dramatic arrival of a high-ranking member from the pavilion's headquarters, a powerful level 115 necromancer named Chen Lun. Chen Lun reprimanded Zhu Tai for not informing him of the Black Dragon Fortress run, and intrigued by the situation, announced that he would personally accompany them on a verification run the next day. Back in his apartment, Su Yang chuckled as he received the 15 billion from the auction sale of Zhao Ming's bow, his wealth growing exponentially. As he rested, the cooldown for his boss part-time system ended, and a new mission alert appeared. It detected a new group challenging the Black Dragon's lair, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion's elite exploration team, along with a member of the Spirit Hunter Guild. Recognizing this as a far more formidable challenge, Su Yang eagerly accepted, connecting to the instance to begin his second shift as the boss Athos. Once inside the dungeon, he used his dragon's eye to survey the new intruders. The team was indeed powerful, consisting of 5 fifth-level professionals and Lei Shan. Su Yang knew this would be a much tougher fight. To probe their strength, he first sent his minions to attack. The exploration team, unfazed by the swarm of monsters, systematically and efficiently cut them down, their coordination and power far exceeding the previous raiding parties. Realizing his grunts were no match for them, Su Yang decided to appear personally, swooping down from the sky. His early arrival once again defied the strategy guide, shocking the team and confirming that the Spirit Hunter's claims of unusual boss behavior were true. The team immediately prepared for a serious battle, with their warrior activating his berserker talent. They unleashed a coordinated barrage of powerful skills, but just like before, the attacks barely scratched Su Yang's health due to his innate 80% damage reduction talent. Su Yang then went on the offensive, attempting a tail sweep, but the team's tank Zhu Tai skillfully intercepted the attack. The battle raged on, with the Shadow Slayer Liu Sai using his ultimate skill to land a flurry of blows, only to be shocked by the minuscule damage he dealt before being swatted away and nearly killed. Seeing their direct assault was futile, Chen Lun, the necromancer, decided to take matters into his own hands. He began a long incantation and summoned a massive, powerful bone dragon named Malthus from the abyss to fight on their behalf. The two dragons clashed in a spectacular battle, with the bone dragon proving to be a surprisingly formidable opponent. They exchanged devastating breath attacks in a massive beam struggle that shook the entire cavern. Su Yang eventually overpowered Malthus, shattering its body, but Chen Lun simply laughed and used his necromancy to resurrect it, good as new. The relentless assault of the resurrecting bone dragon began to wear Su Yang down, chipping away at his health. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Su Yang feigned a ground attack to lure Chen Lun into a false sense of security before suddenly taking flight, soaring high above to attack the defenseless summoner directly. Zhu Tai once again saved his teammate, using a damage-sharing skill to absorb most of the lethal blow, leaving Chen Lun barely alive. While the team was distracted, Liu Sai, the Shadow Slayer, had snuck away to the Dragon Slayer's tomb. He returned triumphantly, holding aloft the Dragon Slayer's heart, believing he had secured their victory. However, as the heart left its resting place and entered Su Yang's possession via one of his draconic minions, the entire dungeon began to violently tremble. A system notification declared that an uncontrollable factor had been detected, and the Diamond Tier dungeon was now upgrading to a Starlight Tier dungeon. Back in the real world, the immense energy surge from the dungeon's transformation caused earthquakes and alarmed the High Priest at the Class Advancement Temple, who had never witnessed such an event. Inside the lair, Su Yang felt an immense surge of power as he, the boss, leveled up to 100. His stats increased dramatically, and he unlocked a new, terrifying Starlight-level skill, Purifying Inferno Prison, an attack that dealt immense damage and could permanently destroy a player's soul, preventing resurrection. With his newfound power, the battle was no longer a contest. He effortlessly intercepted and killed Liu Sai, who was still celebrating his supposed victory. The remaining team members, realizing the situation was hopeless, tried to flee to the exit portal, but Su Yang blocked their path. He unleashed a single annihilation breath that shattered their strongest defenses. In a last, desperate act, Chen Lun summoned his entire Cloudwater Legion, an army of all the undead creatures he had ever defeated, to fight for him. Su Yang contemptuously incinerated the entire legion with a single breath of fire before grabbing the terrified necromancer. Chen Lun boasted that as a transmigrator, he was immortal and would return to torment him, but Su Yang merely smiled. Informing him that Starlight Tier dungeons were non-repeatable, he activated his new soul-destroying skill. Chen Lun could only scream in agony as the purifying flames consumed not just his body, but his very soul, permanently erasing him from existence. With the entire elite team annihilated, Su Yang was flooded with an astronomical 91 million experience points, instantly leveling him from 34 to the new cap of 40 and leaving him with nearly 6 million in overflow experience for his next transformation. At the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, the atmosphere was grim. News had arrived that all information regarding Master Chen Lun had vanished, a clear indication that he was well and truly dead, permanently erased from existence. The remaining members were stunned, unable to comprehend how their most powerful expert had been killed by a boss they had defeated multiple times before. They decided the matter was beyond their ability to handle, and resolved to compensate the Spirit Hunter Guild for their losses and report the unprecedented situation to their headquarters. As he rested in his apartment, Su-yang reviewed the incredible loot he had obtained from defeating the elite exploration team. Among the high-tier equipment and powerful skill scrolls, 2 items stood out: a Starlight-tier dagger called Shadow's Bloodthirst and a legendary skill scroll with 5 charges of a powerful attack. His luck was incredible. Not only did he get a top-tier weapon, but unlike the bow from the last raid, this dagger was one he could actually equip and use. As he marveled at his new gear, he confirmed with the system that the necromancer, Chen Lun, was permanently gone. The system also issued a stark warning. Its analysis showed that Chen Lun would have likely killed him had he obtained the Dragon Slayer's heart, and that if Su-yang is ever defeated by other players while in his boss form, he will die permanently. This revelation sobered Su-yang, making him realize the immense risk he had unknowingly taken. He then received another crucial piece of information from the system. The Starlight tier bosses, known as true spirit creatures, possess their own consciousness. However, the system confirmed that the Black Dragon's consciousness had been directly eradicated when it was assigned to him, and that if he were to kill his own part-time boss persona, the system would simply match him with an even stronger one. Among his loot, he found the layered dragon's heart, the very item that had triggered the dungeon's upgrade. He realized that its passive ability, Radiance of the Dragon Slayer, which ignored dragon racial talents and massively increased damage against them, was the key to his next goal, unlocking the blood soul of the ancient hero by slaying a dragon on his own. With a clear objective in mind, he decided it was time to undertake his second transformation mission. When he arrived at the temple, he found the senior priestess, Bai Ling, waiting for him personally at the entrance, a gesture that drew envious stares from onlookers. She explained that the transformation statue had signaled his arrival, as he was the only VIP in the entire city. She led him to the statue, where he accepted another 5-star transformation task. The mission was to solo clear 2 silver-tier instances and defeat their bosses within 3 minutes of encountering them. While this would be a monumental challenge for any normal player, for Su-yang, it was practically a free pass. Bai Ling, impressed by his confidence, provided him with a detailed map of all nearby instances, and he set off immediately. After searching through several already occupied dungeons, he finally found an empty one, the Cave of Suffering. However, outside its entrance, he found 2 groups in a tense standoff. One was led by the 2 third transformation experts he had previously humiliated, and the other was composed of members from the Phantom Cloud and its sister guild Rainy, including Gu Zuqian and Wang Fei. Wang Fei, still arrogant despite his previous defeat, tried to claim the dungeon for his group, but Su-yang stepped forward, declaring that he had no intention of letting this dungeon go. A confrontation ensued, with the hulking martial artist from the Green Mountain Pavilion, Lai Zhen, threatening Su-yang. The female ranger swordsman from Rainy Helan also warned him to back off, but her tone was more cautious. Su-yang, tired of the posturing, revealed that Wang Fei was merely a level 10 player, which he then proved by one-shotting him for the second time, sending him back to the respawn point. Enraged, Lai Zhen and Helan prepared to attack him together, but Su-yang was unfazed, casually inviting them to fight. He effortlessly dodged Lai Zhen's powerful Thunder Tiger Fist and blocked Helan's sneak attack with a high-level shield scroll. Realizing they were outmatched, Helan stood down, and Su-yang, declaring he was in a hurry, finished Lai Zhen with a single fiery strike before entering the dungeon, leaving the stunned survivors behind. He had revealed he was also a member of Phantom Cloud, leaving Helan and Gu Zuqian to ponder the incredible gap in power between them and their new guildmate. Inside the Cavern of Pain, Su-yang found the dungeon filled with goblins. Seeing it as a perfect opportunity to practice his new Demon Blade skill, he toyed with the mobs, transforming his magical weapon into various forms like shields, hammers, and crossblades as he carved a path through the cave. Growing tired of the one-sided slaughter, he decided to pull a train, gathering a massive horde of goblins and leading them toward the boss room. He then unleashed his blade in its 40-meter greatsword form, wiping out the entire mob in a single devastating swing. The dungeon boss, a level 40 Ice Frost giant tiger, appeared, but it was no match for Su-yang. He activated his Demon Blade's array form, creating a vortex of magical blades that instantly shredded the boss, completing the first half of his mission in minutes. He then left the dungeon, casually greeting the shocked female players still waiting outside before heading to the next location. After clearing a second silver-tier dungeon just as effortlessly, a system notification announced the completion of his 5-star mission. However, it also revealed a perfect completion, which unlocked a hidden sequential transcendence mission. The first phase, Lost Rusty Key, presented him with a map leading to a terrifying beast guarding something, with the rewards being a permanent 5% increase to all attributes and a legendary skill book for a new special class, Battle Mage. He eagerly accepted the high-risk, high-reward quest. The map pointed to an advanced wilderness area where the average monster level was over 40, and the target beast was likely even stronger, over level 50. To prepare, he decided he needed to visit the Tianji Pavilion in Tianling City to find a Grandmaster blacksmith who could socket his Shadow's Bloodthirst dagger with an unbounded gem. Arriving at the bustling pavilion, he was amused to see so many people queuing to buy strategies, a business he had recently crippled. Inside, he immediately ran into Zhu Tai and Liu Sai, the survivors from the exploration team who were still bitter about their defeat and the loss of Liu Sai's Starshine weapon. Liu Sai, arrogant and unaware of Su Yang's identity, tried to bully him, but Su Yang simply flashed his ex-alliance black gold membership card. The card's authority was absolute, and a terrified Zhu Tai was forced to apologize profusely for his subordinate's insolence. Jia Yu, the Grand Steward of the city, even appeared to personally greet him, recognizing him as a 5-star class transfer VIP. Su Yang used his newfound status to inquire about the master blacksmith and purchase more unbounded gems. He then headed to the Old Wolf Forge, a humble shop where he found the master blacksmith Gai Yang, along with 2 members of the Yaoyan Guild, Murong Zhu and Enyu. They initially dismissed him due to his low level, but were stunned into silence when he revealed his Starshine tier weapon and a perfect unbounded gem, proving he was more than qualified to be there. The master blacksmith, overjoyed at the sight of such a fine weapon, eagerly agreed to do the work, even offering to do it for free. Su Yang, however, insisted on paying the full billion credit fee, a gesture of respect and wealth that further impressed the 2 female guild members. With the gem successfully socketed, he was finally ready to tackle the hidden mission. He traveled to the Wild Spirit Mountain Range, a high-level area, and consumed a variety of attribute-boosting elixirs, preparing himself to equip the now-usable Shadow's Bloodthirst dagger. His stats soared to a level comparable to a 4th transformation powerhouse. He entered the mission area, effortlessly dispatching the high-level mobs with his basic double slash, which was now incredibly potent thanks to his new weapon. Finding the process of clearing the map too slow, he resorted to his old method, unleashing a massive barrage of skills to blast a clear path directly to the mission's objective, a cave housing the terrifying beast. Inside, he found a grotesque, level 55 mutated beast with unknown skills and traits. He initiated the fight with a stealth attack, empowered by his dagger skills, dealing a significant amount of damage. The beast retaliated with a powerful shout, but Su Yang relentlessly pressed his attack, determined not to give it a chance to breathe. In a swift and decisive battle, he slew the mutated beast. From its corpse, he looted 2 quest items, an aged key and an unknown rotting chunk of flesh, hinting at a much larger mystery. With the hidden mission's first phase complete, he returned to the temple to submit his second transformation quest. The rewards were once again immense. Another 25% base attribute increase, a new passive skill that converted a portion of his strength into spirit and vice versa, and a 5% increase to all attributes plus a legendary skill book from the hidden quest. His level cap was unlocked, and his reserve experience shot him up to level 58. He distributed his new points and learned his new legendary skill, Dual Destruction Blade, which combined his magic blade with his equipped weapon to unleash a devastating mixed damage attack. His VIP benefits were also upgraded, with his monthly allowance quintupling to 50 million. After thanking the priestess, he decided to take a short rest. But his idea of rest was to prepare for his ultimate goal, visiting the Tianji Pavilion again to gather information for his upcoming dragon-slaying expedition. At the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion headquarters, Zhu Tai was summoned to a meeting with the chief. He was being entrusted with leading a 30-member expedition back into the Black Dragon Fortress to verify what had happened to Qianlun. To ensure their safety against the boss's resurrection-nullifying ability, each member was given a precious life jade ring, a powerful survival item. Just as the meeting concluded, a young and powerful woman named Liu Olinger, the daughter of the pavilion's head, made a surprise appearance. She was a level 130 Beastmaster, and she declared that from that moment on, no one was to enter the Black Dragon Fortress without her permission, as she intended to personally tame the dragon herself. Her authority was absolute, and Zhu Tai could only comply. He quickly recognized her as the youngest genius of the Global Beastmaster Association, an organization on par with the X-Alliance, specializing in capturing and taming the world's rarest and most powerful beasts. He understood that her secret visit was a bid to tame the Black Dragon and solidify her status as a top Beastmaster, which would, in turn, elevate the pavilion's prestige. Meanwhile, Su Yang was at his home, studying a basic guide to dragons he had purchased from the pavilion for a hefty sum. He noticed a glaring omission in the guide. It didn't mention the Black Dragon's 80% damage reduction trait. This led him to theorize that the exploration team, like him when he faced the mutated beast, couldn't see the boss's detailed stats, which explained their initial confusion and defeat. More intriguingly, the guide's battle records for a previously defeated Black Dragon mentioned that it had its power unnaturally increased after swallowing an unknown rotten flesh, the very same item he had looted. He realized the immense value of the item in his possession. Not only was the pavilion willing to buy it for a high price, but if he fed it to his part-time boss, the Black Dragon, its power would skyrocket, making it an even more lucrative source of experience and loot for him. The system then confirmed another incredible piece of information. If he, as a player, killed a boss that he had previously tamed or controlled via the system, that boss would become his permanent 100% loyal pet. The prospect of having a real Black Dragon as a pet was exhilarating, a status symbol even top players in the Global Beastmaster Association rarely achieved. He received a group message from his guild Phantom Cloud, announcing a raid on the Giant Forest, another diamond-tier dungeon. Seeing this as a perfect opportunity to level up and test his strength in a team setting, he immediately confirmed his participation. Meanwhile, the defeated members of the Spirit Hunter Guild were lamenting their situation. Their leader Lei Shan, now back at level 99, was desperate to acquire materials for his next job change, which were located in the giant forest. Knowing they were too weak to clear the dungeon on their own, and unwilling to let their rival guilds Yaoi and Phantom Cloud get the yearly trial dungeon ticket, Lei Shan devised a spiteful plan. They would go to the dungeon entrance and block Yaoyan's team from entering, ensuring that if they couldn't have it, no one could. At the entrance to the giant forest, a large crowd of players had gathered, all aware of the upcoming confrontation between the two A-grade guilds. Suyang arrived first, only to be accosted by a low-level rogue from the Spirit Hunter Guild who was guarding the entrance. With a single contemptuous flick of his wrist, Suyang shattered the rogue's hand and sent him flying into a tree with a resounding crash, casually stating that he was just defending himself when confronted by the rest of the guild. Zhao Ming the archer was furious, but Lei Shan, recognizing Suyang's power, decided to de-escalate, not wanting to create extra trouble before their main target arrived. Just then, the Phantom Cloud Guild made their entrance, led by Lin Yaoyan. A tense standoff ensued, with Lei Shan declaring that no one would be entering the giant forest that day. Murongzhu, never one to back down, immediately prepared to fight, but the situation was interrupted by Suyang, who calmly stated that he had never agreed to Lei Shan's terms. The members of Phantom Cloud were overjoyed to finally meet their mysterious and powerful new male member in person, fawning over him and causing a comical scene. Enraged at being upstaged and seeing the attention Suyang was getting, Lei Shan and Zhao Ming attacked him. Suyang effortlessly dodged Lei Shan's punch and retaliated against Zhao Ming's sneak attack with a blindingly fast kick, sending the archer sprawling. He then used one of his legendary skill scrolls, Storm Thunder Thousand Blades, unleashing a cataclysmic storm of energy that completely annihilated the entire Spirit Hunter Guild, their strongest defensive barriers shattering like glass. With the obstacles removed, he coolly asked Lin Yaoyan if they could now begin the raid. The members of Phantom Cloud were left in awe, analyzing his flawless strategy of using a legendary scroll to break their defenses before finishing them off with his own powerful skills. They entered the giant forest, a lush but dangerous dungeon. The team was immediately attacked by high-level monsters, including a level 89 two-headed raptor and a level 95 elite giant rock bear. Lin Yaoyan, as the Holy Knight, tanked the raptor, while Suyang, surprising everyone, stepped up to tank the massive bear himself. With the powerful support buffs from his guildmates doubling his strength, he easily dispatched the elite monster with a single critical hit, showcasing his incredible power and solidifying his role as the team's secondary tank. The team worked together seamlessly, and for the first time, Suyang experienced the efficiency of a coordinated dungeon raid. They soon reached the final boss, a level 98 deteriorated hybrid giant. Despite some initial nervousness from the team due to the Spirit Hunter's recent disaster, Suyang's unwavering confidence reassured them, and they began the final battle. The fight was intense, but with their combined strength, they successfully defeated the giant. As a gesture of goodwill, Suyang allowed Lin Yaoyan to land the final blow, letting her reap the extra benefits. The raid was a resounding success, and they had obtained the materials needed for their 5th transfer quests and secured their entry ticket to the trial dungeon. Just as the guild was about to leave for a celebration meal, Suyang received another alert from his boss part-time system. A new challenger had been detected in the Black Dragon's lair. Making a hasty excuse, he left his guildmates and connected to the instance, wondering who would be foolish enough to challenge the dungeon so soon after the exploration team's failure. Inside the lair, he used his dragon's eye and was surprised to see a single challenger, a level 140 elven court magician named Alcaray Lawrence. Arrogant and powerful, Alcaray effortlessly dispatched the elite monsters Suyang sent to test him, dismissing them and the Black Dragon as mere trash. He revealed his disgusting plan to kill both the dragon and the captive Princess Lilith, then use memory manipulation and resurrection magic to bring her back as his pure and unblemished plaything. Enraged by the elf's perversion, Suyang decided to act. He had discovered that he could equip his own gear onto his boss form, sharing attributes and talents. He equipped the Shadow's Bloodlust Dagger, instantly boosting the Black Dragon's stats and granting it the ability to use shadow form. He appeared behind the unsuspecting Alcaray and landed a devastating blow, shattering his powerful magic barrier and leaving him critically injured. Before Alcaray could recover, Suyang unleashed the Purifying Inferno Prison, completely incinerating the powerful elf and earning a massive 1 million experience points. To his disappointment, the high-level elf didn't drop any of his Starshine tier gear, but he did leave behind a treasure trove of legendary banishment spell scrolls, items of immense power capable of destroying entire cities. He then turned his attention to the captive elf Princess Lilith, who was shocked that the dragon could now speak and had killed her would-be rescuer. He freed her from her chains, explaining that he had changed her fate by saving her from Alcaray. He declared her free within his realm and ordered his minions not to harm her. Overwhelmed and confused by the sudden act of kindness from her captor, Lilith could only watch as the dragon's connection to Suyang was lost and it fell back into a dormant state. Back in his apartment, Suyang was flooded with 99+ messages from his enthusiastic guildmates. He replied to Lin Yaoyan, apologizing for his sudden departure, and she responded with understanding, thanking him for his help. The next day, he ran into Gu Zyaoqian at the temple, who had just completed her first job change and was now level 20. Suyang, having reached level 60, was there to accept his 3rd transformation mission. The new 5-star quest was a double-proof mission, requiring him to kill 2 separate level 60 bosses, one using only magic skills and the other using only physical skills. The priestess warned him of a red moon phenomenon that could make the dungeons even more dangerous, but Su-yang confidently accepted the challenge. He headed to the first location, the ruined mansion, a platinum-tier dungeon. Unbeknownst to him, a drunken guard who was supposed to be watching the dungeon entrance had dozed off, missing his entry during the ominous red moon. Inside, Su-yang found the ghostly mobs easy to deal with, but he soon discovered the true effect of the red moon. The normal ghost child monsters suddenly mutated into much stronger level 70 mad ghost children, posing a far greater threat than anticipated. These creatures were significantly faster and stronger than their normal counterparts. As he fought them, he was hit by a strange energy that caused a system notification to pop up, warning him that his sanity value was decreasing. He realized the red moon not only buffed the monsters, but also introduced a sanity-draining mechanic, turning the dungeon into a Lovecraftian horror scene. Forced to rely solely on his magic skills as per the quest restriction, he found his mana draining quickly as he fought off endless waves of mutated ghosts and sanity-draining elite zombies. With his resources dwindling, he decided he had no choice but to cheat. He used his legendary soul summoning stone to summon 2 ethereal lunar wolf spirits, incredibly powerful beasts at level 125. The wolves made short work of the remaining mobs, instantly killing the elite zombies and clearing a path to the boss room. With his 2 powerful summons at his side, he felt confident he could even take on the entire exploration team in a real fight. Upon reaching the boss room, he was greeted by a cutscene of the dungeon's final boss, a level 90 devouring spirit ghost, further corrupted by the red moon. Knowing the boss's level was massively inflated by the red moon's effect, Su-yang let his wolf spirits weaken it before he landed the final blow, ensuring he fulfilled the solo kill requirement of his mission. The boss dropped some decent platinum-tier gear, but the most valuable loot was a devouring spirit ghost soul core, an item that could be used to permanently increase his spirit attribute by 80 points. After clearing the dungeon, he emerged from the portal exhausted but successful. Outside, he was surprised to find a large group of people waiting, including the remnants of the exploration team he had previously spared. The leader of the group, a haughty young woman, was Luo Linger, the very same beastmaster from the Tianji Pavilion who planned to tame the Black Dragon. She revealed that she had been waiting for the boss's soul core as it was top-grade food for her spirit horse and demanded that Su-yang hand it over, offering to name a price. Her arrogant attendant tried to intimidate him, but Su-yang, unimpressed, simply refused. In response, Luo Linger summoned her own powerful spirit beast, a level 90 soul hunting falcon, and challenged him to survive against it for 3 minutes, after which he would let the matter go. Su-yang, not wanting to reveal his full strength, played along. He dodged the falcon's initial barrage of attacks and then, deciding to end the charade, equipped his Shadow's Bloodlust dagger. In a flash of speed, he closed the distance and one-shotted the powerful spirit beast with a casual kick, stunning the entire crowd into silence. Luo Linger, enraged that he had killed her beast, prepared to unleash a forbidden spell, but was stopped by her attendants, who revealed Su-yang's identity as a VIP of the temple and a gold member of the X-Alliance. Luo Linger was shocked, realizing that he must have also completed a 5-star job transfer, a feat she herself had struggled with. After a tense standoff, she relented and left with her entourage, vowing that she would tame the Black Dragon before he could. With the 3rd-tier advancement quest now halfway complete, Su-yang teleported to the next location, the entrance to the lair of the Rock Abyss Earth Dragon, the second boss he needed to kill. He found Luo Linger and her group already there, having reserved the boss spawn for themselves. Another confrontation ensued, but Su-yang, having been granted priority access by the system due to his temple VIP status, simply bypassed them and entered the boss's domain, much to Luo Linger's fury. He taunted her, telling her to wait for the next respawn before disappearing into the portal. Inside, he faced the level 61 Earth Dragon, a massive lizard-like creature covered in rock armor. Restricted to only physical attacks, he found its defense to be incredibly high. After a prolonged battle of attrition where he chipped away at its mineral armor, he finally pushed it to 50% health, triggering its berserk mode. The dragon curled into a ball and launched a homing dragon charge attack. Su-yang, using the environment to his advantage, tricked the dragon into crashing into a granite wall, stunning it and making it vulnerable. He then unleashed his full power, finishing it off and completing the second half of his mission. He emerged from the instance clad in the full set of comical-looking bulky Earth Dragon armor, as his inventory had been full. He mocked Luo Linger for her meager accomplishment of setting a team record on the boss, pointing out his new solo record, before declaring his intention to tame the Black Dragon before she did. This bold proclamation solidified his rivalry with the proud Beastmaster. Back at the temple, the system confirmed the completion of his hidden task 2nd stage, Glory of Blood, and unlocked the 3rd and final stage. The new quest directed him to an underground prison in the Sleepy Mountains, a high-level zone shrouded in fog. He realized that aged key and blood of the Rock Abyss Earth Dragon were the items needed to progress. He set off for the treacherous Sleepy Mountains, where he encountered a friendly level 75 Thunder Swordmaster named Zhang Yan, who was also questing in the area. After a brief and friendly exchange, they went their separate ways. Su-yang then used his summoned wolf spirits to guide him through the dense fog to the hidden prison entrance. The prison was a gruesome sight, filled with the drained corpses of countless victims, a testament to the so-called glory of blood. He was soon attacked by the area's boss, the level 75 zombie of the dead wizard's resentment. From the boss, he looted the mad wizard's experimental notes, which revealed the wizard's descent into madness as he conducted horrific human experiments in pursuit of the power of blood. The notes also triggered a quest reward, the Blood Blessing Ritual, a special ceremony that granted a permanent 50% boost to all attributes and a new skill, Primordial Black Flame. By consuming the blood of a powerful creature, Su-yang immediately had a bold idea. Instead of using the earth dragon blood he would use the essence blood of the most powerful creature he knew, the Black Flame Wing Athos. He used his system privilege to connect to the Black Dragon's lair even though there were no intruders. Inside, he found a bored Lilith and a sleeping Athos. He woke the dragon with a roar and, after a brief and awkward exchange where the now intelligent dragon tried to hide its embarrassment, he drew a vial of its golden, essence-filled blood. Returning to the prison, he began the dangerous ritual. He drank the potent dragon blood and was immediately racked with excruciating pain as the blood tried to assimilate him. He fought back against the overwhelming power, and after a fierce internal struggle, he emerged from a blood-red chrysalis, reborn and vastly more powerful. The ritual was a success, granting him the promised 50% attribute boost and the devastatingly powerful Primordial Black Flame skill. As he marveled at his newfound strength, he heard a faint cry for help, a voice he recognized as the female swordmaster Zhang Yan whom he had met earlier. A woman with brown hair, dressed in revealing orange and black attire and wielding a luminous sword, desperately warned a group of 4 approaching men to stay back, threatening to kill them all. The men, identified as Lei Pu, Chen Jin Zhao Si and Wang Xiaor with levels ranging from 90 to 99, ignored her plea and closed in with lecherous smiles. One of them, Lei Pu, sarcastically offered his protection. The woman defiantly questioned if they had no fear of the Transfera Association or any laws, but they callously revealed they were on the association's blacklist and cared nothing for rules, as they were outcasts forbidden from even entering towns. One of the outlaws gloated that after a long hunt, a fat sheep like her had delivered herself to them, calling it a heavenly gift. Another crudely suggested that she might earn a tip if she served them well. But faced with such humiliation, the woman resolved to take her own life rather than submit. Just as she was about to act, a swift blue slash of energy shot past, cleanly severing one of the outlaw's hands. A young man named Su-yang appeared holding a glowing blue dagger and remarked that he had heard rumors of outlaws preying on solitary players but hadn't expected to encounter them. He then coldly asked the group how they wished to die. Injured man screamed in agony and fury, ordering his comrades to capture Su-yang so he could slowly torture him to death. The woman, fearing for Su-yang's safety, urged him to flee, believing he was outmatched, but Su-yang calmly assessed the 4 fourth-class transferas, noting that while he might have previously required a legendary item to face them, his power had since grown. Declaring that he was no longer the person he once was, he moved with blinding speed, effortlessly dodging an attack and appearing behind an enemy to deliver a fatal strike. Another outlaw, Chen Jin, swung a massive greatsword at Su-yang, only for it to be shattered to pieces by Su-yang's seemingly simple dagger, leaving Chen Jin in stunned disbelief, wondering if it was a star-grade weapon. The leader, Lei Pu, seeing the valuable weapon, concluded that Su-yang was a greater prize than the woman and must possess more treasures. So he rallied his remaining men for an attack, laughing greedily at the prospect of becoming rich. Su-yang watched their charge with disdain, commenting on their insatiable greed and rhetorically asking if they thought they would live long enough to enjoy their spoils. He then declared that for people like them, he had no reason to show any mercy. With that, he unleashed a devastating blue firestorm called Shattering Inferno. The intense flames completely consumed the remaining outlaws, and a series of system notifications confirmed their deaths, awarding him experience points. Upon checking the loot dropped by the defeated men, he found a collection of perverse items, including a strawberry-flavored rubber ring and an SM restraint set, which only solidified his conviction that they had deserved their fate. The woman, astounded by the immense power of the flames that had emanated from his black flame wings, asked what this power was. But Su-yang simply approached and inquired if she was all right. She apologized for her earlier self-righteousness, admitting she had grossly underestimated his strength. Su-yang replied cryptically that his power was a secret and asked for her forgiveness. She expressed her profound gratitude, confessing that he had saved her just as she was about to take her own life. Impressed by her resolve, he thought of her as a resolute girl. He introduced himself as Su-yang, which surprised the woman, as she had heard his name from a friend named Enyu. She then recounted how Enyu had been drunkenly boasting about Su-yang's incredible feats at a party just the other day. She chuckled, telling him that now everyone who was at that party knew about him, much to Su-yang's visible annoyance with Enyu's loose lips. Wanting to move on, he asked if she had a return scroll and prepared to depart. As he vanished in a flash of light, the woman mused to herself that Su-yang was a truly interesting individual. Su-yang teleported directly into a transfer temple, where he was met with a series of system messages confirming the completion of all tasks required for his 5-star Mage Warrior 3rd-class advancement, including quests like Devouring Spirit Ghost and the hidden task Glory of Blood. The temple initiated the transfer ceremony, bathing him in a swirling aura of pink and golden energy. He received a potent blessing from the temple's statue, which significantly increased his life force and provided a 25% boost to all his base attributes. With the third transfer complete, his level cap was raised to 80, and he would now gain 25 base attribute points with each new level. His substantial reserved experience of 7.2 million instantly propelled him to level 72, granting him 300 free attribute points in the process. His class officially advanced to Arcane Mystic Weapon, bestowing upon him 300 points in both Strength and Spirit, as well as a legendary passive skill book. He examined his new class abilities, realizing that the Arcane Mystic Weapon specialization was perfectly designed to counter mages. He had acquired the legendary skill Nullify All Magic, which allowed him to completely negate a magical attack and reflect it for double damage, provided his spirit attribute was higher than the caster's. In addition, he gained the epic skill Arcane Armor, a defensive buff that consumed magic power to reduce incoming magic damage while simultaneously increasing his own magic damage output. The skill book contained the exclusive legendary passive, Dual Cultivation, a powerful ability that increased his physical attack damage by 1% for every 10 points of strength, and his magic attack damage by 1% for every 10 points of spirit. A quick calculation revealed that his physical damage was now boosted by a staggering 248%, and his magic damage by 159%, making him so powerful that he could likely defeat the formidable Rock Abyss Earth Dragon with his bare hands without even needing to use a skill. Following his advancement, a spirit resembling a beautiful woman emerged from the statue. She introduced herself as Bai Ling and congratulated him on his newfound strength, though her expression was tinged with sadness. She explained her unhappiness stemmed from their impending separation. The temple in Dongling City could only facilitate transfers up to the third class, meaning Su Yang would have to travel to the main temple in Tianling City for any future advancements. As she spoke of her sorrow, a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted from the statue and enveloped her completely. Su Yang watched in amazement, recognizing the phenomenon as a blessing from the statue. Bai Ling underwent a divine transformation, sprouting multiple pairs of angelic wings in a ceremony that reminded Su Yang of the sinister blood blessing, yet this one was unequivocally holy and radiant. A system notification declared the blessing ceremony complete. Bai Ling had been elevated to a 5th-class temple priestess and was now assigned to serve in Tianling City. Overjoyed, she realized that the advancement path for temple priests was different from that of transferers, which meant she could continue to accompany him on his journey. However, the process left her exhausted, and she leaned against him, asking if she could rest for a moment. Su Yang held her gently, admitting that her presence was reassuring, and they resolved to travel to Tianling City together. When Su Yang stepped out of the transfer temple carrying the now unconscious Bai Ling in his arms, he was met by a crowd of stunned onlookers who had been waiting for their turn. Whispers and gossip immediately spread through the crowd as they wondered why the temple priestess was unconscious, with some brazenly speculating that the two must have been engaged in inappropriate activities during their half-hour alone inside the temple. Annoyed by their baseless rumors, Su Yang curtly told the crowd to make way for those who needed to use the transfer service. But a large, brutish man stepped forward to block his path, aggressively demanding an explanation for the priestess's condition. Su Yang simply stared him down and ordered him to move aside, his intimidating aura causing the larger man to flinch and step back in fear. Just as he was leaving, another woman who introduced herself as the newly appointed temple priestess of Dongling City called out to him. She congratulated him on Bai Ling's promotion and lamented that she would not be seeing either of them for a long time. Su Yang, in turn, congratulated her on her new position and pay raise, promising to visit for a meal when he had the chance, a proposal she happily accepted. After his departure, the new priestess quietly wondered to herself if she still had a chance to win his affection. Inside the Grand Tianling City Transfer Temple, a senior priest assured Su Yang that they would take excellent care of Bai Ling and that she would assume her duties as the city's new head temple priestess as soon as she awoke. With Bai Ling in good hands, Su Yang began to plan his next steps, deciding he needed to establish a base of operations in Tianling City, which meant buying a house and making arrangements for his grandparents to join him. He promptly penned a letter to his grandparents, informing them of his move to the city for work and enclosing a large sum of money to ensure they and his siblings could live more comfortably, promising to visit them often. A real estate agent later showed Su Yang a magnificent villa with a breathtaking ocean view, priced at $9.98 million. While impressed, Su Yang felt it was too large for him to manage on his own. The agent, sensing his hesitation, quickly proposed a solution. For an additional $1 million, he could hire a dedicated team of maids who would handle all his daily chores and household management. As if on cue, a line of maids appeared and greeted him as master. Pleased with the arrangement, Su Yang agreed to purchase the property and finalize the paperwork. Soon after, he was seen living a life of luxury, relaxing by his private pool and being waited on by his new staff, reveling in a lifestyle he could only have dreamed of before. That night, he collapsed onto his plush bed, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction from his newfound wealth and status, and made a mental note to check on Bai Ling's condition the following day. Meanwhile, Bai Ling awoke in a lavish room within the temple, where the previous head priestess was waiting with a bowl of restorative herbal soup. The elder priestess noted that the temple statue had not issued a revelation in many years, and this rare event was surely connected to the new hero, Su Yang. Curious, she asked Bai Ling for her impression of him. Bai Ling spoke of Su Yang with great admiration, describing him as a miraculous individual possessing extraordinary courage, immense strength, and a kind, resilient heart, expressing her firm belief that he was destined to bring new hope to their world. The priestess, satisfied with her judgment, felt relieved to be leaving Tianling City in such capable hands but offered a solemn warning. A red moon had been lingering in the sky for days, a clear omen that event was imminent, and urged Bai Ling to be careful. A sudden jolt of panic struck Bai Ling as she realized she had completely forgotten to warn Su Yang about this critical danger. Without a second thought, she rushed out of the room, determined to reach him and warn him about the impending Red Moon invasion, prompting the elder priestess to muse with a smile that Bai Ling had truly fallen for the young hero. At that very moment in his new villa, Su Yang was violently jolted awake by a sharp, searing pain. He awoke to the horrifying sight of a monstrous creature towering over him inside his bedroom, as a system notification announced the triggering of a rare event, the Red Moon invasion. The beast was identified as a stitched giant Axeman, a demon clan boss of an unknown, terrifyingly high level. The monster growled that it had come to kill the fated one. Su Yang, more annoyed than frightened at having his sleep so rudely interrupted, resolved to dispatch the intruder quickly so he could return to bed. Just as he prepared to fight, another figure appeared outside his window, a young woman with long white hair, Liuolinger, riding a spectral steed. She identified Su Yang as the target of the invasion. She imperiously told him to stand back, declaring him no match for the beast, and announcing that she would be the one to handle the Red Moon invasion. When Su Yang asked her to explain what a Red Moon invasion was, she curtly refused and commanded her spectral mount to attack. The creature unleashed a massive blast of energy, but the Axeman blocked it, resulting in a colossal explosion that tore through Su Yang's newly renovated home. Outraged, Su Yang yelled at them to stop destroying his property. At that moment, Bai Ling arrived in a panic, asking if he was all right. Su Yang, surprised, asked why she was there. She hurriedly explained that she had woken up, seen the red moon, and realized she had forgotten to warn him, so she had rushed over as fast as she could. At his request, Bai Ling detailed the nature of the event. When the red moon appears, monsters known as Scarlet Decay emerge from an unknown subspace to invade the location of a specific warrior with the sole purpose of killing them. Crucially, only warriors can harm these creatures, and any warrior killed by them cannot be resurrected. She added that these invasions only happen after a warrior's third-class advancement, which made Su Yang question the monster's immense power, as it seemed far too strong for a standard third advancement event. Bai Ling theorized that Liuolinger was likely after the Red Moon crystal core dropped by the monster, and that this particular Scarlet Decay's power level was dynamically scaling to match its target's strength, which would explain why it was powerful enough to fight the fifth advancement Liuolinger. Liuolinger, meanwhile, was struggling in her fight. Shocked by the monster's unexpected power and realizing she would have to use her full strength, fed up with the destruction of his house, Su Yang intervened, telling them both to stop and that he would handle the creature himself. Liuolinger scoffed, mockingly telling him not to come crying to her for help later. Ignoring her, Su Yang told her to simply watch from the sidelines as he activated his shadow body technique. He then cast Soul Mark on the monster, which updated its status display. Its level was still unknown, but its health had dropped to 40%. Liuolinger was flabbergasted, unable to comprehend how a single attack could wipe out 60% of the creature's health. Su Yang's theory was confirmed. The monster's strength scaled to its current target. Now that it was focused on him, a third advancement warrior, its power had been reduced to a manageable third advancement level. He confidently declared that with his extreme dual cultivation blessing, he could easily overwhelm it with his raw strength alone and charge forward, landing a powerful blow while mentally calculating the future repair costs for his home. Enraged, the monster entered a frenzied mode, roaring that the warrior must die. Su Yang met its rage with a cool smirk, telling the beast it was not qualified to hunt him. He effortlessly dodged its clumsy, rage-fueled attack and countered with a decisive slash, killing it in a single clean strike. The system confirmed the kill of the LV-75 monster, rewarding him with experience and 3 Red Moon crystal cores. Bai Ling was in awe of his ability to dispatch the formidable Scarlet Decay so effortlessly. Liuolinger was equally stunned, not just by the quick victory, but by the raw, savage power she sensed from him. Wondering if a ferocious beast lay hidden beneath his human exterior, with a final, frustrated huff, she flew away, vowing that he would pay for this humiliation next time. Su Yang picked up one of the crystal cores, wondering if this was the item Liuolinger had been after, and turned to ask Bai Ling about its purpose. Before she could answer, the crystal in his hand began to pulse with a malevolent red light. An agonizing scream tore from Su Yang's lips as his body began to painfully contort and expand, his muscles bulging unnaturally under the crystal's influence. Bai Ling could only cry out his name in terror as he was consumed by the overwhelming power. Su Yang awoke in a daze, finding himself in a soft bed. His confusion quickly turned to shock when he realized he was shirtless and lying right next to Bai Ling, who was clad only in her nightgown. She calmly explained that he had been afflicted by the Scarlet Wither curse from the monster, and that she had performed a necessary purification ritual to save him. She elaborated that, according to ancient temple regulations, any hero who battles the Scarlet Wither becomes tainted by its corrupting power. If left unchecked, the hero would eventually transform into one of the foul creatures themselves. It was the sacred duty of the hero's dedicated temple priest to perform this purification after such a battle. The ritual, she added, required direct physical contact, and since he had been unconscious, she had no choice but to bring him to the room and remove his clothing to perform it, which left Su Yang feeling incredibly embarrassed. He then noticed a faint red mark on her neck and asked with concern what had happened to her. She reassured him, explaining that temple priests possess a special constitution that allows them to absorb and purify the scarlet contamination with the aid of the temple's deity statue. The mark was a temporary side effect and would fade within a day or two. She pleaded with him not to feel guilty or push himself too hard on her account. Changing the subject to brighter news, she informed him of the substantial benefits that came with his 5-star third advancement. His monthly subsidy from the temple had skyrocketed from 50 million to a massive 1 billion. Furthermore, his shopping discount within the alliance was increased to 50%, and he was now eligible to join an exclusive S-level guild. Most importantly, he had unlocked access to the Red Moon Crystal Core exchange shop. Bai Ling explained this was a special shop run by the temple where he could trade the crystal cores he earned from Red Moon invasions for incredibly rare and powerful items, including forbidden spells and even divine artifacts, simply by placing his hand on the deity's statue. Su Yang immediately understood that this must have been what Luo Linger was after. He accessed the shop and was astounded by the legendary items on display, with prices starting at a steep 300 crystal cores. He coveted the powerful gear but realized that with only 3 cores to his name, he was far from being able to afford even the cheapest item. His new goal was clear. He had to get stronger and farm as many crystal cores as possible from future invasions. Their conversation concluded, and Bai Ling announced she needed to return to the temple to attend to her duties, mentioning offhandedly that a foreign dignitary was scheduled to visit Tianling City that day. In another part of the city, a delegation from Sakura country arrived, led by a young woman named Asuhi Makiko, a high-level beastmaster. Her retainers discussed their reasons for coming to the Longxia nation. Their own country lacked dragon-type secret realms, and the powerful Eagle Federation's elites were too greedy to deal with, leaving this as their best option to help their lady tame a dragon. They were formally greeted by Mr. Lai, a diplomatic consul for Tianling City. Mr. Lai acknowledged that he had heard of Miss Makiko's ambitious plan to challenge the notoriously fierce Black Dragon and politely inquired about their confidence. Makiko's sharp-tongued female attendant boasted that even Longxia's own genius beastmaster, Luo Linger, might not be a match for their lady's talent. Sparking a tense but civil verbal sparring match with Mr. Lai, Makiko playfully interrupted, teasing the two for getting along so well immediately after meeting. When they asked Mr. Lai for a guide, he coolly informed them that the Black Dragon's fortress was located in a different city, Yongfeng, and they would have to find their own way to the teleportation point, as he had other official duties to attend to. Makiko's male attendant grumbled about the cold reception, but she wisely hushed him, reminding him that as guests, they should respect their host's customs and that Mr. Lai's non-interference was a courtesy in itself. Unbeknownst to them, Luo Linger was receiving a report from her own subordinate about Makiko's arrival, confirming that the genius from Sakura country was indeed targeting the Black Dragon. However, Luo Linger's main concern was still Su Yang. She asked for the results of the background check she had ordered. The report was shocking. Su Yang had started as a basic warrior with no influential backing and had achieved his incredible power and rapid growth entirely on his own. Luo Linger found this unbelievable and admitted she was finding it harder and harder to predict his actions, even entertaining the thought that he might succeed in taming the Black Dragon himself. Her spies, who had been using a stealth tool to observe Makiko's party, were suddenly detected, and Luo Linger realized she had underestimated her new rival. Acknowledging Makiko as a significant threat, she abruptly changed her plans, issuing an urgent order for all her people to gather and prepare to enter the Black Dragon's fortress within the half-hour. Back at his villa, Su Yang instructed his maids to continue with the repairs from the earlier battle. Suddenly, a system notification popped up, alerting him that intruders were challenging the secret realm he controlled and asking if he wished to connect to the boss persona. He accepted the connection, quickly apologizing to his maids for the urgent business and teleporting away in a flash of light. The system identified the challengers, the S-Level Exploration Group Guild, a party of 24 led by none other than Luo Linger. Inside the secret realm, his domain as the Black Dragon, Athos, Luo Linger was rallying her guild members, promising them generous rewards if they helped her successfully tame the beast. In his powerful dragon form, Athos silently seethed, vowing that she would pay for all the trouble she had caused, including the damages to his house, with interest. He observed that her team was larger and better equipped than any previous challengers. 2 of his elite minions, mutated dragon blood warriors, stepped forward, assuring their king that they would personally handle the intruders. A female minion with light blue hair remarked that she had never seen these 2 warriors before. Athos explained their origin. They were once ordinary minions who had mutated into their current powerful forms after licking his blood during a past berserk episode. He ordered the 2 powerful warriors to go and intercept the enemy guild. The female minion watched them go with a conflicted expression. When Athos asked what was wrong, she claimed it was nothing, but inwardly she wrestled with a strange feeling. She knew the hero's team was exceptionally strong and might actually succeed in defeating her master, yet the thought brought her no joy, only a strange sense of unease. Luo Linger's guild advanced with caution. Despite one of her subordinates' nervousness, she confidently stated that only the main black dragon boss had evolved and that the lesser monsters posed no significant threat, though her second-in-command argued that it was always better to be cautious. His caution was immediately validated as the two elite dragon bosses ambushed them. Liulinger quickly took command, ordering her team to spread out to avoid area of effect attacks and focus their efforts on taking the two bosses down. Her experienced guild members rapidly assessed the enemies, discovering one was immune to physical attacks and the other to magic, and adjusted their tactics accordingly, carefully managing the boss's health to avoid triggering any desperation mechanics. However, one of the bosses roared in defiance for the glory of its lord Athos and unleashed a powerful self-buff that dramatically increased all its stats, making it far more dangerous than a standard berserk monster. It followed up by summoning a swarm of smaller minions. Unfazed, Liulinger issued calm orders. The off-tank was to draw the minions away while the damage dealers focused on the main boss, and she summoned her own powerful spirit beast to join the fray. With her assistance, her team began to steadily chip away at the boss's health. Just before they could land the final blow, she ordered them to stop, leaving the creature with a sliver of health. She explained her intention. Though humanoid, the boss was still draconic in nature, and she wanted to attempt to tame it. As the defeated warrior struggled, Liulinger initiated her beast taming technique, her voice echoing with power as she commanded it to become her servant. The warriors will began to crumble, but Athos intervened with a powerful telepathic command, urging his subordinate to resist her influence and snap out of the trance. As the Black Dragon, he was furious that these intruders would dare to invade his sanctum and attempt to steal his loyal subjects. He recognized that his current power level was likely insufficient to defeat Liulinger's entire guild, so he resorted to a desperate measure. He consumed a strange, repulsive-looking crystal in the hopes of triggering another evolution. The crystal tasted foul, slimy, and reeked like a sewer, but as soon as he swallowed it, he felt a tremendous power surge within him. A blinding pillar of golden light erupted from the heart of the fortress, visible to everyone outside. The dragon warrior being tamed felt the surge of his master's power and cried out for his king. Liulinger and her guild stared in shock as the black dragon emerged from the light, completely transformed and far more menacing than before. A global system announcement declared that an unknown factor had caused the dungeon boss, Athos, to mutate, elevating his power to the Radiant Moon tier. The entire secret realm was consequently upgraded to a Radiant Moon tier instance dungeon. The newly evolved Athos let out a triumphant roar, his evolution a success. Now, it was time to crush his enemies. An expedition team, led by a young woman named Liulinger, faced a massive black dragon that had unexpectedly evolved from Starshine to the much more powerful Moonlight rank, leaving them shocked and unprepared. Despite her initial belief that it was a system bug, the dragon charged a devastating attack, forcing the team's warrior Zhu Tai to order the use of all defensive abilities. They erected multiple magical barriers, but the dragon's fiery breath tore through them effortlessly, killing 10 members instantly and leaving 6 others critically injured. Zhu Tai was relieved they had come prepared with a one-time revival item, the Ring of Life's Emerald, which brought all their fallen comrades back to full health. He rallied the resurrected team to continue the fight. Seizing the opening after the dragon's large attack, the adventurers unleashed a barrage of powerful spells and skills, but to their dismay, their combined assault barely did any damage. The adventurers realized their original plan to slowly wear down a weaker boss was useless against the overwhelming stats of a Moonlight rank foe. As the dragon prepared another ability, Dragon Impact, their defensive skills were still on cooldown, leaving them completely vulnerable to the ensuing shockwave that wiped most of them out. With defeat imminent, Zhu Tai urged his young miss, Liulinger, to escape while the few remaining survivors sacrificed themselves to buy her time. Reluctantly, she agreed and fled the battle. The dragon mocked their futile heroism as her subordinates used a taunt skill to draw its attention. It then unleashed a final, massive explosion, annihilating the rest of her team. As Liulinger flew away, she lamented her miserable defeat, feeling her reputation as a genius was shattered. However, her escape was cut short when the dragon, having dispatched her team in under a minute, appeared before her and snatched her from the air. Facing certain death, she broke down in tears, revealing her deep-seated insecurities about failing her father and losing to her rivals, Su Yang and Asuhima Kiko. The dragon, secretly controlled by the player Su Yang, was surprised by her vulnerability. Though he felt a moment of pity, he knew he needed the experience points, so he executed her with a quick burst of fire. Killing the high-level Beastmaster and her team yielded a massive 94 million experience, causing Su Yang to level up from 72 to 79. He also looted incredible items from her, including a powerful Moonlight tier ring called Spirit Whisper and a first-tier Forbidden Spell Scroll, Wrath of the Wind God, significantly boosting his arsenal. Having achieved his goals, Su Yang decided it was time to end his role as the dungeon boss. He returned to his private workshop, where a girl greeted him and confirmed his equipment had been repaired. After asking for a massage to relax, he prepared for his next steps. Meanwhile, the survivors of Liulinger's team regrouped outside the dungeon, dejected by their loss. They soon found Liulinger, who had revived nearby, crying over her humiliating defeat. Zhu Tai consoled her, suggesting she redeem herself by taming the powerful Starlight tier Silver Dragon instead. Her spirits lifted by the new goal, she agreed and tasked Zhu Tai with covering the expedition's losses through her family's Tianji pavilion. Just as they were leaving, they encountered a rival party led by Asuhi Makiko, who had also come to challenge the Black Dragon. Luo Linger rudely dismissed her and left. Asuhi's team proceeded to the dungeon entrance, only to be shocked when they saw its difficulty had been elevated to Moonlight tier. They were met by an official, Mr. Lai, who explained the situation had changed and arranged for them to rest in Tianling City. The next day, Su Yang, now in his human form, arrived at the quiet dungeon entrance, intending to personally clear the instance he had created. He entered the fortress of the Black Dragon as a challenger, where the Lesser Dragonkin recognized the powerful aura of their lord, Athos, and fled in terror. He summoned his ghostly moon spirit wolf to guard the entrance while he advanced to the final boss. Deep inside, the captive elf princess despaired, assuming another challenger had come only to fail. Su Yang confronted the Black Dragon Athos, which was still under his control. He commanded the beast to injure itself down to half health to optimize the loot drop rate, then disconnected his consciousness to fight it as a player. After a grueling 2-hour battle, Su Yang was exhausted but victorious, finally slaying the creature. The dungeon cleared, freeing the elf princess as the Black Dragon's body disintegrated. Su Yang received over 111 million experience, leveling up to 80, and obtained a unique, powerful weapon, the Dragonbone Greatsword, Devourer of Athos. He also completed a quest that unsealed his Dragon Slayer's heart, granting him immense stat boosts and a massive damage increase against all Dragon-type enemies. As a final reward, the system resurrected the Black Dragon Athos as his permanent minion. Riding his newly tamed dragon, Su Yang found the freed elf princess and offered to rescue her. She was astounded that he had managed to tame the untamable beast. He flew her out of the dungeon, and she reveled in her newfound freedom. Their dramatic exit startled a group of adventurers, and after landing, the princess asked to stay with him, which he hesitantly agreed to. The sight of the tamed dragon flying over Tianling City shocked both Luo Linger and Asuhi Makiko, while an official announcement assured the citizens not to panic. Su Yang arrived at his residence, settled the princess in, and then prepared for his next mission. The system informed him that his new assignment was a god-tier boss, the sovereign of original sin from the demon abyss. Su Yang was stunned by the massive leap in difficulty from Moonlight to God tier. After confirming the connection, he found himself inhabiting the body of the sovereign, a being of immense power with near invincibility, ruling over the 7 kings of original sin. He learned the demon abyss was a vast, multi-level dimension that served as a high-level dungeon for the world's adventurers. He noticed 3 of his 7 kings' thrones were empty, meaning they had been defeated. Deciding to test his new powers, he resurrected one of them, Beelzebub, the king of gluttony. Upon inspecting the revived king's abilities, Su Yang discovered a game-changing talent: Gluttony's Tribute. Beelzebub could permanently steal 2% of the attributes from anything it devoured and offer it as a tribute to the sovereign. Su Yang realized that if he could redirect this tribute to his actual player character instead of his boss persona, he could achieve an unprecedented level of growth. In a dark and fiery domain, a powerful monarch addressed Beelzebub, who had just been resurrected with a slam. As knocking sounds echoed, the monarch commanded Beelzebub to return to his post on the 100th layer of the demon abyss and await further summons, warning him not to disappoint again. Beelzebub humbly accepted the command, internally marveling at his good fortune. While lust and greed had died, the monarch resurrected him first without any punishment, which he took as a sign of great trust and regard. He swore an oath to make the humans pay for their actions and to offer the greatest tribute to his king as he departed. A system notification confirmed that Beelzebub, under the authority of the omniscient monarch, had returned to his designated lair. The monarch, observing a glowing purple sword, mused that they had indeed resurrected the weakest of the 7 great demon kings. Having completed the task, the monarch issued a command for the system to disconnect. The scene then shifted to reveal that the so-called monarch was actually a young man named Su Yang, sitting in a meditative pose. He reflected on the addictive feeling of absolute dominance he experienced when taking the form of the Sin Lord, understanding why ancient people craved the power of an emperor, and he wondered when he would truly reach that level of power. A series of knocks interrupted his thoughts, and a purple-haired girl called out, asking if her master was inside. Su Yang told her to hold on and opened the door to find out what was the matter. The girl informed him that Lord Wai Ming had arrived and wished to speak with him personally. Su Yang then went to meet the city lord, a larger man named Wai Ming, who greeted him with great enthusiasm. When Su Yang inquired about the reason for the visit, Wai Ming explained that the news of him taming a dragon had spread throughout all of Longzia and had even become a global sensation, causing a massive stir in the world of beast tamers. Wai Ming elaborated that the Black Dragon was one of the most powerful and fierce dragon species, and by taming one, Su Yang had broken the long-held consensus of the Global Beast Tamer Association, marking a historic milestone in the field. However, because many experts in the beast taming world did not witness the event firsthand, they harbored doubts, so the association issued an official announcement stating that one of its top leaders currently in Longzia would visit the so-called beast taming genius, who was, of course, Su Yang. Su Yang asked when this leader was expected to arrive, and Wai Ming replied that it would be very soon. Internally, Su Yang was surprised to have drawn the attention of such powerful figures from the association and knew he would need to be careful. Elsewhere, at the bustling Tianling City transport hub, the same purple-haired girl was in a crowd with her companions. She wondered why they weren't taking the less crowded VIP passage, and her companion replied that she just needed a change of pace. Suddenly, a commotion erupted as security guards cleared a path, shouting for everyone to meet, signaling the arrival of an important person. A man in a suit and sunglasses announced that Elder Luo, a leader from the Global Beast Tamer Association, was arriving and that everyone should step aside. An elderly man, Elder Luo, then walked through the cleared path, apologizing to the crowd for the disturbance. Onlookers recognized him as Luo Dashi, one of the 9 great leaders of the association and one of the top beast tamers in the world, whose whereabouts were often a mystery. Elder Luo noticed the purple-haired girl and greeted her, recognizing her as the young lady from the Tianji Pavilion and remarking that he had heard she was also there for the Black Dragon. She confirmed this but lamented that she wasn't strong enough and someone else had succeeded first, meaning her title as Longzia's top beast tamer might soon be passed on. Elder Luo advised her not to get too caught up in superficial titles, reminding her of what was truly important, the Dragon Spirit Secret Realm. He explained that not long ago the association had discovered a special secret realm connected to the Land of Dragons, where anyone who entered had the chance to receive great rewards. However, the requirements to enter the Dragon Spirit Secret Realm were extremely strict. One must have a dragon as a companion to gain entry. Currently, the only person in the world with a dragon companion was Vilria from the Eagle United Federation, and many top beast tamers, including Elder Luo himself, had tried and failed to tame dragons. He went on to explain that his teacher's research suggested that the stronger one's dragon companion was inside the secret realm, the greater the blessings and rewards they could obtain, which was why he had personally sought to tame the strongest of them all, the Black Dragon. The girl from the Tianji Pavilion stated that since the secret realm would be opening soon, she had set her sights on a new target. The Silver Dragon, which while not as powerful as the Black Dragon, still had greater potential than the Red Dragon. Elder Luo suggested she not be too hasty, pointing out that her Tianji Pavilion had already secured the White Dragon's secret realm, preventing anyone else from entering, and invited her to come with him to meet the mysterious beast-taming genius to see what she could learn. Just as he was about to mention her master, she abruptly interrupted him, claiming she had just remembered something urgent she had to attend to and quickly apologized before rushing off. Elder Luo watched her leave, remarking on her strong sense of pride, and decided he would explain the situation to her master, Old Zhao, later. He then told his own companion that they should hurry and meet the mysterious genius themselves. As they walked, a loud roar echoed through the area and they looked up to see what the sound was. Wei Ming identified it as Elder Luo's arrival. A massive fiery bird-like creature descended from the sky, confirming the Elder's dramatic entrance. At the same time, in a nearby clearing, Su Yang's tamed black dragon Athos opened its powerful eyes. As the fiery mount descended, it suddenly braked in midair, letting out a startled roar as the massive black dragon appeared before it. The two colossal beasts faced off for a moment before the fiery mount landed, flapping its wings. Elder Luo dismounted and chided his creature, calling it a weakling, while Su Yang and Wei Ming looked on from a distance. Elder Luo approached them, coughing and apologizing for the scene. Wei Ming formally greeted him and introduced Su Yang as the genius beast tamer who had tamed the black dragon. Elder Luo praised Su Yang, remarking that heroes have always been young and that taming a black dragon at his age made him a rare genius indeed. Su Yang humbly replied that he was just lucky, but Wei Ming insisted he should be proud, as he was the first person in the world to accomplish such a feat. Elder Luo then extended an official invitation for Su Yang to join the Global Beast Tamer Association. Su Yang hesitated, a troubled expression on his face, before finally revealing that he couldn't join their association because he was not, in fact, a beast tamer. Elder Luo was completely taken aback by this revelation, asking if he was kidding, to which Su Yang calmly replied that he was not. Su Yang reiterated that he wasn't joking and showed his status, which clearly identified him as a warrior-class professional. Stunned, Elder Luo asked for a moment and stepped away, initiating a holographic group chat with the other leaders of the association. He informed the group, which included Elder Zhao Kun, Elder Trump Vilria, and Elder William Smith, that he had met the boy and it was true he had tamed the black dragon, but there was a problem. He was a warrior, not a beast tamer. The news sent a shockwave through the chat, with members expressing disbelief and confusion. Finally, President Herlina from the Siberian Northern Plains proposed a solution. They could offer him an honorary membership, a suggestion that was quickly liked by 9 other members. Returning to Su Yang, Elder Luo formally offered him the honorary membership, which would grant him all the benefits of the association. Su Yang, knowing there was no such thing as a free lunch, asked what they needed from him in return. Elder Luo explained that they didn't need anything too special, just a few lessons on how to tame a dragon for a small group of about 10 people. Internally, Su Yang weighed his options. He was being asked to lecture 9 beast-taming leaders and a president, a request he couldn't just brush off, and the benefits of joining an SSS-rank guild were very tempting. He told Elder Luo that he could give lectures, but he wasn't sure if his personal experience would be of much help to them. Elder Luo reassured him, explaining that Vilria had also given a lecture that wasn't very useful, as personal experiences can't always be replicated, and everyone understood that. With this assurance, Su Yang agreed to join the Global Beast Tamer Association, secretly planning to simply make up a story for his lectures. The story then provided some world-building context, explaining that since the fusion of games and reality, transfer statues had appeared, leading to the establishment of the Transfer Temple, with its headquarters located in the Holy City. The highest authority there was the divine high priestess Euphemia Vega, a mysterious figure who had never left the city and whose origins and power remained unknown. Her only recorded public event was 10 years prior when the world's strongest mage, Augustin, who had ascended to demigod status, challenged her to test her strength. Augustin, a level 309 turn element destroyer, had unleashed multiple forbidden curse attacks against her. The result was astonishing. He couldn't even break through the defensive shield she casually erected. Since that day, no one had dared to question the authority of the Transfer Temple. Back in the present, a warning appeared before Euphemia, alerting her to anomalies in the demon abyss. The slain king of gluttony, Beelzebub, had reappeared for unknown reasons. She knew that in this era, star rank and higher bosses did not respawn once defeated, an immutable rule even for the highest-level secret realms, which meant a new, unprecedented mechanism was at play. She turned to a grand statue and, as its third divine high priestess, beseeched it for its blessing to investigate. Using her powerful Eye of Insight skill, which allowed her to view any location in the world regardless of distance, space, or time, she peered into the depths of the demon abyss. She witnessed a realm of endless darkness and evil and identified its heart, the throne of the 7 deadly sins. Euphemia recalled that the current deepest raid record for the demon abyss was 386 levels, and a king of sin appeared every 100 levels. Beelzebub, the king of gluttony, at level 100, Asmaya, the king of lust, at level 200, and Mammon, the king of greed, at level 300. These kings were all supposed to have been defeated, yet now gluttony had mysteriously revived, and she could see that only 2 of the 7 thrones were empty. She sensed an overwhelming and bottomless source of magic that even her Eye of Insight couldn't fully comprehend, and she commanded the evil force to reveal its true form before the holy light she projected. To her surprise, the form that was revealed was not a demon, but a human sitting on the throne. Before she could process this, a new figure appeared, a winged female demon named Lucifer, the god-rank king of sin pride, who furiously questioned who dared to spy on their king. Lucifer immediately cast an abyssal dynasty barrier, a powerful spell that struck Euphemia's distant projection, causing her to cry out in pain as her vision was shattered. With Euphemia's Eye of Insight dispelled, Lucifer scoffed at the peeper for fleeing like a coward. She then turned and bowed before the throne, reporting to her most exalted king that she had returned after glimpsing the one who spied upon him. In a softer tone, she asked her dearest king when she would be able to behold his face once again. Back in the holy city, Euphemia was shaken, realizing that there was a god rank being among the kings of sin and that their previous assessment of the demon abyss's strength must have been completely wrong. She wondered who this mysterious being served by a god rank king of sin could possibly be. At that moment, a monumental boom resounded across the world, signaling a world announcement. The information was broadcast to everyone. A world boss, the monarch of the deadly sins, had appeared in the deepest part of the demon abyss. The announcement detailed 3 key points. First, defeating the monarch who commanded the 7 deadly sins gave a chance to drop unique limited artifacts called the Sin Reversal Series weapons, as announced by Carolina, president of the Global Beast Taming Association. Second, these weapons were essential for defeating the monarch, and the drop rate was higher for players with a higher transfer star rank, a point made by the mage Augustin. And third, defeating this world-class boss would unlock a new expansion pack titled Ascend the Divine Ladder, as revealed by Tang Jian, president of the Undying War Domain. Players everywhere were in an uproar, realizing this was the first ever world-class boss, something they had never heard of before. People quickly deduced that if even a demigod-rank boss wasn't considered world-class, then the Lord of the Deadly Sins must be a god-rank boss. The name of the new expansion suggested it would unlock the 10th transfer, the true god rank, making this a hugely significant event. Back with Su Yang, he processed the news with a shocking realization. He himself had just become a world-class boss. Wei Ming informed him he had to leave for a meeting called by the president, but assured him that his membership process was complete and they could talk later. After Wei Ming left, a celestial-looking woman with Su Yang expressed a bad feeling about all the recent anomalies happening in the world, but he comforted her, telling her not to worry because he was there to protect her, and she affirmed her belief in him. Su Yang knew that the major SSS guilds would soon mobilize to take down the monarch, and before that happened, he needed to make all the necessary preparations. He was particularly interested in the Sin Reversal Series weapons, unique limited artifacts that were inherently god rank and would provide a massive boost to his power, as they were essential for defeating the monarch. This led him to a groundbreaking thought. If he, as the monarch of the deadly sins, were to defeat the kings of sin himself, could they also drop the Sin Reversal Series weapons for him? He mused on the outrageous power of these unique, limited, divine-tier weapons. As the Lord of the Abyss and the monarch of original sin, he reasoned that it was perfectly acceptable for his subordinates to be defeated by him, especially since his powers allowed him to resurrect them, removing any real consequence or mental burden. His only complaint was that the cooldown for resurrection was a bit long. He analyzed the situation further. The strongest professionals in the world were currently at the demigod level, and the next expansion was called Ascending to Divinity. Therefore, killing the monarch of original sin himself was likely the key to achieving this ascension. This sparked a wild idea. If he could somehow solo himself as the world boss, he could potentially be the first to ascend to divinity. He chuckled at the thought of how veteran players who had worked hard for years would react if they knew that he, who had only awakened his powers less than a month ago, was about to surpass them. For the moment, however, he decided to focus on his immediate goal. undertaking the 5-star quest for his fourth profession, and with a whoosh he teleported away. The scene then shifted to the Holy City, where the world's top players were gathering for the emergency meeting. Augustin, Carolina, Tangjian, and another powerful figure named Poker, the president of the Knight's Sanctuary, all arrived at the same time. They acknowledged the gravity of the new world boss and noted that the High Priestess herself had sent the invitations, indicating the situation was extraordinary. As the grand doors to the meeting hall pushed open, they entered the lively chamber. The assembled crowd of lower-ranked players and officials buzzed with excitement as the big shots from the SSS-rated guilds arrived. They recognized Augustin, Lady Carolina, Saint Knight Poker, and Tangjian, thrilled to see these legendary figures in person. Above them, holographic projections of the top leaders from major countries flickered into existence, showing that guild leaders and world leaders were gathering together for this unprecedented event. Euphemia Vega stood before the assembly and, once everyone was settled, thanked them for responding to the temple's summons, stating that she believed everyone was clear about the purpose of their gathering. She began by explaining that the king of original sin, Beelzebub, who was once killed, had suddenly been resurrected, an event likely caused by the appearance of the world-class boss, the monarch of original sin. She continued, revealing that according to the guidance from the holy statue, the only way to obtain the reverse sin series weapons, which were necessary to kill the monarch, was by defeating the kings of original sin. To increase the chances of these weapons dropping, the bosses had to be defeated by high-star tier professionals. She concluded her opening remarks by expressing her hope that all the brave heroes present would unite to eradicate this great evil. Euphemia then laid out the current progress in the Demon Abyss. The deepest floor cleared was 386, and during that time expedition teams had encountered and defeated 3 original Sin Kings, Gluttony, Lust, and Greed. By rational deduction, the next Sin King would likely be found after clearing another 100 floors, meaning they still had a daunting 314 floors to clear just to face the final boss. She turned to Master Augustin and General Tang, who were both level 372, and asked for their expert opinion on how many floors of the abyss they could typically advance for each level they gained. After taking a gulp of his drink, Augustin replied that it was about 3 floors. Give or take, as an old man like him couldn't handle much more than that. Tangjian added that as they progressed deeper, the strength gap between floors became much more pronounced, and even with his and Augustin's power, they could not challenge multiple floors across tiers at once. Euphemia processed this, realizing that to progress to floor 700, they would need to gain at least another 100 levels, which would be a very long journey. However, she proposed a potential shortcut. The experience gained from defeating an original Sin King was enough to raise the average level of an expedition team by several levels. If the Sin Kings could now resurrect multiple times, they could potentially farm them to greatly shorten the time needed to level up and increase their chances of obtaining the necessary weapons. At this mention of weapon distribution, Poker, the Knight President, bluntly asked how the reverse Sin series weapons dropped by the bosses would be divided among them. Carolina remarked that he was being quite bold, but he retorted that she shouldn't pretend, as everyone in the room knew these weapons were not only key to defeating the monarch but were also crucial for ascending to divinity. The other leaders began to murmur in agreement, noting that there were only 7 weapons in total and they might not even drop, while there were far more than 7 9-tier professionals vying for them. The room grew noisy as they debated who would be the executor to obtain the weapons, a touchy subject for everyone involved. Euphemia, seeing the argument escalating, slammed her staff into the ground, unleashing a wave of power that silenced the entire hall. She declared that the reverse sin weapons were tied to the matter of ascending to divinity, a matter the Temple of Profession Change would not ignore. She urged them to remain calm with a major enemy at hand until the expedition team was confirmed and a conclusion was reached. Poker apologized, admitting he had been too anxious, and Euphemia acknowledged that his concern was understandable. Tangjian then stepped forward, stating he had an idea regarding the expedition team. He proposed that instead of having guilds challenge the Demon Abyss, which could lead to competitive disputes and personnel shortages, each country should unify to form its own Abyss expedition team. These national teams would then take turns hunting the kings of original sin, and the distribution of the reverse sin weapons would be left to luck. Augustin commented that using countries as units was a very typical Tangjian style of proposal, and others agreed it would be more flexible and easier to manage. When Euphemia asked what would happen to relatively weaker countries, she asserted that this was not an issue that needed to be addressed. Defeating the king of original sin ultimately depended on strength, whether it was the strength of an individual, a guild, or a country. With that clarified, she called for a vote on General Tangjian's proposal. The proposal passed with 80% of the vote in favor. Euphemia announced that due to the difficulty of the secret realm, countries without 9-tier professionals would not be granted challenge qualifications, and the temple would draw lots from the remaining countries, with the results to be announced after the meeting. With the first agenda concluded, she moved on to the second, giving the floor to President Carolina. Carolina began by bringing up the Dragon Spirit secret realm, explaining that its emergence made it possible to enter the Dragon Kingdom from the human world. She described this gigantic subspace nation as being filled with countless powerful boss entities that provide substantial experience, which would greatly improve their leveling efficiency and significantly aid in conquering the Demon Abyss. However, she reminded everyone of the strict entry requirement. Only those who had tamed a dragon could enter. She pointed out that while Vilria from her association was once the only one who qualified, the situation had recently changed, alluding to the new dragon tamer in Longxia. She confirmed that everyone must have heard about the genius boy in Longxia who achieved the miracle of taming a black dragon, and he had now joined their association as an honorary member. Poker immediately questioned his status, asking why he was only an honorary member when he should be a full member, and noted that honorary status was typically reserved for non-tamer professions. Carolina smiled, stating that was exactly what she wanted to say. The boy had another, even more incredible miracle about him. She then dropped the bombshell. Su Yang was not a beastmaster but a warrior-type professional. The revelation sent a shockwave of disbelief through the room, with the other leaders exclaiming in shock. Augustin was the most vocal, declaring it absolutely impossible. He explained that he had tried many times himself to use his strength to make dragons submit, but he had killed several, from Starlight Tier to Sunlight Tier, and they all chose death over submission. He couldn't fathom how anyone other than a beast tamer could possibly tame a dragon. Carolina coolly retorted, questioning how the president of the prestigious Ring of the Mages could say something so undignified just because he couldn't do it himself, which led to a brief, heated argument between the two until they were silenced by the others. The rest of the leaders, including the High Priestess, were left to wonder how it was even possible that a young warrior could accomplish something that even the 8th and 9th tier professionals present could not. Carolina addressed the High Priestess, informing her that she could check the information about the Longxia youth through their association's member list, as they had already helped him complete the membership process before the meeting began. Euphemia accessed the data and confirmed that Su Yang was indeed a warrior who had only undergone 3 transformations. This new information only deepened the mystery, as the leaders were stunned that he had defeated the powerful Black Flame Wing with so few transformations and wondered who on earth he was. Carolina explained that they were planning to invite him to the association to give a lecture and share his experience, hoping it would be more fruitful than Vilria's had been, and perhaps they would learn something shocking. She proposed that perhaps everyone had just been using the wrong method all along, and if they could find the right path, they might be on the verge of an era where everyone, not just beast tamers, could tame beasts. This idea excited the entire assembly, with people murmuring about the possibility of everyone having a dragon mount. Poker pointed out that if this were true, the Dragon Spirit Secret Realm would no longer be exclusive to the Global Beast Tamer Association, but Carolina replied that she was more eager to see the day when beast taming for all became a reality. Tang Zhan, ever the pragmatist, announced that he was heading to Longxia immediately to find the young man himself. Augustin declared he would do the same, promising not to take advantage of the genius, but to trade him a forbidden curse scroll in exchange for his knowledge, giving Tang Zhan a competitive glare. At that exact moment, far away, Su Yang let out a sudden sneeze, bemusedly wondering if high-level professionals could catch the flu. He then reviewed the details of his 5-star 4th transformation quest, which required him to defeat the Ice Witch of the Frozen City in a solo diamond difficulty dungeon. He recalled that this was the same difficulty level as the Black Dragon Fortress, where another talented individual, Liulinger, had failed her attempt, but he felt that for his current power it would be a piece of cake. He bid farewell to his celestial companion, telling her he'd be back in no time, and took off on his dragon Athos. Meanwhile, another player was seen leaving the entrance to the Frozen City, complaining about how difficult the Ice Witch was to beat and that he would need to spend months leveling up before trying again. As he and his party were about to leave, Su Yan descended from the sky, startling them. He apologized for scaring them and told them their challenge was over because it was his turn now. The players, recognizing him, quickly thanked him and cleared the way. As they hurried off, they excitedly discussed having seen the famous dragon tamer in person and were in awe that he was going to solo the dungeon. Inside the icy dungeon, Su Yang felt the cold as he was confronted by a group of Bigfoot and small snow monsters. However, instead of attacking, the monsters were completely intimidated by his presence and bowed down before him, whimpering. Su Yang noted that the pressure he exerted as a boss-level entity seemed to work even in different dungeons. Since they had surrendered, he decided not to waste his time on them, and calling for the main boss, had Athos unleash a torrent of dragon fire directly at the Ice Witch's palace. The Ice Witch emerged from the flames, enraged that someone dared to destroy her palace. But before she could finish her threat, Su Yang appeared behind her and struck her down with a single devastating blow, telling her not to waste his time. A system message immediately announced that he had successfully defeated the dungeon boss. Su Yang found the whole affair far too easy and unchallenging, hoping the legendary stage would be more interesting. Outside the dungeon, a group of players watched the entrance, which indicated the challenge was still in progress. One suggested they wait, hoping the challenger would fail so they could have a chance. But another informed him that the boss who had tamed the black dragon had just gone inside and would definitely clear it. They were simply waiting to catch a glimpse of the legend as he left. 2 girls in the group decided to wait as well, dreaming that if he noticed them, it could be their ticket to the top. Elsewhere, the 2 older men from earlier, who turned out to be Augustin and Tang Zhan, were also waiting, with Augustin joking about how he wouldn't feel the cold if he had a beautiful companion. Suddenly, the dungeon portal vibrated, and everyone excitedly announced that the boss was coming out. Su Yang emerged with his imposing black dragon, and one of the girls in the waiting party immediately recognized him. She was stunned, unable to believe that the world-famous dragon tamer was the same level 80 Su-yang she knew. Su-yang spotted the group and casually asked if they were there for leveling up. The girl, Zhao Murong, was still in disbelief as another friend confirmed that he was indeed the one who had become famous worldwide for taming the black dragon. Her friend explained that they had been planning to help their other friend, Zioxu, gather materials, but now they would have to wait for the dungeon to reset. Su-yang checked his inventory and produced the Heart of Frost, an epic-grade material that had dropped from the boss, offering it to them. Zioxu initially refused, saying it was too valuable, but Su-yang insisted she take it as he had no use for it and it was perfect for her. He told them all not to be so formal. Although they hadn't known each other long, they had gone through dungeons together as friends and should relax. As they were talking, Tang Jian quietly approached and reached out to pet Su-yang's dragon Athos. On the snout, Athos let out a startled noise but strangely did not react with aggression or resistance. Tang Jian laughed and told Su-yang not to mind him as he was just petting the creature. Su-yang was inwardly shocked, wondering who this old man could be to touch a black dragon without provoking any hostile reaction. Su-yang formally asked the elder who reeked of alcohol for his name. The man simply said he meant no harm and then in a flash vanished, taking his companion with him in a group spatial teleportation that was so fast and seamless Su-yang couldn't even see the casting movements. Impressed, Su-yang called out, asking for their names since they clearly had business with him. The two powerful figures reappeared and introduced themselves. Augustin, president of the Ring of the Mage God, and Tang Jian of the Undying War Domain. Su-yang was stunned to be face to face with the world's strongest mage and Longxia's most renowned warrior, who were apparently seeking him out, a novice who had just completed his 4th advancement quest. He cautiously asked if they had come to discuss dragon taming techniques with him. Augustin immediately became overexcited, his terrifying magic power flaring up as he demanded Su-yang tell him everything so he could go tame a dragon. Tang Jian quickly intervened, telling the old drunkard to control his magic before he scared the young man from their own country. Tang Jian then reassured Su-yang that Carolina had already briefed them on his situation, and they were indeed there to exchange information, promising that he wouldn't let the old drunkard harm him. Augustin, protesting that he wasn't a bad person, made his offer. If Su-yang shared his dragon taming experience, he would give him a set of forbidden spell scrolls in return. Calling it a good deal, Su-yang considered the offer, knowing that forbidden spell scrolls were his own ultimate trump card and the ones from the president of the mages would be even more powerful. Feeling the intense pressure from the two top professionals staring him down, Su-yang knew his bluff had to be perfect or the consequences would be disastrous. Deciding to go all out, he countered Augustin's offer, pointing out that scrolls were single-use items and that he would prefer a forbidden spell skill book instead. This perplexed Augustin, who asked why a warrior would need a spellbook and if he was capable of breaking professional rules to cast forbidden spells like a mage. Before Su-yang had to answer, Tang Jian stepped in, explaining that the warrior profession has a magic warrior hybrid path, and Su-yang was likely one of them. Su-yang seized the opportunity and confirmed that his profession was Mystic Spirit Warrior, a warrior that could indeed use magic. Convinced, Augustin agreed to the exchange and produced the skill book for Tier 2 forbidden spell, the Thunder Destruction Technique. He did, however, caution Su-yang that he might only be able to learn it once he reached a higher rank due to the high mental strength requirement. Su-yang accepted the book, planning to save it for later, and then shrewdly reminded Augustin that there was no guarantee his method would work, to which Augustin agreed. To ensure their conversation was private, Augustin then set up a sound barrier to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. A few minutes later, the exchange was complete. Augustin, now fully satisfied, declared he was going to find a dragon sanctuary immediately to try out the new method. Tang Jian also expressed his belief in Su-yang's story, noting that his detailed knowledge of the Black Dragon Fortress's mechanisms was too impressive to be fake. Su-yang felt a wave of relief, having successfully bluffed two of the world's strongest players. As a gesture of goodwill, Tang Jian then offered Su-yang a gift of his own, a warrior skill book for the Tier 2 ultimate technique, Absolute Destruction Fist. Su-yang recognized the skill as the signature move of Tang Jian's own 9-tier Absolute Tyrant profession and felt a twinge of guilt over the man's generosity, as he had essentially deceived them both. Tang Jian then informed him that, as a dragon master, he would soon be notified about the Dragon Spirit Secret Realm, a place currently only accessible to him and Vilria. He also told Su-yang about a new initiative. Following the World Boss event, officials were forming a team of talented young people to train in the Demon Abyss, which now had boosted experience and drop rates. He had reviewed Su-yang's profile, and seeing that all his advancement quests were 5-star difficulty, deemed him absolutely qualified to join. Su-yang correctly guessed that the boosted rates were not the real reason for this initiative. Tang Jian confirmed his suspicion, revealing the true purpose was related to the Red Moon invasion, which Su-yang must have encountered during his 5-star 3rd advancement. Tang Jian admitted that even after hundreds of years, they still didn't understand what the Red Moon was, only that it seemed to target and eliminate the most talented players through a phenomenon called Scarlet Decay, which resulted in permanent death. He stated that they couldn't just sit idly by and that this had to change. The monsters in the Demon Abyss were currently the closest known entities to the Scarlet Decay, so training there was essentially practice for fighting against this ultimate threat, making the training crucial. Tang Jian then said the assembly was about to start and departed in a mysterious flash of light. Left alone, Su Yang felt utterly powerless in the presence of such a 9-tier expert, realizing that even after taming a black dragon, he was still far from the top. This realization fueled his determination to get stronger and to speed up his own progress in the demon abyss. Just then, a system notification confirmed his quest was complete, and his 4th advancement commenced. He was blessed by the statue's radiance, his level cap was raised to 100, and he instantly leveled up from 80 to 85, receiving massive boosts to his strength and mental attributes, as well as a legendary skill book for his Mystic Spirit Warrior class. The new legendary skill, Mystic Spirit, allowed him to summon a combat spirit with 50% of his own attributes and instantly switch places with it in battle. Despite this significant power-up, he felt it still wasn't enough after witnessing true top-tier strength, and his desire for power grew even more intense. His celestial companion congratulated him on his advancement but noticed he didn't look happy. He replied that he was just lost in thought, secretly resolving to proceed with that plan sooner to accelerate his growth. As if on cue, a system message announced, "Boss link complete." Deep within the demon abyss, Su Yang, in his form as the monarch, issued a summons for the wrathful Samael. The colossal, shadowy beast materialized before the throne and asked for its supreme lord's command. The monarch then uttered a shocking decree. By the name of the Lord, he granted Samael death and commanded it to return to the abyss of darkness, leaving the powerful demon in a state of stunned disbelief. A large, dark, wolf-like creature with glowing purple eyes, identified as Samael, the king of original sin, knelt before his supreme monarch and questioned why he was being sentenced to death, insisting he had done nothing wrong. The monarch, a red demonic figure, considered that this demigod-tier boss was far superior to Gluttony Beelzebub and possessed the demeanor of a true king. A status screen revealed Samael's immense stats, including 150 million health and over 232,000 strength, along with a special ability 7 Deadly Sins, Wrath, which dealt true damage, and an offering skill that harvested 10% of a killed target's health for the Lord of Original Sin. The monarch realized that this offering skill would allow for continuous life harvesting, potentially stacking his own health to a terrifying degree, and thought it would be a shame to kill him. Despite his hesitation, he maintained his authoritative role and menacingly asked if Samael dared to question his decision. The monarch decided to play the part of a boss for the time being, while Samael proclaimed he would not even furrow his brow at the command of death but expressed that his anger had nowhere to go, as he who had never been defeated was being dismissed. He slammed his fist into the ground, causing it to crack. And the monarch sensed the nature of wrath, a rage without any intention of resistance. The monarch explained that granting death was not a punishment, but something he had considered for a specific reason. He ordered Samael to return to the deepest darkness and offer his power, promising him an extraordinarily grand return in the future. Samael understood and thanked his master for the explanation, willingly embracing death and dedicating himself to darkness until he was summoned again. The monarch raised a massive, jagged dark sword infused with red energy and declared it was very well. He then plunged the sword down, and Samael was engulfed in a swirl of dark energy, his essence being absorbed into an orange orb. The monarch told Samael that death was not eternal and to wait in the darkness, noting that they were at level 100 of the demon abyss. Samael's fading consciousness acknowledged the profound power of the supreme monarch and vowed to follow his will. In another part of the abyss, a large reptilian monster wondered what had happened, as Samael had died without any challenger appearing since his own revival. He then considered the possibility that the supreme monarch had personally granted Samael's death. A system notification appeared for the monarch Su Yang, confirming he had killed Samael, the king of original sin, and gained 13.4 billion experience points, leveling him up to level 100 and converting the 7.8 billion overflow experience into reserves. Su Yang was impressed by the experience from a demigod-tier boss, but lamented the 40% overflow loss of over 5 billion points. However, he knew the remaining reserves were enough for a significant level up after his 5th job change, finding the effortless leveling even better than when he defeated the Black Dragon, and he checked his new status as a level 100 Secret Spirit Warrior. He then turned his attention to the main event, the items Samael had dropped, which erupted from a purple orb of light. The drops included the flesh of the King of Original Sin, which permanently increased max health by 10 million, the Broken Heart, which increased strength by 10,000 points, the Demon Horn, a powerful forging material for artifacts, and the Demon Source, granting immunity to demonic power erosion for 400 layers. Su Yang was stunned by the outrageous stat boosts, noting that the 10 million health and 10,000 strength were insane compared to his current base stats of 53, 175 health and 127 strength. He realized that with such a terrifying health bar, he would embody a boss template himself, even without connecting to one. The strength increase, combined with percentage boosts from job changes in the heart of the Dragon Slayer, would allow him to easily crush even 5th and 6th job changers. He scoffed at the black flame wings, believing he could now tear it apart barehanded since it didn't have as much health as he would now possess. He pondered the other 2 items, noting one was an artifact forging material, and the other related to the Demon Abyss. Su Yang recalled Tang Jian mentioning that Demon Abyss monsters were similar to the Crimson Witherin, which caused crimson infection, so he deduced that fighting demons would lead to erosion by demonic power. He speculated that if the demon abyss was like the blood moon, a supreme being similar to the king of original sin might exist there as well. He further mused that if a supreme monarch of the abyss existed, it might be stronger than the king of original sin, since job changers could be resurrected after dying in the abyss but not after being killed by the Crimson Witherin. He dismissed these thoughts as things to consider later, focusing his goal on achieving the first kill of the king of original sin and reaching the divine tier. He then proceeded to check the equipment that had dropped. It was a demigod artifact. The armor of the Wrathful King, which had a special restriction requiring the wearer to be a destroyer and to have killed a vast number of high-tier demons. The armor's attributes included a 2 million health boost, 5,000 strength, and 5,000 physical resistance, along with powerful passive and active traits for increasing attributes in battle and a berserker mode that sacrificed health for a massive power boost. Su Yang was impressed by the incredible attributes and overpowered effects, but was disappointed that it was only one piece and that his inverse sin weapons hadn't dropped. As he was about to disconnect, feeling that he couldn't be lucky every time a system notification appeared, the system informed him that there was still unconfirmed special dropped equipment and asked if he still wished to disconnect. Surprised by the special drops setting which hadn't existed before, he wondered what it could be and selected no, causing a new item screen to appear. A massive fiery warhammer materialized before him. It was the artifact Inverse Sin Punishment of Wrath. The item was a unique limited soulbound artifact that couldn't be dropped, traded, or gifted, and it was described as the judgment weapon for reversing sins and slaying kings, requiring demigod tier and 50,000 strength to wield. Its attributes included a 20,000 strength boost and 60% toughness reduction, and its traits converted all damage to true damage, applied a 10% all-attribute debuff, and would return to the void after killing the king of original sin, granting the soul binder a permanent authority. Su Yang finally understood that the Inverse Sin series of weapons was essential for defeating the divine tier king of original sin, as even a powerful 9th job changer like Tang Jian was too weak to face it directly. With these weapons, however, each one could debuff the king by 10% and strip its authority, meaning 7 weapons could apply a 70% debuff, making it possible to defeat the boss at only 30% of its strength. Suddenly, a portal opened behind him and he heard a voice. A female servant with dark wings and horns emerged, asking the Supreme Monarch to allow her to return to the depths of the abyss to bring him some news. She immediately fell to her knees, looking flustered, before Su Yang could react. The servant Pride begged her king to forgive her transgression of returning to the abyss without permission while he was in slumber. She materialized a whip of dark energy and offered herself up for punishment before delivering her report. Su Yang, confused about what was happening, wondered if this prideful king was some kind of masochist. Deciding to play his role as the supreme sovereign, he declared that punishment must be administered for the overstepping of servants. He struck her with the whip and she cried out, then asked him to punish her more fiercely and forcefully. He obliged, striking her again and stating it was for both her overstepping and her arrogance. He then asserted that the decision to punish was his alone. The servant, Pride, apologized for her rudeness and agreed to be questioned. She reported that while he was in slumber, petty humans had dared to peek into the depths of the abyss, and she believed the only one capable of such an act was the human's holy high priest. Su Yang realized this must have happened after he disconnected, which coincided with the Transmutation Temple's world announcement declaring him a world-class boss. He was impressed that this priest could directly peer into the deepest part of the abyss, a feat beyond even 9th-turn powerhouses like Tang Jian, indicating the priest's strength was formidable, possibly even at the divine tier. He understood the situation and ordered his servant to return to her post, which she did obediently. Pride, while departing, mused that Samuel's death must have been granted by the king, as morals couldn't have advanced so quickly, and she declared that she would willingly die for her dear king. Alone again, Su Yang reflected on the existence of hidden powerhouses in the Transmutation Temple, which explained their stable authority. He decided these matters were unrelated to him for now and focused on his next goal, completing the 5th transmutation task to advance to the legendary stage. The scene shifted to the Eagle Beauty Federation's new Silver Lake Dragon Nest, where a cloaked man expressed frustration that he couldn't subdue the dragons despite following Su Yang's method. He had tried 3 dragon secret realms already and was nearly done with all of them in the Federation. As he lamented, a world announcement appeared, declaring that the first weapon of the Reverse Sin series had been obtained, marking progress at 1/7 for the world-class boss subjugation. The man was shocked and enraged, questioning who would dare disregard the rules set by the temple. He reasoned that defeating a king of original sin in a single day was not something just anyone could do and wondered if it was Tang Jian. He declared that anyone who disobeyed the rules was disrespecting his dear High Priest Euphemia, and he would make them pay the price. In Sakura Country, Kyoto, Lord Tokugawa was meeting with the head of the Asuhi family, Asuhi Sanakairo. Lord Tokugawa stated that they in Sakura Country could not fall behind, as a genius had already subdued the Black Dragon. He asked how confident Sanakairo's daughter was in subduing her own dragon. Asuhi Sanakairo responded that their negotiations with Longxia were ongoing, and his daughter was promised a chance to subdue a red dragon, which was far less dangerous than the Black Dragon, giving her at least a 70% chance of success. Lord Tokugawa was pleased and moved on to discuss the Demon Abyss, stating that they had the opportunity to be the first to challenge the king of original sin and must secure it. At that moment, the world announcement about the reverse sin weapon appeared, shocking everyone in the room. The leaders were confused and angry, wondering how this happened when they had an agreement to be first, and they were amazed at the luck of whoever got the weapon. They questioned who could have such audacity, speculating it might be the Eagle Beauty Federation, as few countries could complete the strategy in a single day and would dare violate the temple's rules. The shogunate leader declared they were going to the holy city for an explanation. At the holy city, a winged attendant informed the high priest that leaders and executives from various countries and SSS-level guilds were heading there because of the announcement. The high priest, a woman with large white wings named Euphemia, ordered the barrier to be shut down to let them in. She reflected that since the game era began, the Transmutation Temple had quelled disputes and restored world order, and an incident of betrayal like this hadn't occurred for a long time. She worried that this could lead to renewed conflict and weaken the power of transmuters during a time of crisis. At the round table meeting, the leader from Sakura country addressed High Priest Euphemia, stating that they had reached a consensus under her leadership for Sakura country to be the first to challenge the king. He angrily declared that this opportunity had been stolen by a despicable person, robbing them of a divine artifact. He demanded that the meeting identify the thief and compel them to return the artifact, pleading for justice. Euphemia addressed the assembly, confirming that someone had violated their rules by unlawfully killing the king and stealing the artifact, which was a provocation to all nations and a challenge to the temple itself. However, she announced that the merciful god was willing to give the sinner a chance for redemption. She swore in the name of the statue that if the culprit admitted their mistake and returned the artifact, the temple and all other nations would forego any pursuit of responsibility against them. When no one came forward, she declared that she must fulfill her own duties. A massive burst of golden light erupted from her staff, illuminating the entire hall. She stated that in the holy hall, under the shining light and the guidance of the statue, the falsehoods of the deceiver would be exposed. She warned that if anyone lied, the holy light would vanish before them and no one could escape the statue's gaze. The leaders in attendance were blinded by the intense light but noted that no light had disappeared anywhere. It seemed no one was lying, leading them to wonder if the culprit was too scared to show up. Tang Jian then spoke up, pointing out that there was still one person who hadn't undergone the polygraph test. He directed his question to High Priest Euphemia herself. Euphemia acknowledged her oversight in not including herself and stated it was natural for suspicion to fall on her. She then flared her power again, subjecting herself to the holy light's test. Her light remained bright, and she asked if everyone was satisfied now. The cloakman from the Eagle Beauty Federation apologized for their disrespect, stating they always believed in her and knew her strength meant she would never stoop to such petty actions. He then pointed out that if the spell was working correctly, it meant no one present was lying, so the question remained, who killed the king? He concluded that the person must be extremely powerful to have evaded everyone's notice. Another leader suggested that not all high-level combatants were present and that it could be one of the absent demigod-level experts. While possible, there was no evidence. Euphemia clarified that her spell was not merely a lie detector. It would have also detected anyone who had simply informed the killer, branding it as an act of betrayal, yet no one had done that either. The leaders were left confused, wondering who this mysterious person could be. Euphemia concluded that the incident was strange, but since it was already done, they could only observe what happened next. She noted that the king of gluttony had been defeated again, and the next king was on the 200th layer of the abyss. She asked Lord Tokugawa if Sakura country could continue with the subsequent challenge. Lord Tokugawa replied that while they wanted to, their strength was insufficient to reach a king beyond the 100th layer. Euphemia then announced that, according to the order of the draw, the Eagle Union would take over Sakura country's task, and the temple would provide compensation to Sakura country for their loss. The representative from Sakura country reluctantly agreed. Euphemia then made a final announcement. Starting today, all entrances to the Demon Abyss would be guarded by Holy City troops to control access and prevent such incidents from happening again. And she adjourned the meeting. Back in his room, Su Yang, having observed the proceedings, was glad his name wasn't mentioned in the world announcement, as it would have led to endless harassment. He realized the incident had raised the alert of high-level figures everywhere, so he would need to be more cautious in the future. He resolved that he absolutely could not let anyone know he possessed the original sin weapon, as it would bring him nothing but trouble. His AI companion mused that his leveling speed was too fast and that he definitely had something strange going on. Su Yang agreed with this unspoken assessment, realizing he needed to slow down his class change. Going for the 5th transition task just a day after the 4th would raise too many questions, especially after the high-profile capture of the giant dragon. He needed a way to solve this dilemma without just waiting around. As he pondered, his maid Lilith greeted him doing laundry by hand. He asked why she wasn't using the washing machine, and she explained that she preferred hand washing because she could clean stubborn stains better, and it made her happy to see everyone in clean clothes. Her words gave him an idea. Just as gangsters launder money, perhaps he could launder his black experience by grinding in a place where his gains couldn't be easily verified. He considered the Dragon Spirit Secret Realm and the Demon Abyss. The Abyss had too many people, making it risky, but the Dragon Spirit Secret Realm was undeveloped and required a giant dragon to enter. Since only he and a genius from the Eagle Union could currently enter, Claiming he gained a lot of experience there would be hard for others to doubt. He decided to minimize the number of people who could enter the realm by transforming into a giant dragon hunter and eliminating all existing giant dragons ahead of time. He asked his AI, Bai Ling, to check for information on existing giant dragon secret realms in Longxia. She reported 2 starry radiance tier realms, the Silver Dragon in Jiu City and the Red Dragon in Anling City. He told her to make a reservation for the Silver Dragon realm, but she informed him that the top 50 reservations were all from the Tianji Pavilion. Su Yang immediately suspected this was Luo Ling's doing, as she would surely try to capture another dragon after failing with the black one. He asked Bai Ling if his temple VIP status gave him absolute priority, which she confirmed. Unless a higher tier 5-star class changer made a reservation, no one could take precedence, though she cautioned it might affect his relationship with the Tianji Pavilion. He scoffed at the idea of fearing the Tianji Pavilion, confident that his status as the tamer of the Black Dragon and an honorary member of the Global Beast Master Association made him untouchable. He then decided to use his new items, consuming both Samael's flesh and Shattered Heart. With his new power, boasting over 10 million HP and nearly 30,000 strength, he felt that unless the Tianji Pavilion sent a 7-star class changer, he wouldn't mind taking out a few careless people along with slaying dragons. He wondered how to eat the items and briefly considered cooking them before deciding to just eat the raw blood and guts. He consumed them, and a massive surge of golden energy erupted from his body, blowing out the window. Lilith, startled by the noise, rushed to check on him. She found him shirtless, his body radiating power, and was flustered by the sight. Su Yang was in awe of his own power, feeling that with tens of millions of health and nearly 30,000 strength, he could withstand any attack and cause a landslide with a finger's motion, as confirmed by his updated stat screen. Feeling the addictive thrill of his explosive power increase, he decided to head out to hunt monsters and also check on Lilith. He found her room, knocked, and entered, only to find her having just gotten out of the shower, wrapped only in a towel. He was flustered by the sight, thinking it was too stimulating for a teenager, and quickly apologized and made his exit. Lilith, initially embarrassed, watched him leave and mused that the brave one was so innocent, a stark contrast to the people in the royal court she was used to. At the Tianji Pavilion in Jiu City, a girl named Tang Si was furious to learn that someone had cut in line and taken her reservation for the secret realm. Her subordinate explained that it was a special reservation from a temple VIP, but they didn't know who it was. Tang Si immediately suspected it was Su Yang again and couldn't believe the coincidence. Knowing she couldn't compete with him after he tamed the Black Dragon, she decided to ask her teacher for help. She contacted her teacher, explained the situation, and asked if he could talk to Su Yang and ask him to let her have the Silver Dragon's secret realm. The teacher replied almost instantly, stating that the guy didn't agree. Tang Si was shocked he would refuse a giant in the Global Beastmaster Association, but her teacher explained that Su Yang was very popular right now and that even the war god Tang Jian was looking favorably upon him, so she'd better not provoke him. The mention of the war god stunned Tang Si, making her realize just how outrageously talented Su Yang must be. Defeated, she told her subordinates to leave. Su Yang arrived at the now empty secret realm, glad that the people from the Tianji Pavilion were perceptive enough to have left. He faced the final boss, a level 106 starry tier radiant silver dragon, which he noted didn't even have a unique name or special bloodline. The dragon unleashed its silver breath attack. Su Yang stood his ground, casually swatting the massive energy beam aside and telling the beast not to make a move. He decided this was a rare opportunity to use a decent punching bag to test his new strength. The dragon then summoned a granite rain attack, but Su Yang easily dodged the falling rocks, calling it too slow. He appeared before the dragon and shattered its attack with a single punch, remarking that the stance was impressive but just for show. The dragon's physical attack barely scratched him, only dealing 1,000 damage, demonstrating the heaven-defying resilience of his massive health pool. He caught the dragon's head during its next attack and with his 27,000 strength easily cracked its skull, declaring that a dragon in his hand was no different than a chicken. He then hurled the massive beast into the air, jumped after it, and slammed it back down into the ground with a powerful blow, killing it instantly. His unique greatsword Devour Athos triggered its effect, plundering 10% of the silver dragon's attributes, mostly its spirit stat. He mused about the cumulative effect and wondered if killing other types of dragons would create different marks on the blade. He then summoned his black dragon, Athos, to feast on the corpse. As the dragon ate, Su Yang reflected that leveling up felt wasteful now after the huge burst from Wrath, and the equipment drops were meaningless except for selling. He was pleased to see that even Athos's attributes had increased by about 10% and wished he could devour attributes himself. This gave him an idea. The royal offering traits of gluttony and wrath allowed them to plunder attributes and health for him. If he could summon them from the abyss into the real world, they could actively farm offerings for him, allowing him to grow stronger continuously. He envisioned becoming the key figure who could solo world-class bosses and usher in the next expansion by collecting all 7 reverse sin weapons and using his sin kings to plunder resources. He quickly dismissed the daydream, realizing the practical problems of how to bring the kings out of the abyss and how to prevent top-tier experts from killing them before they could accumulate enough power. Deciding to think about it later, he prepared to head to the next dragon's secret realm. Just then, a world announcement declared that Asuhi Makiko had subdued the red dragon. In a different location, a young woman in white named Asuhi Makiko celebrated her victory, with her retainers praising her for securing a dragon for Sakura Nation. She thought it was a shame she couldn't meet the guy who subdued the black dragon, but was happy she would have chances to interact with him in the future since he joined the association. The news, however, reached Liu Ling, who was devastated that both Su Yang and now Asuhi Makiko had beaten her to obtaining a dragon. She saw the chatter in the Titan chat group, with everyone congratulating Makiko, and felt worthless. Su Yang, seeing the same news, realized that Makiko's success changed everything, adding another competitor for the Dragon Spirit Secret Realm. With only a few days left before the realm reopened, he knew he couldn't afford to be idle. He recalled the announcement about the establishment of the Demon Abyss Crusade Army, realizing they had grown wary after Wrath's defeat. He knew they would soon launch an assault and that the loser Beelzebub wouldn't be able to stop them. He apologized to the Gluttony King, declaring that before anyone else could kill him, he would claim his death as his next offering. A grotesque tree-like monster howled in the dead of night, complaining of boredom because no one had come to challenge it yet. This creature, Beelzebub, thought it might be for the best because if the terrifying lunatic from last time appeared, it wouldn't stand a chance. Suddenly, a powerful voice echoed through the darkness, calling for Gluttony to heed its call and return to the depths. Beelzebub recognized the voice as the summoning of its lord. It recalled that not long ago, another king of sin, Samuel, was summoned and granted death, and now it wondered if this was its turn. The monster reasoned that its life was given by the Lord anyway, so receiving death from its master was naturally better than being killed by the detestable humans it so despised. A towering red demonic figure with glowing eyes manifested before the creature, and Beelzebub announced itself as the Lord's loyal servant answering his call. The Lord, who held authority over Gluttony, declared that he was summoning Beelzebub to death and asked if the creature objected to offering its life once more. Beelzebub replied that it would not dare object, as its life was granted by the Lord and it had no complaints if he wished to take it back. The Lord commended such commendable loyalty and prepared to act. With a powerful command, thorny, glowing vines erupted from the ground and bound Beelzebub tightly as the Lord began to absorb its essence, causing the monster to scream in agony. A system notification confirmed that the king of original sin, Gluttony, Beelzebub, had been slain, granting the victor 3.7 billion experience points with an additional 2.22 billion stored due to overflow. From the defeated boss, a horde of valuable items dropped, including its flesh, which granted a permanent increase of 5 million HP and 2.000 to all base attributes. Other drops included an active shell that could bind and imprison targets below the solar tier, a demonic core that granted immunity to corruption, and demonic horns that could be used by legendary smiths to craft divine artifacts. The Lord mused that he had thought Beelzebub, not yet fully evolved, would drop less valuable items compared to the demigod rank Samuel, but he was surprised to see there wasn't much of a difference in their high value. However, this was not the most important thing, as he believed his luck was simply too good to be explained by a mere blessing from the goddess of luck. It was as if he had kidnapped her to be his wife. He then noticed a special treasure box among the drops and decided to see what it contained, opening it with a powerful burst of energy. Inside was a divine artifact, a massive, ornate weapon named Sin Reversal, Gluttony's Punishment. The item's description revealed it was a unique, limited divine artifact dropped after slaying Beelzebub, part of a series of weapons designed to reverse sin and slay kings. It was bound to the soul of its slayer, could not be traded or dropped, and granted a 50% HP boost, increased elemental resistances and tenacity. But it had a steep equipment restriction, requiring the user to be of the demigod tier. Its abilities included Sin, Gluttony, which allowed the wielder to devour 2% of a slain target's attributes, and Sin Reversal, which stripped the authority of Gluttony from other sinful lords, reducing their attributes. The Lord recognized it was part of the same series as Wrath's Punishment, noting its similar abilities and the divine power it granted through devouring enemy attributes. Unfortunately, he could not equip it yet as he had not reached the demigod tier, and he was wary of leveling up too quickly as it would arouse suspicion since job transfers through the statue's left records. He wished there were a way to disrupt the transfer shrine, and as this thought crossed his mind, the scene shifted to the magnificent holy city. Within the city, it was observed that although the identity of the person who stole the first Sin Reversal artifact remained a mystery, no major conflicts had occurred between nations. It was hoped that if subsequent actions followed the Round Table's resolutions, with each nation taking turns to challenge the kings of original sins, this stability would persist. Every nation had already stationed guards at their respective demon abyss entrances, allowing only authorized expedition teams to enter, which was meant to prevent incidents like the one that had just occurred. A blonde, winged high priestess prayed to a grand statue, pleading for it to hear her. A global status panel appeared before her, showing that the current Red Moon corruption rate had reached 14% and that there were still no players who had reached the deity advancement stage. The priestess worried deeply, knowing that no one had yet managed to complete a 5-star class change beyond the 8th tier. If the corruption rate were to reach 50% before any deity-level players emerged, the main theme of the world would become one of despair when the new expansion pack arrived. As she wished for a hero to break the stalemate, a world announcement suddenly blared, informing all players that the second Sin Reversal weapon had been acquired, advancing the world BOSS Chinese letter progress to 2 out of 7. Shocked, the priestess immediately ordered all squads stationed at the demon abyss to report any unusual activity. The reports came back one by one, all stating that there were no abnormalities, leading her to conclude that the problem must lie within the demon abyss itself. She wondered if this event was related to the mysterious figure she had seen last time. Her thoughts were interrupted by messages from other world leaders. Tokugawa demanded to know if the United Federal States had made an early move, while Augustin dismissed the idea, saying he was busy drinking. Katarina and Tang Jian expressed their suspicions, hoping the high priest could provide a satisfactory explanation. The priestess calmly told them they were free to have their doubts but should maintain basic reasoning, stating that the transfer temple had never intervened in any competition and that she herself had never left the holy city. She pointed out that if the temple truly intended to interfere, it would not have done so covertly, a point the others conceded was true. Although she trusted the high priest in her heart, she couldn't figure out the mystery, having ruled out all other possibilities. She then proposed that the only way to unravel the truth was to venture into the deepest depths of the demon abyss. She suggested abandoning their initial decision and immediately forming a united raid team composed of the strongest members from each guild to begin an abyss raid, a proposal that was met with swift agreement. The priestess declared that they must assemble the team at once, as they absolutely could not let another reverse sin artifact fall into the hands of thieves. Meanwhile, the Red Demon Lord anticipated this exact outcome, knowing the world announcement would force the Abyss Raiders to take the threat seriously and charge in as early as the next day. He then laid out his plan to disrupt their progress. He explained that the Demon Abyss has 700 floors, with a King of Sin appearing every 100 floors, since he had already dealt with gluttony and wrath, and lust and greed had not yet revived. The Raiders could theoretically push straight to the 500th floor. But he, being the greatest disruption to the system, decided to place the strongest King of Sin, Pride, also known as Lucifer, directly in Gluttony's former domain on the 100th floor. He was confident that with Lucifer guarding it, no one would be able to clear the 100th floor. Sometime later, a group of powerful players gathered at the entrance to the abyss, having finally returned. One of them, a mage, stated they were ready to set out anytime, while a warrior eagerly declared he had been itching for a fight for ages. A red-haired woman announced that the first 200 floors had already fallen, and that this time they could not let the third reverse sin weapon fall into anyone else's hands. She then asked who wanted to take the lead against the floor 300 boss, as everyone present was a top-tier player. The red-haired woman said she would take the shot, as she was always beaten to the punch by the big shots and had never had a chance to face the abyssal bosses herself. A knight in shining armor, a Radiant Sun Templar from the Knights Sanctuary Guild, stepped forward and accepted the challenge, ready to show what he's got. With a rallying cry, the team charged into the abyss, determined to break through all barriers. They fought their way down until they were almost at the 100th floor, the former domain of Gluttony. Believing there were no guard bosses left, they decided to charge through in one go. However, as they arrived, a seductive female demon with red eyes greeted them, saying they had finally arrived. The team was put on high alert as they detected enemy units ahead, confused as to why there were more enemies when the Gluttony King was supposed to be dead. The demoness addressed them as foolish ants who dared to step into her lord's domain and asked if they were prepared to face death. The Radiant Sun Templar Mike was not intimidated and sarcastically asked if the boss had gotten a makeover with a female skin. He was warned not to act recklessly, but he charged forward anyway. Before the team could react, a system message appeared announcing that their teammate Mike had been killed by boss Lucifer. The party was stunned that an 8th-ranked Templar Knight had been instantly killed in a single strike and wondered what level this new boss was. The muscular woman tried to use her high-rank insight skill, but it was completely ineffective, and those with weaker power even fainted from the attempt. Another member of the party decided to use a forbidden spell called Record of True Delight to inspect the target's information regardless of the level disparity. The spell revealed the boss's true identity: the King of Original Sin, Pride, Lucifer, a divine rank entity at level 400 with absurdly high attributes in strength, spirit, and speed. The player was shocked to discover they were facing a divine rank boss, noting her stats were almost on par with those of a Sin Lord, even in her current weakened state, which was an abnormal status that could not be dispelled. He couldn't imagine how powerful she would be at full strength. The spell then revealed her talent abilities, Pride, which made her immune to all damage from any existence she deemed a weaker being, defined as any entity with lower total base stats. The only way to bypass this immunity was to first successfully kill a King of Original Sin, which would earn Lucifer's recognition. Her second ability, Offering of the King of Pride, allowed her to mark the soul of anyone she killed, which she could then use to issue one unconditional command. The Demon Lord, observing this from afar, was ecstatic at how overpowered this was, realizing that it effectively made Lucifer invincible to the entire raid team. He eagerly anticipated the glorious scene when top-tier players like Tang Jian and Augustin would be defeated and fall under his control. He then gave his order to Lucifer, commanding her to take Beelzebub's place and guard the 100th floor to let the arrogant fools learn what true strength is, an order which his loyal servant happily obeyed. Back in the abyss, the remaining members of the raid team coordinated a massive simultaneous assault, unleashing their ultimate skills like Frost Howl, Elemental Chimera, and Ultimate Tyrant Mode. The combined attacks converged on Lucifer, creating a colossal explosion of fire, ice, and pure energy that shook the entire floor. After the dust settled from the cataclysmic blast, the survivors stared at the epicenter, anxiously wondering if they had managed to do it. Their hopes were shattered when Lucifer emerged from the smoke completely unscathed, her health still at 100%. With a single effortless blow, she sent the leaders of the raid flying, questioning why the weak even bother to fight when death is their only destiny. The raiders were in utter despair, realizing their combined full-strength attack didn't even scratch her. As they prepared their defenses, knowing the boss was preparing a big move, Lucifer raised her hand to the sky. She declared that her Lord Sovereign was being offered a glorious feast, and with the words sin of pride, she unleashed a devastating beam of purple energy upon the terrified players. A massive explosion engulfed the area as she proclaimed that the weak shall perish, and the entire raid team screamed in agony as they were obliterated. In the aftermath, only 3 of the raiders survived the onslaught, the rest having been wiped out instantly. One of the survivors, a burly man, realized the horrifying truth. The 3 of them had only survived because they had previously delivered the final blow to a king of original sin, meaning this was the boss's mechanic. But even with this knowledge, he knew the overwhelming power gap made the fight unwinnable. Lucifer, standing tall amidst the destruction, reported to her sovereign that she had not failed her mission. The defeated players respawned outside the abyss, completely demoralized and confused about what had just happened. They lamented that apart from the 3 great ones, everyone else was annihilated instantly, as if they were no better than dogs on the side of the road. They questioned why such a strong god-level boss would appear on the 100th floor and how they could possibly defeat it. The atmosphere was heavy with gloom, as they knew that with their current strength, they had no chance of winning the dungeon. This meant they couldn't get the Sin weapons, couldn't kill the original Sin Lord, and couldn't enter the new expansion pack, trapping them in a vicious, unwinnable cycle. One of the leaders declared that this was truly the darkest moment in the entire world, as the King of Arrogance was terrifying beyond measure. However, the Demon Lord, who was listening to their thoughts through the soul imprints left by Lucifer, corrected him in his mind. He stated that while it was the darkest moment, they were wrong about one thing. The one who would eventually advance on the steps of ascension to divinity would be him, not them. He found Lucifer's King's offering ability incredibly convenient, as it allowed him to not only issue commands but also feel the position, state, and even thoughts of the marked individuals, a feature far better than a full map view. Amidst the overwhelming negativity, he detected one positive emotion from a man named Atar Hazen, a miracle priest from the nation of Shiva, who seemed extremely joyful despite the crushing defeat. The Lord pondered this, recalling that Shiva was a nation with a rigid caste system that polarized the strength of its professionals. Reading the priest's thoughts, the Lord discovered the reason for his joy. Atar was ecstatic that the elite professionals of the world had been significantly weakened, seeing it as an opportunity for Shiva to surpass other nations and become a superpower. His plan hinged on obtaining the legacy of the Ancient Devourer, a name the Lord recognized from the description of his own dragonbone sword. The item's text had mentioned that the black dragon Athos was a descendant of this Ancient Devourer. Through Atar's memories, the Lord learned that Atar's brother had found a stone tablet revealing that anyone entering the dragon catacombs could inherit the legacy of both the Ancient Devourer and an unknown hero who had once defeated it. This was a secret only the 2 brothers knew, and they planned to have their nephew Bijin enter the dragon spirit secret realm to claim this power while the rest of the world was preoccupied with the demon abyss. Atar also plotted to eliminate the other geniuses from rival nations who could enter the realm, as death within that dimension was permanent after a few respawns. The Lord silently mocked Atar, having overheard his entire treacherous plan, and decided that killing the 7th-rank beast trainer Bijin wouldn't take much effort. He then turned his attention back to Lucifer, summoning her to him. She appeared instantly, asking if her actions had pleased her master. The Lord praised her for wiping out all the enemies and doing an excellent job, deciding to reward her for her service. He then unleashed a stream of red energy, his main essence, and injected it directly into her, declaring it a gift she had no right to refuse. Lucifer cried out as the power flowed into her, describing the feeling as good and refreshing, her body overflowing with her Lord's power. She shamelessly asked for more, but he told her to wait until she had achieved another great feat and dismissed her. The Lord found it tiring to roleplay in front of a god-level boss like her, but was impressed by the sheer terrifying power of his own essence. Suddenly, his attention was drawn by a brilliant light, and he was surprised to see the high priestess of the holy temple, Euphemia, appear before him. Back in the Holy City, Euphemia had learned that the Resistance Army, composed of the strongest warriors on the continent, had been completely annihilated. Realizing the situation was extremely abnormal, she decided she could no longer remain a bystander. She implored the sacred statue to grant her the Eye of Insight so she could witness what was happening in the darkness. The statue blessed her, and her Eye of Insight evolved into its ultimate form, the Eye of Truth, capable of seeing everything in the world. Using this newfound power, she teleported directly into the demon abyss and came face to face with the demon lord, asking if he was the lord of the abyss. He acknowledged her and asked why she had come, fully aware that she had formed the resistance force that Lucifer had just eliminated. Euphemia noted that the last time she had used her Eye of Insight, he had appeared to be sleeping, and she hadn't expected him to awaken so soon, realizing this must be the cause of the recent changes in the abyss. The feeling he gave off was entirely different from her previous quick glance, much deeper and darker, a power that even her Eye of Truth could not penetrate. She concluded he was a being above the level of gods, and decided she needed to retreat and regroup with the resistance to devise a new plan. But as she tried to open a space-time rift to escape, the Lord scoffed at the idea that she could enter and leave his domain as she pleased. He unleashed his dark energy, sealing the rift and trapping her. He mused on what kind of equipment the strongest human high priestess would drop upon death, though he lamented that the experience points would likely be wasted again. Just as he prepared to strike, a brilliant golden light erupted from her body. It was the power of the temple forcibly summoning her back, a failsafe that saved her from a dire fate. She reappeared in the holy city, exhausted and shaken, greeted by another temple priestess named Rhea. Euphemia assured her subordinate that she was fine, just exhausted. And after learning that the resistance force was regrouping, she retreated to her room to recover. Unbeknownst to her, a wisp of the Lord's dark energy had latched onto her and traveled back to the holy city, giving him a view of the sacred place. He was intrigued to learn that Euphemia was bound to the holy city and couldn't leave. Otherwise, with her power, she might have been able to rival Lucifer. He regretted the lost opportunity to kill and control her, but was surprised that his dark power could infiltrate the real world undetected, suggesting the power of the transformation statue wasn't as formidable as he thought. He wondered if he could use his dark power to corrupt the central sacred statue and alter its data to hide his rapid leveling speed. He attempted to do so, but the dark power was met with extremely strong resistance, completely isolating him from the statue, though it thankfully didn't trigger any alarms. Foiled in his primary goal, he decided to try controlling someone else instead and targeted the nearby priestess Rhea. His dark power invaded her body and mind, causing her to cry out as it eroded her being. Her form shifted and changed, and she was reborn as a beautiful demon priestess of the succubus race. The Lord was astonished. He knew his power could increase someone's strength, but he had no idea it could also cause them to fall and transform into a demon, changing their very race. As this happened, the Grand Transformation statue began to react to this unprecedented event. A global announcement was broadcast to all players, heralding a massive version update centered around alliances and factions. The announcement explained that the Lord of Sin had influenced a profession holder with his original power, resulting in the emergence of the first demon priestess and unlocking the new demon faction. From now on, players who were 100% corrupted by demonic power in the abyss would not lose their minds but would instead transform and join the demon faction. A new demon city and demon statue were unlocked, and a new global mission, Dominion, was issued to the demon faction: prevent the humans from killing the Lord of Sin before he recovers from his weakened state. The update established two opposing sides, with the completion of the global mission by either faction leading to different world paths. The human victory would load the stairway to the gods' content, while a demon victory would usher in their eternal night dominion, merging the demon abyss with reality. Players around the world reacted with a mix of shock and speculation. Some were repulsed by the idea of becoming a demon, while others acknowledged that many would do anything for power. Some argued that the human side still had the advantage with two sin weapons, so there was no need to join the demon camp. Meanwhile, guild leaders expressed grave concern, worried that the powerful half-gods who possessed the sin weapons might be tempted to switch sides, a scenario they considered the worst possible outcome. The Demon Lord observed all of this, realizing the update had created a perfect opportunity for him. With the human quest now hellishly difficult thanks to Lucifer, joining the demon camp would become an extremely tempting option for the world's strongest warriors. More importantly, he could now use the new demon statue for his own rank advancement, perfectly avoiding the Holy Temple's surveillance and solving his upgrade speed issue. He then asked the system what would happen if he, who would strip the Lord of Original Sin of his authority by collecting the sin weapons, was the one to kill him. The system revealed that the Lord of Original Sin was a special entity. Whoever held its authority and delivered the final blow would become the new Lord of Original Sin. Furthermore, the system would then find a higher-level boss to serve as a replacement for the host. The idea of a boss even higher level than the Lord of Original Sin was beyond his imagination. Back in the Holy City, his newly created demon priestess Rhea was discovered by temple guards. Just as they were about to seize her, the Lord's presence manifested, and she cried out to him. Euphemia herself intervened, unleashing a blinding flash of light. But the Lord and Rhea vanished without a trace. Euphemia ordered the guards to stand down, knowing the search was futile. She wondered if the Lord of Original Sin had traced her power to find her, realizing his strength far exceeded her expectations. The Lord and Rhea teleported to the newly created Demon City, a sprawling dark metropolis under a starry sky. Other corrupted players began to awaken there, shocked to find they had turned into demons. Though some found the experience quite amazing, the Lord ordered Rhea as the first demon priestess to maintain order amongst the noisy new converts. He recognized that these professionals had some strength, and controlling them with just one priestess might be difficult. He decided that just as the human realm had an invincible holy high priest, the demon temple must also have a powerful great demon priest. He decided it was time to meet another king of sin and summoned Envy. A beautiful, fox-eared demoness with long pink hair named Livia appeared, answering her supreme lord's summons. She was secretly thrilled, believing that the traitor Lucifer used to receive all the Lord's favor, but now it was finally her turn to perform well and make him forget the traitor. The Lord appointed her as the first great demon priestess, tasked with ruling over the demon priests and managing the demon temple, an order she accepted with a resounding yes. The newly converted demons immediately began constructing the foundations of their new city with surprising efficiency. The Lord was pleased, viewing it as a construction and cultivation game where all the human forces and infrastructure would eventually serve him. Livia began directing the workers, reminding them that the Great Lord had granted them new lives and they must dedicate themselves to serving him. Rhea complimented Livia on her immediate effectiveness, and Livia asserted her authority, telling Rhea she should learn from her example in taking care of the new converts. Livia was inwardly ecstatic about her important new mission, vowing to take good care of the Lord while Lucifer was stuck guarding the gate on the 100th floor. A system notification then informed her that as the great demon priestess, she would soon gain knowledge of the Red Moon, and was tasked with helping her lord resist its invasion of their world. A red-haired woman named Livia stared up at a strange red moon that had suddenly appeared in the sky, wondering what it was since she had never seen it before. She turned to her demonic gargoyle-like servant and asked if he could see what it was, but he apologized, saying he could not see anything at all. When she clarified she meant the red moon, her servant recalled hearing that those who completed the five-fold promotion quest had a chance of encountering, though he was not sure if the rumor was true. Livia wondered if the phenomenon was coming from a nearby demon statue and concluded she needed to ask her lord for answers. She attempted to contact her great lord, requesting an audience as his faithful servant, but there was no response. Her companion explained that their lord sometimes fell into a deep slumber and would not wake no matter how much they called. A truly puzzling behavior that left Livia to wonder when he would fully regain his strength and lead them in a counterattack against the human realm. Meanwhile, in the holy city, a gloomy meeting was underway, presided over by a winged high priestess. She thanked the assembled leaders for attending on short notice, apologizing for summoning them repeatedly due to recent special circumstances. One of the attendees, a man in a blue robe, told her to dispense with formalities, as they all knew the reason for the summons and should get straight to the point. The priestess agreed to be brief and stated that the focus of their discussion was the recent world version update, which included the transformation of the demon camp and the opening of the gate of the demon realm. She began by expressing her hope that no one present would choose to join the demon camp, as it would be a catastrophic betrayal of humanity. A man with blue hair admitted that her words were true, but confessed that for a moment he had almost wavered, while another man agreed, citing the seemingly insurmountable power of Lucifer and the terrifying Lord of Original Sin behind her, making their mission feel impossible and joining the enemy seem like a better option. A knight clad in skull-like armor commented that the previous battle had left deep scars on everyone, and the timing of the version update felt like a demonic temptation targeting the weaknesses in people's hearts. Another leader pointed out that there was no need for such pessimism because they still had the option of forming an alliance, which was the main reason for the continued stability of their people, without which chaos would have already erupted. The High Priestess agreed, explaining that this was the path forward. The entrance to the demon realm had always been one way, preventing humans from entering without permission, but if they could complete the alliance quest, they could open the entrance and gain a significant advantage. A man in orange armor then spoke up, stating that to complete the mission they first had to get past Lucifer, a god-level enemy they could not handle on their own. He suggested they ask for help from the Kingdom of Elves, which possessed powerful god-level warriors. Another leader became impassioned, declaring that Lucifer was the strongest of the kings of sin, and defeating her would mean they could defeat all the others. He also reasoned that when they gathered the 5 anti-sin weapons, the mysterious person who possessed 2 of them would surely cooperate, as their goals of killing the Lord of Original Sin were aligned. The other leaders voiced their agreement with this plan. The man in orange armor then stressed the need to establish contact with the elves as soon as possible, as time was of the essence and they could not afford to wait while others might be considering switching to the demon camp. The High Priestess then revealed that she had anticipated this and had already made an appointment with the Kingdom of Elves in advance, which impressed the other leaders. Soon after, a portal opened, and an elf with long blonde hair and antlers emerged, his status card identifying him as Alan Lawrence, a level 160 court magician. Alan Lawrence arrogantly introduced himself as the eldest son of the distinguished Lawrence family, hoping the human friends would remember him well. One of the human leaders muttered about his arrogance, boasting at only level 160, but his companion warned him to lower his voice, as the Lawrence family was one of the great families in the Kingdom of Elves, and offending them would be unwise. The High Priestess formally greeted the noble Prince Lawrence, thanking the Kingdom of Elves for responding to their request and asking about the Queen's opinion. Alan identified her as the High Priest of the Human Temple and commented that she was a precious gem, as they say, before unrolling a scroll to read the Queen's decree. He announced that the Kingdom of Elves was willing to assist humanity in killing the Lord of Original Sin, but under several conditions. First, only elves would be allowed to participate in the Dragon's Spirit Secret Realm. Second, the humans must find the elf princess Lilith and return her to the kingdom. And third, the Job Change Temple must give 60% of its harvested red moon crystal cores to the elf temple. The human leaders reacted with immediate outrage, calling the demands rude and outrageous. The High Priestess herself was visibly shocked by the terms. A red-haired woman demanded to know who he thought he was to prevent them from entering the secret realm, while another man told him to find his own people, questioning if their vast magical abilities weren't enough to locate someone. One man even threatened to join the demon temple and return to kill the rude elf. A masked man declared that the Shiva kingdom would not agree to letting the elves monopolize the treasures of the dragon spirit secret realm, stating that the inheritance of the ancient devourer must not fall into the hands of others. The high priestess raised her spear, calling for calm among the furious leaders. Alan then addressed the priestess, commenting on the disappointing moral standards of humans, and she responded by stating that while the career change temple had no objections to the second and third conditions, the first one concerned the core interests of various nations' guilds, and she kindly asked him to reconsider. Alan condescendingly replied that entering the secret realm required taming dragons and questioned how many of their nations were even qualified. The priestess informed him that Longzia, the Eagle Federation, Sakura Kingdom, and Shiva Kingdom all had dragon tamers, and the relevant information had been sent to him. Alan then altered his conditions slightly. He said others could enter, but the person who tamed the black dragon was forbidden and must be brought to the Kingdom of Elves. He then slammed the table with a magical blast, punctuating his demand. The warrior from Longzia Tang asked why this request seemed to be targeting his nation Longzia. Alan coolly replied that he was mistaken, as the Kingdom of Elves had no need to target any human nation. They were all equal in his eyes, and he was not obliged to give a reason, leaving them to decide whether to agree or not. The leader of the Sakura Kingdom then turned to Warrior Tang, suggesting that while they didn't know the reason, the elves must have won, and he invoked a saying from Longzia about facilitating others' success, asking if the small sacrifice wasn't worth gaining a powerful ally. The leader from Shiva Kingdom added his voice, telling Warrior Tang that this concerned the fate of all humanity and that Longzia must make some sacrifices, framing the demand as a request from their allies, not an attack. Alan delivered the final threat, stating that if their behavior ultimately caused the failure to defeat the world leader and forced everyone to join the demon camp, Longzia would be guilty of betraying all of humanity. A woman from the Eagle Federation remarked that he had the face of a despicable person and his talk was exaggerated. At this, Warrior Tang stood up from the table. The man from Sakura Kingdom asked him why he was looking at him that way, claiming there was nothing on his face, just before Tang delivered a powerful punch, sending him flying. The punch landed with tremendous force, shattering the man's illusions of superiority. Enraged, Warrior Tang declared that scum like him had no right to tell Longzia what it must do. The priestess looked on as Tang stated that although they did not know the elves' reasons, since it concerned humanity's fate, Longzia would accept the loss of entering the secret realm, but handing over their person was impossible. With that, he announced he had other matters to attend to and took his leave from the tense meeting. The man he had punched, bleeding and bruised, struggled to his feet, vowing that he would avenge the humiliation sooner or later, starting with that genius from Longzia. Far away, the genius in question, Su Yang, sensed the disturbance, noting that the kingdoms of Elves, Sakura, and Shiva were targeting him with audacious intent. He was being massaged by several women when his attendants noticed his change in mood and asked if he was all right. He dismissed their concerns, telling them to keep massaging his sore shoulders, while internally reflecting that Warrior Tang's punch had been far too light for the offense given. Anyone who overstepped their bounds with the king deserved the harshest punishment. After his attendants asked what was wrong, he feigned that it was nothing and simply told them to continue massaging his shoulders. He mused to himself that he had accidentally let out his domineering aura and needed to be more careful, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. While he understood the attitudes of Sakura and Shiva, he wondered why the elven country would deliberately target him. He considered and dismissed the idea that they were avenging someone named Akir, as they had no reason to, and they shouldn't know his relationship with the Black Dragon. He then called upon Lilith, the elf princess, to ask her about the situation. She appeared and he asked her about it. Lilith explained that the elves were not a monolithic block, but were rife with power struggles and schemes behind their polite facade. She confirmed that they had no interest in avenging Akir, as his death was better for everyone else. This led Su Yang to deduce that their target was not Akir but the Black Dragon itself, or more precisely, what it represented. The Ancient Devourer, a creature that had once brought them endless fear. He realized their deep-seated fear of the Ancient Devourer fostered a strong hostility towards any Black Dragon, which explained their excessive demands regarding the Dragon's Spirit Secret Realm, which contained the creature's legacy. They wanted to control it and prevent anyone else, especially a Black Dragon tamer like himself, from getting it. However, their later willingness to relent on allowing others meant they were confident they could secure the legacy for themselves, a plan Su Yang resolved to thwart. When he mentioned they wanted to take her back, Lilith panicked, grabbing onto him and pleading for him not to send her back to that place, reminding him of his promise. She begged him tearfully, shaking her head in desperation. Su Yang gently reassured her that of course he wouldn't send her away, telling her to stop crying. He knew he couldn't send the princess, burdened with a royal curse, back to the den of demons that was the elven royal family. However, he also realized that since Lilith had already been seen in public when he tamed the Black Dragon, it was only a matter of time before the elves published her image and she was recognized. He needed to settle her situation or prepare countermeasures before that happened. Just then, he received a message from Tang Jian. He decided he needed to put on a good show first and went to meet him. Tang Jian explained the situation, telling him that due to the elves' demands, he might not be able to participate in the Dragon Spirit Secret Realm this time. Su Yang feigned shock and anger, demanding to know why he couldn't participate when he had already tamed the Black Dragon. Tang Jian explained it was the elves' demand and that they even wanted Longzia to hand him over, but he quickly reassured Su Yang that he and the entirety of Longxia would never agree to such a thing, even if it meant stalling the progress of the Abyss conquest. Su Yang, though he already knew this, acted as if he were moved to tears by Tang Jian's loyalty and dedication. Tang Jian patted his shoulder, promising that although he couldn't participate, the country would compensate him generously, as they wouldn't let their new genius suffer. Su Yang agreed, and Tang Jian departed after telling him to take care. Alone, Su Yang reflected on the events, noting that the secret realm would open the next day, and he wondered if the 9th-rank powerhouses from Sakura and Shiva were ready for the surprise he had in store for them. In the Sakura country, a warrior lamented that the boy who tamed the black dragon couldn't participate, as he had hoped for a chance to interact with him. Elsewhere, in Shiva country, a man named Adel told his nephew Vijayanu that this was his and their country's chance. Once inside the secret realm, he was to use a stone tablet to suppress everyone else's dragons and kill them if necessary. Vijayanu agreed eagerly, stating he was looking forward to tomorrow. His uncle mused that it would have been even better if the boy with the black dragon could have come too. The next day, the factions gathered at the entrance to the dragon spirit secret realm. The human factions were present with their dragons, but they were soon overshadowed by the arrival of the elven country's dragon knights, a formidable lineup of 6 riders. One of the humans noted that 3 more humans had tamed dragons in a short time, which was beyond expectations, while another expressed worry, feeling the elves were not as friendly as they looked. The leader of the elven knights was identified as Erich, the 3rd prince of the elven country and a level 227th rank fairy dragon knight. He arrogantly dismissed the human dragon tamers, saying it was no big deal, and one of his subordinates, Alan, boasted that after the secret realm was over, the humans wouldn't have any dragon knights left. Erich promised Alan that once they conquered the human world, his family would get a large territory with countless women to play with. The human warriors overheard this, and their impression of elves began to shatter. One woman's intuition told her to stay away from them, and her companion advised her to stay calm. Her leader, a man from Longxia, reminded her to prioritize survival over bravery if she encountered danger. As the portal to the realm opened, the elven country's large contingent was noted, and the Longxia leader deduced they were guarding against Tang Jian going back on his word. Vijayanu from Shiva country declared his entry, with his uncle urging him to show the power of their nation. Vijayanu then turned to the woman from the Eagle Federation, asking if the little beauty wanted to team up later. The man from Shiva country watched them enter, internally gloating about his plan. The 6 new lambs from the elven country were an unexpected bonus. He believed they thought themselves invincible, but they didn't know he possessed a stone tablet that could make dragons submit, and he eagerly anticipated killing them to claim 8 dragons for himself. As the portal pulsed, he unleashed a massive forbidden lightning spell upon the unsuspecting group at the entrance. The area was devastated by the attack. However, he was shocked to find that he had somehow killed the people from the elven country. The other human leaders who were waiting outside were equally stunned. The woman from the Eagle Federation shouted at the man from Sakura, Augustus, accusing him of being crazy. Just then, another massive explosion erupted from Augustus. From the smoke, Su Yang emerged, revealing that manipulating a 9th-rank power like Augustus was a special kind of pleasure and that the Archmage had fought well for him. He then turned his attention to the others, using his power to follow their bloodlines and force them to devour each other. The human leaders outside realized Augustus had gone mad and that they needed to stop him. But as they prepared to fight together, Adel from Shiva country also went berserk and attacked his supposed ally. Su Yang had activated a force command on all of them. The 2 leaders clashed violently, completely out of their own control. Su Yang watched for a moment before declaring that his command lasted only 1 minute, during which they should create as much chaos as possible, and then he departed into the portal. After a minute, the control was lifted, and the remaining leaders were left in a state of confusion and horror. The area was a wasteland, and none of the elven royal court guards had survived. The priest from Sakura Kingdom realized they had been controlled by some means, a fact his spiritual sense confirmed. Someone had been controlling them from the shadows, affecting Augustus as well. The ability to control all of them, 9th-rank demigods, without them even realizing it was terrifying. The Shiva priest then recalled seeing a black dragon fly into the realm during the chaos. They immediately suspected that the entire incident was orchestrated by Longxia. However, the Sakura priest dismissed the idea that Tang Jian was responsible, as he knew him to be a man of his word and a warrior type who wouldn't possess such spiritual power. The kind of force command they experienced would require vastly superior spiritual power. When the Shiva priest half-jokingly suggested it could have been Su Yang, the Sakura priest scoffed, questioning how a low-tier 4th transition professional could possibly control them. Deciding to set aside the mystery of their controller, they focused on the more urgent matter. They had killed the royal guards of the Elven Kingdom. They knew the elves would have revived in their temple by now and would soon report the incident, which could seriously impact their relations. They agreed to proactively contact the Elven Royal Court to see their response, since the Dragon Spirit Realm was now closed and they couldn't capture Su Yang for questioning. Inside the realm, the dragons belonging to the human factions were trembling with fear. The woman warrior correctly guessed that the realm contained a monster that even dragons feared, the lingering presence of the ancient devourer, a fear still ingrained in their bloodlines. Seeing her in trouble, the elf Alan approached and offered her a ride on his dragon, an offer she interpreted as a crude attempt to get intimate. Alan boasted that only the ancient dragon Fang could suppress the dragon's fear, an artifact humans didn't possess, making them easy prey. At the same time, Vijayanu from Shiva country prepared his own artifact, a stone tablet intending to control the elves' dragons and capture them all. Suddenly, a powerful dragon roar echoed through the realm. Suyang arrived, riding his black dragon Adel. He surveyed the group of 6 people, remarking that it looked like it would be quite the grand feast. The elves were stunned to see him, questioning how the black dragon was allowed to enter the realm. Prince Erich, furious at the breach of their agreement, ordered his knights to kill the black dragon boy, declaring he would handle the dragon himself. The elven knights charged forward, obeying their prince's command. Su Yang, however, simply stated that they were the ones who would be dying and unleashed a devastating wave of purple energy. In an instant, 4 of the high-level elven elites were killed, their bodies disintegrating. The remaining elves were horrified, unable to comprehend how a 4th transition human could be so strong or how he had killed 4 of their elites instantly. One tried to flee, but Su Yang manifested a shadowy hand and snatched him out of the air. Holding the terrified elf by the head, Su Yang declared that if someone wronged him, he would return it 100-fold, not caring if they were a god, he would kill them all the same. Just as he finished his threat, the 4 elves he had just killed revived behind him. Vowing that they were just careless before, they promised to take his life this time. Their dragons, now recovered from their fear, unleashed a coordinated breath attack on him. The woman warrior from the Eagle Federation noticed that the dragon's eyes had changed color and realized the elves must have used some kind of spell to forcibly control their minds. Such spells usually had irreversible side effects, indicating the elves' desperation to kill Su Yang. Prince Erich laughed triumphantly, urging them to burn his foe to ashes. However, Su Yang's black dragon Adel easily countered their attack with a massive beam of dark energy that completely overpowered the dragon fire. The beam struck the dragons and their riders, causing them to cry out in agony before exploding. Su Yang then flew off, taking Prince Erich with him to eliminate the threat completely. The 2 women warriors watched him leave, one of them admitting he had scared her to death. Meanwhile, the 2 warriors from Shiva and Sakura country, having also revived after being killed, realized they stood no chance in a direct fight and decided to find a chance to ambush him. They admitted the kid was practically inhuman and they couldn't afford to lose any more levels, so they tried to use town portal scrolls to escape the dungeon. But just as the scrolls activated, Su Yang appeared before them, asking if they had asked for his permission to leave. He effortlessly trapped them within a cage of shadow, and they fell to the ground helpless. He told them he wanted their lives, and when they pleaded for mercy, admitting their mistake, he retorted by asking why they had such a sudden change of heart after being so arrogant earlier. He then revealed that he knew what elves were like through Akari and that he had no intention of letting them go back alive. He coldly informed them that he would keep killing them over and over until their levels dropped to 0 and they could no longer revive. Terrified, the elves tried to use their alliance with the humans as a bargaining chip, warning him that he couldn't kill world-level bosses or advance world quests without them, but he simply replied, "Nope, I don't," and dropped them to their doom. System messages confirmed their complete deaths as their levels hit 1. With only Prince Erich left, Su Yang led him out of his prison for a fair and square fight. Erich, enraged, declared that Su Yang had asked for it and unleashed his ultimate technique, Storm Annihilation Slash, a massive vortex of wind and blades. The attack was immense, filling the sky. Yet when the storm cleared, Su Yang stood there, having taken only a 10% loss to his HP. Erich was aghast, realizing that a 7th-tier attack of that magnitude should have been far more effective. He concluded that Su Yang was not a 4th-tier class, not even human, but a boss in human skin. Su Yang congratulated him for getting it right before finishing him off. As Erich died repeatedly, his level plummeting until he was completely killed, the beast tamer Paganu attempted a stealthy escape. But Su Yang spotted him and killed him with a swift, unseen attack. 2 remaining women were stunned. Su Yang casually explained that he had only killed Paganu in self-defense, as the Shiva kingdom had already planned to kill them all anyway. He warned the 2 women that the dungeon was now a leveling paradise and was filled with unimaginable dangers, so they should stay put or he couldn't guarantee their safety. He then flew away on his dragon, leaving the 2 women to process the carnage. As he flew, Su Yang reflected on the battle, noting the substantial experience points gained, though it was a drop in the bucket for his current needs. He checked the status of his greatsword, which had grown in power from devouring the dragons, and saw its evolution quest, slay a sunlight-tier dragon to unlock its full potential. He felt no rush to complete this and instead focused on the current task, following the guiding light of the dragon slayer's heart, which he suspected might have belonged to the nameless warrior buried in this realm. The light led him into a thick fog where he could see nothing. Following the heart's guidance, he and Adel charged forward. Suddenly, a colossal skeletal form rose from the mist, the true form of the ancient devourer. Su Yang was stunned by its sheer scale, which dwarfed even his black dragon. Feeling a thrill, he prepared to witness the continuation of the legend. However, as they flew closer, an unseen force slammed them to the ground, preventing flight in the area. He found himself on a path made from the devourer's massive, bony arm, which seemed to be a trail leading to the peak. Suddenly, the dragons he had killed earlier were resurrected as bone dragons and swarmed him. He prepared for battle, ready to face the undead horde. He fought his way through them, destroying them with powerful blasts of energy, but quickly discovered that they would endlessly revive. Undeterred, he declared that he would kill them as many times as it took, and continued his slaughter until the path was piled high with their bones and the last one was defeated. Thinking the trial was finally over, he prepared to head for the peak, but the ground began to rumble. A dark, shadowy figure erupted from the ground and attacked him with incredible speed. He narrowly dodged the assault and was shocked to see that the attacker was a corrupted, shadowy version of his own dragon, Adel. Realizing this was another surprise from the trial, he engaged his former companion in a deadly dance, dodging its ferocious attacks. After a tense exchange, he finally found an opening and struck back. He cursed the trial's designers, seeing it as a death trap filled with malice, and was furious that all his effort in taming the black dragon had been undone. As he lamented, he noticed Adel's original body being regenerated within a pyre of flames, seemingly undergoing some kind of bloodline assessment. At that moment, a new figure appeared before him, a warrior clad in ancient armor who asked him, "Who are you?" Su Yang, wondering if this was the nameless warrior, introduced himself as Su Yang from Longzia. But the warrior repeated the question, making Su Yang's mind race. He wondered if his true identity as the sovereign of original sin had been discovered. Before he could process it, a glowing sword flew at him with impossible speed. He had no time to react as the blade impaled him through the chest. The shadowy warrior attacked Su Yang with a red energy sword, but the blow passed through him without causing any harm or reducing his health points. Su Yang was bewildered by this, and the warrior seemed to correct itself before turning the crimson blade on its own shadowy form, impaling itself through the chest. Despite his confusion, Su Yang decided to attack first, initiating a fast-paced sword duel with the warrior. Their blades clashed fiercely in a shower of sparks, a testament to their skill and speed. During the fight, Su Yang managed to catch the warrior's energy blade in his teeth, boasting that his bite had grown stronger since his last power enhancement. The hero acknowledged the difficulty of the fight, recognizing his opponent as a legendary figure. Sprouting wings, Su Yang took to the air, thinking that with his opponent disarmed, victory was close. However, the warrior surprised him by calmly sitting down on the ground. It then explained that it understood what Su Yang was and would therefore entrust him with its sword. Before disappearing, the warrior gave him a final mission: to kill someone named Chloris. As Su Yang took hold of the powerful weapon, a system window appeared, identifying the blade as the Transcendence Tier Crimson Sword and unlocking its traits for him as the new owner. He was baffled by the unfamiliar Transcendence Tier and other terms like Corrector that appeared in the weapon's description. He learned that the sword's special ability, Correction, was powered by consuming rare red moon crystal cores. Intrigued, Su Yang decided to test the sword's charging mechanism using one of the cores from his inventory. The process was successful, and he learned that a single core provided 1 point of charge for the weapon. At that moment, his black dragon, Adel, let out a mighty roar, announcing that it too had completed its inheritance. A system notification then explained that Adel had devoured a power called Necroflame, granting it the terrifying ability to resurrect any creature it killed as an immortal undead servant under its command. Su Yang realized the immense potential of this power, seeing his dragon as a future Deathlord or Lich King capable of raising an invincible army of the dead. He saw that the bone dragons in the area had already been resurrected and were now serving as Adel's loyal subordinates. A vast swarm of these undead dragons now filled the sky, ready to follow Adel's every command. This gave Su Yang the idea to use Adel to build a powerful force by having it devour other elite monsters and bosses. He then noticed strange numbers floating above the bone dragons' heads, which he suspected were connected to his new crimson sword. To test his theory, he activated the sword's correction ability. A brilliant wave of energy erupted from him, and the entire swarm of bone dragons instantly dissipated into nothingness. The system confirmed the successful correction and noted an increase in his crimson infection level. But a second, confusing notification indicated a 0% cost, leaving him to wonder about the true nature of this power. He was astounded by the sword's ability to erase even revivable undead at a fundamental rule level. He tried asking the system for answers about his immunity and his unique nature, but received no reply. He concluded that the secret realm had yielded incredible rewards in the form of the overpowered sword and Adel's new legacy, even without any experience points. Knowing the red moon crystal cores were exceedingly rare, he decided to leave and seek more information at the Job Change Temple. A portal opened, and on the other side, two girls, Verlia and Makiko, were waiting. Verlia had a feeling Su Yang would be returning and chose to wait for him. Soon after, a massive shadow fell over them as Su Yang emerged from the portal, riding atop the colossal form of his dragon Adel. Adel let out a commanding roar that instantly pacified the other dragons in the area. Makiko was stunned by the dragon's display of power. Su Yang landed and told the girls they could leave, but asked them to keep everything that had happened a secret for all their sakes. Verlia agreed, telling him she could see he was a good person and wished they could talk more someday. As Verlia waved goodbye and stepped through the portal, Su Yang found her perception of him amusing. Realizing the situation outside was likely tense, he stayed behind to formulate a plan. He theorized that there must be a way for demons to join the human faction, just as humans could become demons, and decided to test this. He activated a system function called multi-faction compatibility. A message immediately confirmed that the abyss of demons was now open, allowing its inhabitants to travel to the outside world. He knew this would be especially significant if a sovereign-class demon were to emerge. He then summoned Lucifer, the Sovereign of Pride, who answered his call from the abyss, acknowledging his returning power. He asked if she could pass through the gate, and she resolved to try. Lucifer emerged into the frozen landscape of the Siberian northern plains, where the intense cold was a challenge even for the guards stationed there. The guards were shocked to see a demon come through the gate. Annoyed by their presence, Lucifer swiftly and silently eliminated them. She then reported to her king that she could indeed cross over. But her power was suppressed to the demigod tier, likely because the world could not yet accommodate god-tier beings. Suyang commanded her to enter the mortal world, punish his enemies, and retrieve a specific person who would act as his proxy. Lucifer bowed and accepted her mission. Back outside the secret realm, the powerful leaders were in a heated argument. Tokugawa confronted Tang Jian, demanding answers about Suyang and the infighting that had occurred. The elven warrior Augustin declared his intent to interrogate Suyang personally upon his return. Their argument was interrupted when Verlia and Makiko emerged alone from the portal. The leaders demanded to know where Suyang was. Makiko lied, claiming they had been separated and found nothing before being teleported out. Augustin was suspicious, but his attempt to take the girls for questioning was blocked by Tang Jian and Tokugawa. A man in green named Adol de-escalated the situation, reminding them of the need for alliances against the sovereign of original sin. Augustin reluctantly agreed. At that moment, a powerful demonic aura filled the air and Lucifer descended from the sky. The leaders were stunned to see the sovereign of pride outside the abyss. Augustin quickly used a detection skill and saw that her power had been weakened to the demigod level. Seeing this as a golden opportunity, Augustin rallied the others to join forces and defeat her. Lucifer, unimpressed, challenged all of them to attack her at once. The leaders launched a coordinated assault with Tang Jian leading the charge. Augustin explained that only certain individuals could harm Lucifer, so the others provided powerful buffs to the group. Tang Jian and another warrior unleashed a devastating combination of attacks. The massive explosion struck Lucifer, injuring her and giving the attackers a moment of hope. However, she was merely surprised and retaliated by casting her dark domain. The domain began pulling the leaders into a debilitating barrier. Augustin noticed with alarm that Tang Jian, Verlia, and Makiko were completely unaffected by the gravitational pull. From a hidden location, Suyang activated a skill called Soul Engraving. His power intervened, teleporting Tang Jian and the two girls to safety just as they were about to be attacked. Lucifer scoffed at the weakness of the king's chosen agent but proceeded with her mission. Elsewhere, she appeared before a white-haired girl and abducted her, pulling her into a dark vortex. The remaining leaders, now freed from the weakened domain, were left confused and defeated. Adol immediately began to sow discord, pointing out Tang Jian's immunity to Lucifer's magic as proof of his collusion with demons. He accused Tang Jian of betraying humanity, an accusation Augustin fiercely denied. Another warrior corroborated Adol's story about Lucifer's lack of hostility toward Tang Jian. Adol masterfully manipulated the group, suggesting the unexplained infighting from earlier was also part of the demonic plot, with Suyang being the main beneficiary. When Tokugawa pointed out this would also implicate the girls, Adol quickly pivoted, suggesting Tang Jian had kidnapped them to monopolize the realm's secrets, a theory Tokugawa found plausible. Adol secretly reveled in his plan to eliminate his rival and seize the realm's secrets for Shiva. Just as Adol called to hunt down Tang Jian, the man himself appeared and punched him for the slander. Augustin confronted him, demanding answers. Tang Jian refused to explain, stating his innocence would be proven by the high priest in the holy city. Verlia and Makiko supported him, and the group agreed to travel to the holy city to find the truth. In the holy city's grand hall, the high priestess confirmed that none of the leaders had colluded with demons. Tang Jian was vindicated. However, when the priestess asked about the events inside the secret realm, her power revealed that Verlia and Makiko were lying. Under pressure, Tang Jian began to suspect the truth involved Suyang, recalling how everyone he interviewed had described the boy as a kind-hearted genius. He wrestled with what to do if Suyang was truly connected to the abyss. The high priestess offered the girls a chance to tell the truth in the privacy of the confession room, an offer they quickly accepted. 10 minutes later, she returned and immediately confronted Adol. She asked him directly if he had ordered Vijanu to kill the other participants. Adol was speechless, realizing the girls must have revealed his entire plot. The priestess explained that Suyang had killed Vijanu in self-defense, and with his lie exposed by her power, Adol was found guilty. She sentenced him to 3 executions to be carried out by Tang Jian, followed by imprisonment. The cornered Adol deflected blame, accusing Suyang of killing an elven prince and trying to drag Longzia down with him. Enraged by the betrayal, Tang Jian executed Adol 3 times in quick succession. As guards dragged Adol away to be sealed, he sent a final message to his brother: tell the elves about their prince and join the demon faction to get revenge. Suyang, who had orchestrated this outcome, was pleased that Shiva Nation was walking right into his trap. He planned to use his position as the demon monarch to control them and deal with the arrogant elves. With his enemies' plans in motion, he decided to advance his own power and began his 5th revolution quest at the Demon's Sanctum. His quest required him to kill powerful professionals, a task he considered easy, and he planned to start in the Demon Abyss. Meanwhile, the High Priest of Shiva learned of his son Vijanu's death at Suyang's hands and, consumed by rage and grief, decided to follow his brother's last wish and lead his nation to join the demon faction. Back in the Holy City, the leaders were still trying to comprehend how Suyang, a 4th revolution professional, could defeat higher-level opponents like Vijanu and the elf Prince Erich. Makiko explained that Su Yang had used a mysterious item that completely neutralized the elf prince, ignoring all conventional level suppression rules. As they debated the implications, a guard rushed in with urgent news. Shiva Nation had officially switched its allegiance to the demon faction. At the Abyss entrance within Shiva Nation territory, many armored soldiers lay dead in pools of blood after a fierce battle. A man in a turban, Priest Amino, rallied the survivors, declaring that since they could not achieve ultimate power through their own inheritance, they would join the demon faction to grow stronger and return for revenge, confident that the great original Sin Monarch would protect them. He vowed that the waters of the Ganges would one day flood the nation of their enemies. An aide reported that 20,000 professionals of Legend stage or higher had already been transferred to the Abyss and were progressing well, with 1,000 having already completed demonization and heading to the Demon City. Their planning was interrupted when a messenger arrived with dire news. Forces from the Class Change Shrine had appeared, capturing a large group of their people and persuading many of the untouchables to abandon their cause. Shocked, Amino asked about the status of the higher caste Brahmins and Kshatriyas, learning that a significant portion had already been transferred. He quickly ordered his men to prioritize transferring the remaining Brahmins, while the untransferred Kshatriyas used the still loyal untouchables as a rearguard to buy them more time. Amino privately swore to take back everything he had lost, acknowledging that they had to sacrifice some of their own to ensure the success of their retreat into the Abyss. Later, on the 20th layer of the Demon Abyss, a group of newly demonized Shiva Nation members celebrated their newfound power, discussing their increased stats and speculating about the pleasures of the Demon City. They blamed their plight on a conspiracy between the Class Change Shrine and Dragonxia, vowing to kill the Dragonxia people first once they became powerful under the kings of original sin. Their conversation was cut short by the sudden appearance of a man in modern clothing, Su Yang, who cryptically told them to guess who he was. One of the demons, angered by his insolence, attacked but was effortlessly defeated in a large explosion. Su Yang then calmly introduced himself as a guide sent by the demon high priest to lead them to the demon city, a claim he supported by explaining he was part of the first batch of converts tasked with helping newcomers. The demons, believing his story, asked him to lead the way. He guided them to the impressive demon city, explaining it was their new stronghold and pointing out the demon saint statue, their sole resurrection point. When Su Yang revealed he was from Dragonxia, one of the demons asked about the rules of the city, specifically if infighting was prohibited. Su Yang confirmed that attacking others within the city was strictly forbidden and punishable by the high priest, but outside the city in the Abyss, the law of the jungle, where the strong prey on the weak, prevailed. The demons seemed pleased with this, but their expressions changed when Su Yang drew a glowing sword and stated he was preparing to kill them. Outraged, they attacked him, but he was far superior, cutting them down with ease. As one of the last demons questioned his sanity, fearing the high priest's punishment, Su Yang declared that in this place he himself was the rules. He then unleashed a powerful attack that annihilated the remaining demons who were trying to flee and report his actions to Lord Amino. A system notification confirmed his progress on a quest to kill 5th Revolution professionals, and Su Yang resolved to use the influx of Shiva Nation members to complete his advancement quest within a day. As he stood over the bodies, a mysterious red-haired woman, Lilith, materialized from purple energy, observing him and noting that the monarch's chosen proxy was surprisingly strong for his level, capable of killing warriors of the 6th Revolution. Later, having completed the first part of his quest, Su Yang needed to kill 10 non-demon professionals. He planned to target the untransformed Brahmin nobles still in the shallow layers of the Abyss, but was concerned they would resurrect in their home nation and spread rumors about him. Realizing he would have to camp their corpses, he sensed Lilith's presence, and acting as the monarch's proxy, ordered her to issue a quest for the demon players to hunt down and kill 10 of the Brahmin nobles. Lilith, though disdainful of being ordered by a weak proxy, complied because it was the monarch's will. The quest instantly appeared for the other demons, who eagerly accepted the task of killing the new arrivals. This led to chaos as the newly resurrected Brahmins outside the Abyss were repeatedly killed by the demon players. The Brahmins, desperate to get past the shrine's defensive line, decided to use low-caste Sudras as human shields, callously referring to them as honored sacrifices. Su Yang appeared among them, swiftly executing the nobles and remarking that killing them was no longer a guilty act but a public service. An hour later, his quest was complete, which in turn activated a hidden class change quest called Dark Song. This new mission required him to kill a star-level boss, Abyss Roar, on the 60th floor and fuse its crystal core with the demon statue. He mused on the possibility of using the pure dark origin power of an original Sin Monarch for the fusion instead, wondering what incredible effect it would have, before setting off to find his target. On the 60th floor, other players fled in terror from a giant dragon, the level 150 Abyss Roar. The beast challenged Su Yang for daring to face it alone, but Su Yang, in a hurry, told it to skip the chatter and fight. After a brief 5-minute battle, the Abyss Roar lay defeated, unable to comprehend its loss. As Su Yang stood over it, the dragon unleashed a final, desperate attack that ignored defense, confident it would kill him. However, Su Yang emerged from the ensuing explosion with his health at 98%, mockingly asking if the dragon was done, and then effortlessly sliced through its remaining spiritual form. He retrieved the demon crystal core but was unimpressed, knowing he had access to a far greater power. His plan was to eventually obtain the Dark Origin power from the bottom of the abyss, but since he couldn't go there yet, he would have it transferred through the original Sin Kings. This required waiting a day for the connection to refresh. He returned to his private residence in the Demon City where he was greeted by the elf girl Yana. He explained he had brought her there for her safety, as the Elf Kingdom was investigating her again. Yana expressed her trust in him but also her confusion about his true nature, finding his actions too incredible for a normal human. He reassured her that he was human, just one who had to do extraordinary things. Meanwhile, at the Elven royal court, the Elf King was enraged to learn from his captain, Tassi, that his son, Prince Erich, had failed to return from a secret realm in the human world. Tassi explained he was attacked by the King of Arrogance while negotiating with the humans. The king, calling Tassi useless, was persuaded by his ministers to seek answers from the lowly, ignorant humans, and he dispatched his Minister of Secrets, Carl Lawrence, to demand an explanation. In the humans' holy city, High Priestess Euphemia worried that Shiva Nation's defection to the demon camp would inspire other nations to do the same, leading to global chaos. Her thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of Carl Lawrence, who arrogantly demanded the humans hand over the murders of the prince and threatened enslavement if they refused. The Dragon Seer representative, Tang Jian, stood up to him, but Euphemia warned him of the elves' superior power, noting they had 2 warriors above level 450, one of whom was Carl himself. Tang Jian remained defiant, but Carl revealed the elves also possessed 2 powerful artifacts. At that moment, Tokugawa of Sakura Country betrayed the human alliance, publicly naming Su Yang as the murderer. Tang Jian was furious, but Tokugawa claimed Tang Jian had used his strength to overrule a decision to hand Su Yang over. When Tang Jian refused to reveal Su Yang's location, Carl prepared to attack him but was stopped by the presence of other secret realm survivors, Makiko and Valerie. Carl decided to take the 2 girls back for interrogation instead, a decision Euphemia reluctantly permitted. As they prepared to leave, Lilith arrived, sent by Su Yang, who from his throne in the abyss had decided the arrogant elves needed a lesson. Tokugawa urged Makiko to betray Su Yang, an act for which he was rebuked by Tang Jian. Carl, pleased with Tokugawa, offered him a place in the elven world. Just as they were leaving, Lilith confronted them. Despite Carl's attempts to fight back, Lilith used her power of envy to steal all his abilities, rendering him powerless. She then turned his own ultimate spells against him, amplifying their power and incinerating him in a horrifying display. After effortlessly dispatching the terrified Tokugawa and his men, she freed the girls and teleported them back to the Demon City as ordered. Back in the Holy City, Tang Jian reported the shocking events to Euphemia, who deduced that another king of original sin was involved. Euphemia then connected the dots. Makiko and Valeria had now survived 2 separate encounters with kings of original sin, and the only common factor was Su Yang. She concluded that the kings were acting under his command. In the Demon City, Su Yang greeted the bewildered girls, assuring them they were safe. Makiko, though realizing he must be a demon, chose to trust him, believing he had his reasons for his actions. Later, Su Yang placated a jealous Yana by promising to spend the day with her. The next day, he finalized his plans to acquire the Dark Origin power, complete his advancement, and eventually use the kings of original sin to subjugate the elven world. He then turned his thoughts to settling his score with Priest Amino. Euphemia, meanwhile, continued her investigation into Su Yang, looking up his 5-star class change records and deciding to summon Bai Ling, the priestess who had overseen his advancement, for questioning. Euphemia appeared before the stunned Bai Ling, and in the name of the holy statue, commanded her to reveal everything she knew about Su Yang. A woman with long gray hair and horns told a blonde woman, the high priestess, about a man named Su Yang, recounting his heroic deeds in detail after learning that even the priestess knew of him. She explained that she first met him in Dongling City when he was just an ordinary fighter, never imagining the great achievements he would later accomplish. She listed his feats, including causing the young miss of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion to fall for him, achieving a perfect 5-star rating for every class change, defeating a being called Scarlet Withering with overwhelming force, and taming the Black Dragon. After sharing everything she knew, she asked the High Priestess if she was satisfied, noticing the priestess's blushing and dazed expression, which looked exactly like someone in love. The High Priestess seemed lost in thought, prompting the other woman to wonder if this was a miscalculation. The High Priestess then became serious and demanded to know if there were any secrets between the woman and Su Yang that she hadn't been told, making her swear in the name of the holy statue not to conceal anything. The horned woman recalled a physically intimate moment with Su Yang, blushing deeply. She dismissed it as nothing and simply asked the High Priestess to tell Su Yang that she would like to talk to him if she saw him next, to which the High Priestess agreed. After the other woman left, the High Priestess stood alone, hoping she was just overthinking things and pondering that with Carl Lawrence now dead, the elves' attitude might change. She felt that the future's direction was no longer clear to her and prayed for humanity to safely pass through the calamity. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, a demon named Amino was confronted by other demons who accused him of disrespecting the monarch and sentenced him to death in the name of the demon high priest. Amino's companion insisted there must be a misunderstanding, but the accusers stated it was the will of the great monarch, and that any objections should be taken to the monarch himself. Amino vehemently denied ever saying anything disrespectful, questioning if they were mistaken as they dragged him away. He and his companions were brought to the demon-class Chained Shrine, where they were presented as blasphemers. Amino pleaded his innocence, begging for a chance and stating his hatred for humans, but a red-haired demon woman named Livia, the great high priestess, dismissed him as an ant-like being unworthy of speaking to her. She had him thrown to the ground and told him to look up to understand why he was sentenced to death. High above, an image of Su Yang was projected, causing Amino to react in shock, questioning how it could be him. Su Yang then appeared in person, introducing himself as the proxy of the Lord of the Abyss, the original Sin Monarch, which he explained was like being the crown prince. He recounted Amino's past crimes, reminding him that he and his brother Adel had once planned to kill everyone in the Dragon Spirit secret realm, including Su Yang himself, and that after the plan was exposed, their entire nation mutinied and joined the demon faction. Su Yang questioned if he ever thought he would face retribution for his schemes and told him to join his son in hell, promising that Adel would soon follow. Enraged, Amino attempted to attack Su Yang with a poison snake ability, but the demon priestess Livia intervened, calling him impudent and stating that assassinating the monarch's proxy was an even greater crime. She unleashed a powerful attack on Amino, saying his skill was suitable for torture so he could slowly savor the taste. As Amino screamed in pain, Su Yang told Livia that was enough, ordering her to drag him out and give him a quick end, which she and her subordinates obeyed. Su Yang then declared that all the new demon professionals from the Shiva Nation would be classified as low-ranked servants at their command. With the Shiva Nation dealt with, Su Yang turned his thoughts to the Elf Kingdom and a man named Tokugawa Muniharu, vowing that they would all pay the price. Back in the Elf Royal Court, Lord Karl returned, furious and wondering about the powerful woman who had attacked him, realizing her strength was far beyond that of any human world expert. Based on her appearance and demeanor, he concluded that she must have been a demon from the abyss, leaving him to worry about how to explain the situation to his queen. He entered the throne room and was immediately asked about the murderer who killed Prince Erich. Karl began his report, stating that the murderer was a Dragonsia youth from the human world named Su Yang, who had also tamed a black dragon, which was considered an omen of misfortune that must be slaughtered. He then explained that while he was bringing back 2 survivors who knew the truth, he was attacked and killed by a powerful demon, and the fate of the survivors was now unknown. The Elf Council was shocked to hear that the Minister of Secrets had been killed, and Karl elaborated that the demon's strength was likely at the level of an original Sin King. This raised concerns that if an original Sin King could enter the human world, they could also use it as a springboard to invade the elf world. Karl suggested that they should accelerate the formation of an alliance with humans to counter the demon threat, even while continuing the search for Prince Erich's murderer, a proposal that the other ministers supported. The Elf Queen agreed, willing to temporarily set aside personal grievances in the name of the holy goddess of nature to form an alliance and crusade against the abyss. However, she insisted that the investigation into her son's death must continue so the murderer's blood could be offered as a sacrifice. She noted that the Elf Kingdom had killed 95 black dragons and that the species was extinct in the Dragon Kingdom, making it highly unlikely that the one tamed by the human possessed the rare and dangerous bloodline of the ancient devourer. In the abyss, the original Sin Monarch, a powerful red demonic entity, was communicating with his power, pleased with the feeling but acknowledging that great power must ultimately belong to oneself. He saw the new attention on his subordinates, Lucifer and Livia, as a perfect opportunity to rapidly increase his own strength. He decided to complete the restriction quest for a demi-artifact called the Destroyer, which required killing vast numbers of high-ranking demons. 100,000 diamond rank, 1000 starry rank, 100 lunar rank, and 10 solar rank demons. Acknowledging that this would take even a demigod a great deal of time, he declared that with his power as the original Sin Monarch an instant was enough. He unleashed his authority, instantly killing countless demons across the abyss and absorbing billions of experience points, marveling at the efficiency of his power. He then unsealed the demi-artifact and summoned his subordinate Lucifer, a woman with black hair and wings. He instructed her to give the artifact to his proxy, Su Yang, which she did without question. The monarch then privately mused on Lucifer's unwavering obedience to him compared to her attitude towards others. Livia then appeared, requesting an audience to report on an important matter, resisting the Red Moon invasion. The monarch realized that the demon abyss had likely never encountered a Red Moon event before, as his high-ranking subordinates knew nothing about it. Since the class change shrine in the human world had mechanisms to deal with it, he decided to copy them directly. He triggered the event, causing a dazzling red light to fill the abyss. A giant scarlet door materialized in the sky, much to the confusion of the demons below. From this door emerged a massive, dark creature, a level 100 scarlet withering chaos whisperer. Lucifer dismissed it as weak trash and attacked it with a burst of dark energy, but her attack simply passed through the creature without effect. Livia then tried to attack, grabbing Lucifer and moving her out of the way, but her own powerful lightning-based assault was also invalidated. She realized the creature felt like it was on a different plane of existence. The monarch observed this, noting that the legends were true. The Scarlet Withering could only be defeated by a hero, or in this case, a hero possessed by a demon king like himself. He unleashed a massive wave of dark power, obliterating the Chaos Whisper instantly. After the creature was destroyed, the monarch found himself pulled into a strange mental world inside the Scarlet Door. He felt a terrifying pressure from a massive scarlet eye, a pressure that made even him, the Lord of the Abyss, feel a trace of fear. He recognized it as a mere mental illusion and shattered the space with his power, breaking free. after returning. Lucifer and Livia rushed to his side, concerned that his soul had been polluted by the scarlet power. The monarch, unharmed, decided it was time to impart his knowledge of the red moon to them. He explained the concepts of red moon invasions, the scarlet withering, and red moon crystal cores. He revealed that demon professionals who complete a perfect class change could also trigger this event. He tasked Livia as the demon high priestess with spreading the word. When the scarlet door appears, they were to kill the heretics that emerge and offer their red moon crystal cores to him. As a reward, anyone who submitted 1,000 cores would be granted a wisp of his original power, a declaration that his subordinates readily obeyed. The monarch reflected that the world was vaster than he imagined, and that one day he would surpass even the scarlet existence behind the door and unravel the world's greatest mystery. Back in the human world, the high priestess prayed as she noted the red moon had appeared again so soon after the last, coinciding with troubles from the abyss and the elf world, asking when the true savior would appear. At the same time, Su-yang returned to his residence to find the winged girl Lilith, waking from a nightmare where a scarlet moon had swallowed him. He reassured her, joking that she should have dreamt of him punching the red moon to pieces. Just then, Lucifer appeared. Remarking that he seemed busy, Su-yang told her to speak quickly as he was about to get even busier. Lucifer presented him with a purple orb from the monarch and then departed instantly, leaving Su-yang to muse on her poor impression of him. In the abyss, demons fought over a red moon crystal core, with one gloating that he would use it to exchange for the monarch's original power and become a god. Lucifer appeared and effortlessly dispatched him, declaring him a despicable being for overstepping his place. She privately fumed about the monarch choosing a weak and lustful proxy like Su-yang, feeling it was a disgrace to his dignity. She looked at her hand, motivated by the promise of the monarch's original power, and declared the beginning of the hunt for crystal cores. A new red moon door opened, and a god-rank scarlet withering chaos whisperer emerged, declaring that Lucifer's sin of pride must be offered to the red moon. Lucifer scoffed, stating that before her arrogance its withering was but dust, and she launched herself into battle. The creature declared her arrogance vain and unleashed an attack called the Final Blood Tide. Lucifer found herself trapped within a massive space barrier created by the creature. She experienced the true terror of its power but ultimately defeated the god-rank monster, obtaining 8,000 red moon crystal cores. This was enough to exchange for 8 wisps of the monarch's original power, and she eagerly anticipated being filled by him even more fully than before. However, she noticed a scarlet power had entangled her that she couldn't get rid of, making a mental note to ask the monarch about it later. Meanwhile, Su-yang decided to complete his own class change quest. The quest was completed, advancing his class to Demon Spirit Reaper, promoting him to the Legend stage, increasing his base stats by 50% and granting him 1,000 free attribute points. With his massive reserve of experience, he leveled up from 100 to 150 in one go. As his promotion completed, a hidden quest, Song of Darkness, was also detected as complete, beginning a fusion process. The fusion was unexpectedly smooth. Unlike a previous painful ritual, and he felt a powerful demonic aura erupt from him, an aura so strong that Livia in the abyss wondered if the monarch himself had come personally. In the human world, the sudden eruption of power was felt by others, who identified its origin as the Demon Temple, and wondered if the legendary original Sin monarch had descended, as the demons were seen collectively worshipping. A blonde woman named Valuria used a long-range vision spell at her companion's urging, and was shocked to see that the source of the immense power was Su-yang. Su-yang had completed his hidden job transfer, unlocking the Demon Reaper Fallen form for 5 minutes, which allowed him to release fused dark power from the Lord of Original Sin, including the ability to exorcise and deprive the power of the 7 original sins. He marveled at gaining an ability in advance that he should have only obtained after killing the monarch himself. He then decided to test his new power on Lucifer and Livia, who appeared before him, chastising him for impersonating the monarch's power. Su-yang dismissed her claim that he was a mere puppet and declared it was necessary to correct her perception. He activated his authority, stripping both Lucifer and Livia of their powers of pride and lust, leaving them shocked and powerless. He explained that a proxy doesn't just execute the monarch's will but acts on behalf of the monarch's authority. Lucifer's soul trembled as if she were facing the monarch himself, though she couldn't reconcile this with his apparent interest in a weak elf girl like Lilith. She conceded his strength but insisted he remember his status as a proxy and not transgress against the monarch. Su-yang simply told her to remember that even without his new authority she was still weak to him. He then departed, leaving them to watch him go, musing on how Lucifer's arrogance would make his future plans more enjoyable, as he found a powerful, beautiful, and loyal dependent like her irresistible. Su-yang then decided to undertake his 5-star 6th Revolution quest, a solo trial to kill the lunar-rank boss, Demon Lord Lovick. On the 90th layer of the Abyss, he wondered how much his attributes would increase if he devoured the boss with his power of gluttony and decided to test his new authority as well. He arrived on the 90th layer and was confronted by Lovick, who demanded to know whose subordinate he was to be breaking the rules recently laid down by Lady Livia. Su-yang, amused that Livia was trying to redevelop the demon faction, was told by Lovick that the most basic law of the abyss was survival of the fittest. Su-yang agreed and asked if Lovick was ready to die. He unleashed his great sin of pride, rendering Lovick unable to damage him because he had been judged as weak. Lovick immediately recognized him as the Lord Proxy and begged for his life. Su-yang agreed to spare him, but only if he served as a test subject for his newly acquired powers. He first tested greed, destroying one of his own starry rank daggers to steal Lovik's starry rank shield, the Devil's Roar. He realized the skill would allow him to strip opponents of their gear under the right conditions. Next, he tested Sloth, creating a domain around himself that rendered all items, equipment, and skills ineffective. He had Lovik cast a forbidden spell scroll at him, which simply disappeared upon entering the domain. Satisfied with the tests, noting the high mana consumption of his new powers, he told Lovik he had performed well. For his final task, he commanded the Demon Lord to offer his head. In the Elf Kingdom, the Queen was informed that Princess Lilith had indeed been seen entering and leaving Su-yang's residence. Enraged that Su-yang had not only killed her son and tamed a black dragon but now also abducted her daughter, she issued a formal kill order for him, commanding he be completely annihilated. She tasked her Minister of Secrets to go to the human world again, this time to finalize the alliance and also to carry the royal artifact, the branch of the holy tree, to both deter the humans and kill any other original Sin King that might appear. She assured her minister that she would be able to spread the glory of the goddess and the royal family throughout the ignorant human world and the dirty abyss. The queen then privately met the minister, revealing she had activated the artifact with her own primordial blood so he could use it. She also gave him one final task, to use the artifact guided by her blood to find Lilith. In another location, a woman named Marita Silviala, the elf high priestess, reflected on the queen's determination to bring back her cursed daughter, knowing it was a guidance from the gods that the queen would soon understand. Meanwhile, Lord Karl informed his subordinates that the kill order for Su-yang had been transmitted and they could act anytime. He warned them not to repeat their past mistakes, as this was a chance for them to redeem themselves through service. Elsewhere, a black dragon mused on the kill order, wondering how many red moon crystal cores it would take to use the scarlet sword to erase a demigod rank opponent. The man flew through the air, contemplating the elves' recent mention of Lilith, wondering if they had already found her or possessed some other method of tracking. He considered the potential repercussions if his own location was exposed, envisioning the reactions of various acquaintances, and worrying that he might be branded a human traitor for his association with demons. He quickly dismissed these concerns, believing that history ultimately judges heroes by their victories or defeats, and was confident that slaying the Supreme King of Original Sin would erase all doubt and suspicion. A system notification then appeared, announcing that he had successfully completed the 5-star 6-job change quest titled Trial of the Demon Lord. He reflected on his incredibly rapid advancement from the 4th to the 6th job change in a mere 2 days, joking to himself that he was worthy of a Hardcore Grinder of the Year award for his efforts. The system confirmed his quest completion, raising his level to 200 before consuming an enormous reserved experience pool of 13 billion, which catapulted his level all the way to 273. As part of his rewards, he received 2,000 free attribute points, a passive skill enhancement, a Tier 2 fire forbidden spell called Hellflame Prison, and a Tier 2 ultimate skill named Ninefold Instant Kill Slash. He examined his newly boosted stats, noting his strength was now 43,551, his speed 21,386, and his spirit 31,109, and observed that he was beginning to rival the power of Beelzebub, the Lord of Gluttony, making him feel like a final boss himself. He sensed he was being watched and correctly identified his observer as Livia, asking her what she wanted this time. The red-haired woman, Livia, demurely replied that it was nothing. Internally, however, she was shocked by the sheer speed of his power growth, thinking that he no longer felt like the insignificant ant he once was and that his newfound power was enough to shake even the Lord of Original Sin. The man Su-yang stood before a grand, pillar-lined hall, satisfied with his progress and deciding it was time to proceed to the next stage of his plan. At his summons, a powerful, armored, white-haired female demon with horns and wings materialized before him, asking for her king's command. An attribute panel identified her as Belial, the Lord of Original Sin representing Sloth, a demigod-level entity with immense stats and 2 formidable innate traits. Original Sin, Sloth, which created a domain nullifying all equipment, skills, and items, and King's Offering of Sloth, which allowed her to plunder 2% of the resistance from any target she killed and offer it to the Supreme King. Su-yang informed Belial that he was offering her life as a sacrifice, which would grant her an eternal slumber until her next summoning, and asked if she had any objections to this fate. He privately noted that her stats as the first boss of the 600th floor far exceeded those of Wrath in every respect. Belial calmly accepted, stating that Sloth represented stability and that death was the ultimate form of tranquility, so she was willing to give her life for her king. She affirmed that she obeyed his command without question. He assured her that her loyalty would not be forgotten and that she should await the next cycle in the void, then unleashed a swirling torrent of dark purple energy that enveloped and consumed her. A system notification declared that he had successfully slain the demigod-level Sloth Lord Belial, earning him 1 billion experience points and causing him to level up again, reaching level 298. From her defeat, he obtained several valuable items, the Lord of Sloth Belial's demonic source, which granted immunity to the demonic abyss's corrosion on the 600th floor, the Unchanging Marrow, which increased HP by 50 million, and both physical and magical resistance by 50,000. The Silver Body, a material usable by a corresponding tier craftsman to forge god-tier armor. and a demigod-tier forbidden spell called Wall of Eternity, which provided 1 minute of complete immunity to all damage at the cost of being unable to cast any skills during that time. His shadowy Abyss form reflected that these powerful items were originally intended to be distributed among the entire Abyss raid party to bolster them for the final fight against the Supreme King, but now all of those crucial buffs were concentrated solely on him. He wryly hoped that the mental state of those who were meant to receive these buffs wouldn't completely break upon learning this. He then examined the special drop, the Sin Reversal artifact, recognizing it as the third of its kind and anticipating that its acquisition would trigger another world announcement. The item was the artifact Sin Reversal, Punishment of Sloth, a unique limited edition soulbound weapon that required a demigod tier level to wield. Its stats included a temporary 30% resistance steal and 20% HP drain against combat targets, and its traits allowed it to create a sloth domain. Strip the sin power of sloth from the Supreme King to apply a 10% all stats reduction debuff, and grant the user the permanent authority of sloth upon slaying the final boss. Su Yang understood that collecting all 7 of these anti-sin artifacts would grant him command over a powerful army, realizing their true purpose was to assemble a core strike force with abilities comparable to divine powers. With this in mind, he summoned his subordinates, Lucifer and Livia, to report on their progress in collecting the Red Moon crystals. Upon their arrival, he immediately asked for an update on the battle and the number of crystal cores they had managed to secure. Livia reported first, stating that the Demon Temple had gathered 310 crystals, which the people offered to him with the utmost devotion. He acknowledged her hard work. Then, Lucifer proudly reported that she had followed his command to slay the heretics emerging from the Crimson Gate, and as a result, had collected 8,000 Crimson Moon crystals from the spoils of their triumph, which she now offered to him. He was visibly impressed by the large quantity she had gathered. He praised Lucifer for her success, telling her that she truly deserved her title as the first of the 7 sins, which prompted a look of jealousy from Livia. True to his word, Su Yang announced that he would now grant both of them the power of the origin and urged them to accept it. He channeled a stream of potent purple energy into them, causing Livia to cry out in ecstatic pleasure. She thanked him for his grace and expressed her eagerness to be completely filled by his power. Now possessing a total of 310 Red Moon crystal cores, he activated his Crimson Sword ability, seeing the numbers 31, 932 and 210, which represented its immense power. He knew that with even more cores, these numbers would climb higher, and mused that the amount needed to destroy the elves in the Elven Kingdom would be significantly lower. Finding the numbers insane, he grew more and more eager to unleash this power. He then instructed Livia that it was her turn to give an item to his proxy. As she prepared to depart, Su Yang commanded Lucifer to stay behind, explaining that she had been injured in her battle against the Scarlet Withering and he wanted to inspect her wounds personally. Lucifer was clearly flustered by his intimate concern but agreed to stay. Livia looked on, shocked and jealous of the attention Lucifer was receiving. Su Yang's powerful abyss form then descended from his throne. Lucifer, surprised, wondered why her king had left his seat, thinking he was about to witness the gift that had made even the Lord of Arrogance tremble. When she called out to him, he commanded her to be silent and to await his orders. He explained that he knew the scarlet corruption she suffered from her battle became more severe as the Scarlet Withering grew stronger, to a point where even she could not avoid it without great strength to suppress it. He declared that he would take that vast scarlet energy and make it his to command, and proceeded to absorb the corrupting red energy directly from Lucifer's body. The volatile energy swirled around him before he masterfully condensed it. Lucifer watched in astonishment as he converted the harmful corruption into a shower of pure red moon crystals. He then told her that if she was ever afflicted by the corruption again, she was not to endure it, as he would cleanse it for her himself. Touched by his kindness, Lucifer declared that serving him was her greatest honor. Overwhelmed, Lucifer felt a deep sense of gratitude. Now possessing nearly 13,000 red moon crystals, Su Yang decided that the time had come to finally test the power of his sword. The scene then transitioned to the Holy City, where a new delegation from the Elven Kingdom had just arrived. This group was led by Carl Lawrence and the second prince of the Elven Kingdom, Andal Sivale, a level 250 Divine Guardian Knight. Onlookers in the crowd whispered about the prince being just another pampered noble, though they were quickly told to be quiet. Tokugawa Sauno, the ruler of Sakura Nation, gave them a warm and effusive welcome, promising the full support of his nation for whatever they required. Carl Lawrence acknowledged his greeting and assured him that the minister's promise had not been forgotten. Tokugawa internally fumed about Longxia's constant opposition since the last conference, attributing their recklessness to their #1 global ranking. He eagerly awaited the power boost Lord Carl would provide him so he could exact his revenge. Carl Lawrence spotted Tang Jian in the crowd and approached him. Prince Andal arrogantly demanded that Tang Jian remove his Longxia dogs from the Alliance Summit. This insult enraged Lin Sanchong, the vice-guild leader of Undying Warsoul, who furiously challenged the prince to repeat his words. Carl Lawrence immediately stepped in, calling Sanchong an insolent worm for disrespecting the prince and attacking him with a powerful blast of light energy. Tang Jian swiftly moved to block the attack, protecting his subordinate. He then confronted Carl Lawrence, demanding to know what the Elven Kingdom was planning. Karl explained that the prince's presence was a show of sincerity. But because the one who killed Prince Erich and abducted Princess Lilith was a Longxia citizen, the Longxia delegation would have to withdraw from the summit to avoid upsetting the prince. Tang Jian saw through the flimsy excuse, realizing their true objective was to force Longxia to hand over Su Yang, though he couldn't understand why they were going to such extreme lengths for a mere fourth-tier individual. Karl Lawrence made their position clear. The elven delegation would not enter the Holy Temple or participate in the summit until every last Longxia representative had been removed from the city. At that moment, the High Priestess appeared and used her holy light healing to tend to Lin Sanchang's injuries, for which he thanked her. Karl Lawrence casually deflected a volley of light blades sent his way, then thanked the High Priestess for her guidance and feigned an admission that he had been out of line. However, he immediately followed this with a veiled threat, urging her to resolve the matter quickly, lest the heartbroken second prince find himself unable to sign the alliance pact. Later, inside the temple, the High Priestess asked Tang Jian for his opinion on the elves' demands. Tang Jian stated that the entire issue revolved around Su Yang, as the elves were placing a suspiciously high level of importance on him, an importance so extreme that it defied ordinary understanding. He felt that the death of a single prince simply did not justify such a massive and aggressive response. The High Priestess revealed that she agreed and had a theory about Su Yang. Before she could elaborate, a world announcement echoed through the realm. The third artifact of the reversed sin had been obtained, advancing the progress against the Supreme King of Original Sin to 3/7. Tang Jian was stunned, wondering who could have possibly acquired it. He looked at the High Priestess, realizing she might already know, and she confirmed his suspicion, stating that the person who found it was very likely Su Yang himself, leaving Tang Jian utterly shocked. The High Priestess explained her reasoning, recounting a series of mysterious events: the unexplained mind control, the sudden appearance of a Lord of Original Sin, and the miraculous survival of Makiko and Valeria, all of which seemed to have Su Yang's influence behind them. She had initially suspected Adder, but the strange occurrences continued even after his sealing. Furthermore, Su Yang, Makiko, and Valeria had all vanished after the Dragon Spirit Secret Realm incident, which she believed was all connected and too suspicious to ignore. Tang Jian acknowledged her points but struggled to believe that a fourth-tier awakened could be responsible for so much, which led him to voice a terrifying thought. What if Su Yang was actually the king of the abyss? He immediately dismissed his own idea as impossible. The High Priestess admitted she had considered and largely ruled out that possibility, but she was convinced that Su Yang had a deep, undeniable connection to the demon abyss, perhaps even possessing the authority to command a Lord of Original Sin. She pointed out the logical flaw in the situation. If someone could command a Lord of Sin, they could easily kill them to obtain their reverse sin artifact. Yet despite 3 artifacts surfacing, the temple's vast intelligence network had found no clues as to their owner's identity. This led her to the conclusion that the artifact wielder was not in the mortal world, but in the abyss itself. Her theory was that everything began in the Dragon Spirit Secret Realm, where she suspected Su Yang inherited a power that linked him to the abyss and gave him a transcendent identity. She believed he used this new identity to control the Lords of Sin, acquire the artifacts, and rescue the girls who knew his secret, a theory that logically tied all the disparate events together. Tang Jian found her logic compelling but wondered why Su Yang would keep this a secret from them. The High Priestess believed he had his reasons and resolved to get the truth from him directly the next time they met. She stressed that for now, the priority was the world quest, and the elves' power was essential to conquer the abyss. Understanding his position, Tang Jian declared that while Longxia would withdraw from the alliance, they would not abandon the fight. They would grow stronger on their own and claim a reverse sin artifact with their own hands, proclaiming that Longxians never give up. The High Priestess watched his determined departure, wishing him and his people victory. After they left, the elven Prince Andal arrived, pleased with the outcome and prepared to discuss his terms. He arrogantly laid out his demands: a 60/40 split of all spoils in the elves' favor, and 3 of the 4 remaining reverse sin artifacts for the elven kingdom. To the surprise of the other human leaders, the High Priestess agreed to these terms without objection. The other humans protested fiercely, arguing the terms were outrageous and that the elves were trying to monopolize the artifacts needed to defeat the final boss. The prince dismissed their complaints, claiming it was fair since humans technically already had access to 3 artifacts, and it wasn't his problem if they couldn't find them. Torn between their pride and the dire need for the elves' help to prevent the world quest from failing, the human leaders eventually relented and agreed to the harsh terms, formally establishing the alliance. 1 month later, the elven delegation arrived in Longxia's capital, Dragon City. Prince Andal expressed his disdain for the annoyingly lively city. When a local child and her mother greeted an elven guard, he violently shoved them to the ground, berating the lowly peasants for daring to look at the prince and demanding the filthy commoner kneel. Far away, Su Yang told Lucifer it was time to leave for Dragon City, his purpose being to kill some dogs. Back in the city, a Longxia citizen angrily confronted the elves for their behavior, but an elven guard mockingly attacked and killed him to demonstrate their superior power. As the elves threatened the other civilians, Tang Jian arrived in a burst of energy. He ordered his men to evacuate the area and confronted the guards, who defiantly admitted to harming the people. Enraged, Tang Jian attacked with his extreme Dao destruction fist. Carl Lawrence intervened to protect the prince, demanding to know if this was how Longxia treated its guests. Tang Jian retorted that respect is earned, and accused the elves of constantly targeting Longxia before listing Su Yang's supposed crimes as their reason for being there. After a heated exchange where Carl demanded free rein to search all of Longxia for Su Yang, Tang Jian decided that negotiation was over and it was time to fight. He activated his extreme divinity power, boosting his strength tenfold, and unleashed his extreme Dao Dragon God's Destruction Fist. Carl Lawrence countered with the blessing of the goddess from his divine artifact and used the opening to strike back with Holy Tree Punishment, overwhelming Tang Jian. As Carl gloated about the power of his artifact, a dark portal opened in the sky and Lucifer descended. Carl, seeing an opportunity to defeat a weakened demigod tier Lord of Sin, prepared to fight her. Su Yang, hidden beside Lucifer, used the distraction to his advantage. He ordered Lucifer to trap the elven forces in her domain while he dealt with the prince. Lucifer complied and Prince Andal panicked as he was isolated. Su Yang appeared before him, easily shattering his defensive shield. The prince defiantly threatened him with retribution even after death, but Su Yang revealed he knew him by mentioning his brother Erich. Before the prince could react, Su Yang activated his correction ability, completely erasing him from existence. As Lucifer's domain fell, the human warriors were stunned by the prince's sudden disappearance. Carl Lawrence, initially thinking he had defeated Lucifer, soon realized the prince was gone. He turned to confront Su Yang, who coolly informed him that he was next. Carl, enraged, used his artifact to drain the life from his own soldiers to power a sacred tree judgment. He then turned his attention back to Lucifer, trapping her in a binding spell with his artifact's Liberate Authority ability. As Lucifer was restrained and in pain, Carl prepared to finish her, but Su Yang calmly walked towards him. He effortlessly dodged Carl's attacks, and despite Carl activating a defensive demon's roar ability, Su Yang simply caught the divine artifact with his bare hand. He remarked that the trip was not in vain. Lucifer, now freed, was in awe of how easily he had dispatched an enemy that had given her a bitter struggle. Tang Jian approached and thanked the mysterious figure, asking for his identity, only to realize with shock that it was Su Yang. Far away in the Elven Kingdom, the Elf Queen was notified that both Prince Andal and Carl Lawrence's presences had vanished from the world, leaving her to wonder in shock and fury what could have possibly happened. The Elven Queen, a regal figure with long white hair and blue-feathered adornments, sat in her throne room and stared at a broken, smoking white object in her hand, furiously questioning why her delegation had not revived at the temple. She demanded to know what was happening and where the other members were. An advisor with long black hair, dressed in green and gold robes, stood before her, and she contemptuously called him useless, which caused him to nervously promise he would make inquiries immediately. The other advisor, a woman with blue and white hair, looked on silently as the queen was left to her thoughts. The queen considered the possibility that, just like a previous incident, the powerful human named Su Yang had completely erased her people from existence, a thought that made her expression grim. She quickly dismissed this, however, believing it to be impossible because Carl Lawrence had been wielding a divine artifact, making her question how any human could have possibly killed him. Just then, the surviving members of the delegation returned, kneeling before her throne and announcing their arrival. The queen stood and commanded them to tell her exactly what happened word for word. One of the exhausted, green-clad elven soldiers explained that after the Holy City Alliance conference, they traveled to the human nation of Longxia, where they unexpectedly encountered Lucifer and a mysterious man. He recounted how Lord Carl was able to suppress Lucifer, but the mysterious man killed the second prince. The soldier further elaborated that Lord Carl had sacrificed them to unleash the full power of the artifact, and after that they knew nothing more about what transpired. He added that the mysterious man used some kind of secret technique to conceal his appearance, so they were unable to identify him. The queen, enraged by their lack of useful information, screamed at them to get out, her voice echoing through the grand hall as leaves swirled around her in a display of power. After the soldiers had been dismissed, the female advisor Marita stood by the queen's side. The queen pondered who could possibly appear alongside Lucifer and not be a weakling, her mind racing to identify this new threat. She then ordered Marita to prepare to request a divine oracle from the holy tree. Marita confirmed the order, and they proceeded to a chamber where a large ancient tree stood. The two of them, a male elf and a female elf, stood before stone pillars as the queen prepared the ritual. She announced that with the blood of the elven royal family as an offering, they beseeched the holy tree to shine its guiding light and reveal the final moments before Carl Lawrence's death. As a drop of her blood fell onto the artifact, it began to glow intensely. A bright, golden star of light erupted from the artifact, causing the holy tree itself to tremble violently, which made the queen wonder what in the world the ancient spirit could have witnessed to cause such a reaction. The golden light expanded, filling the entire chamber with its divine power. The light showed a vision where the queen herself was struck down, crying out in pain. The vision then shifted to show a hooded, mysterious figure impaling Carl Lawrence with a red, twisted blade. As the vision faded, Marita identified it as the holy tree's divine oracle and noted that the man in the vision never showed his face, leaving them to wonder how they were supposed to find him. The queen declared that the oracle's message was crystal clear. They must at all costs kill that mysterious man. Marita assured her that there was no need to worry, as the divine oracle had merged the man's aura and soul into a spiritual brand. Whoever carried this brand would be able to see through his disguise instantly, leaving him with no escape from its insight. With this new information, the queen prioritized the will of the holy tree above all else. She issued an order to put aside all disputes with the humans for now, focus all efforts on eradicating the abyss, and find and kill the mysterious man at all costs. She added, however, that this did not mean she had forgiven the humans and swore that she would pay back the debt for the deaths of Andal and Erich with interest. Meanwhile, the man they sought, Su-Yong, sat on a rooftop in a modern city, examining the very divine artifact that had belonged to Carl Lawrence, the holy branch of the world tree. A system window displayed its detailed information. It was an artifact blessed by the goddess of nature, usable only by those of the royal elven bloodline, and it provided immense boosts to spirit, mental resistance, mana recovery, and elemental spell power. It also had powerful abilities like Goddess's Protection, Judgment of the World Tree Spores Absorption, and Royal Blood Blessing, which could empower the weapon by consuming royal elven blood. Su-Yong noted that the artifact's effects were truly heaven-defying and understood why even Lucifer couldn't inflict any real damage on Carl Lawrence. He found the usage restriction annoying, but reasoned that since Carl Lawrence could use it, there must be a loophole. He decided to go ask Lilith for help. He entered a room where Lilith, a young woman with light blue hair and a maid outfit, was tending to some plants. He presented the staff to her, and she marveled at its beauty, noting that it felt strangely familiar. When he told her it was the Elven Kingdom's divine artifact, she was shocked and asked where he had stolen it from, to which he replied that he didn't steal but rather took things by force. She asked if he had really killed Carl Lawrence, and when he confirmed it, she was incredibly impressed. He then explained that he had come to ask if she knew of any way to remove the artifact's restrictions. Lilith, looking at the staff, recalled reading in ancient texts that it required royal blood to awaken its full power. As she touched the staff, a small thorn pricked her finger, drawing a drop of blood. She cried out in pain as the artifact reacted violently to her touch. Su-Yong rushed to her side, asking if she was okay, and she assured him she was fine, urging him to look at the artifact. He watched as the beautiful staff began to corrode and decay, turning dark and twisted where her blood had touched it. He was shocked, wondering if this was the effect of her so-called cursed bloodline, which was powerful enough to corrode even a divine artifact. The system window showed that the artifact's attributes had dropped by about 10%, a huge loss for him. Lilith apologized, saying she didn't mean for that to happen. He reassured her that it was fine and that he would still protect her even without the artifact. She looked at him with affection as he declared that he would wait to unlock the artifact until the day he enslaved the Elven Kingdom and made them tell him how personally. After leaving Lilith, Su-Yong went to the 99th floor of the Abyss to grind levels. He fought against monstrous creatures, cleaving through them with a massive red energy blast from his sword. He mused that he was finally about to reach level 200 and lamented that those erased by his crimson sword didn't grant experience. Otherwise, Carl Lawrence alone would have been enough to level him up. He thought about the Elven Queen's decision to form an alliance despite him murdering her son, suspecting she must have some crucial intelligence, and made a mental note to keep a close eye on her. After a final slash that killed the last demon-like creature, he stood amidst the battlefield, declaring the job done. A notification appeared, announcing that Su-Yong had reached level 200, but immediately after, the ground began to shake violently. He wondered what was wrong when a world announcement echoed across the globe. The world-class boss, the Supreme King of Original Sin, had begun its recovery process, reaching 1/5 of its power, and a message urged players to hurry and complete its subjugation. Su-Yong stood in a dark, ethereal space, holding his black, monstrous sword, and considered the new development. He wondered if his own level-up had somehow affected the world quest and accelerated the Supreme King's recovery. He concluded that while the situation was still within his control, he should head back and take the 7th advancement quest. Before leaving, he wondered how much stronger the Supreme King of Original Sin would be at 1/3 of its strength. Feeling a little curious, back in the human world at the Tang residence in Longxia, Tang Jian, the guildmaster, awoke in his bed with a groan. Several of his subordinates, including a man in red armor and another in priestly robes, rushed to his side, relieved that he was awake after they had worried he might never wake up. His daughter Annan, a young woman in a red and white outfit, burst into the room, calling out to her dad. He was surprised to see her, thinking she was in a dungeon, but she explained that she rushed back the moment she heard something had happened to him, expressing her worry and relief that he was safe. Tang Jian apologized for worrying her and reassured her that he was fine. He asked how long he had been unconscious and what had happened to Lucifer and the mysterious man. One of his men informed him that he had been out for about half a day and that after he collapsed, both individuals left immediately, and they were unable to stop them. Tang Jian lamented that they couldn't get the man's identity, but expressed a strong feeling that the mysterious man who killed Carl Lawrence was the missing Su-Yong. At that moment, Deputy Chen, a woman with glasses and long purple hair, entered and announced that 2 major events had occurred while he was unconscious. She reported that news had come from the Elven royal family. They had decided to temporarily abandon their pursuit of Su-Yong, set aside their conflict with Longxia, and focus all efforts on subjugating the Abyss. Simultaneously, a new world announcement was issued, stating that the Supreme King of Original Sin had already recovered 1/3 of its strength. Furthermore, powerful individuals from the Eagle Federation, Sakura Nation, and other major powers had all gone to the Elven world, preparing to grind levels for the coming Abyss Crusade. One of Tang Jian's subordinates, a red-haired man, questioned the elves' sudden change of heart, finding it strange that they would drop their grudge after only losing a prince and a minister. Tang Jian suspected it had something to do with the Supreme King's awakening, and that the elves had a more direct stake in the matter than they were letting on. Deputy Chen then added that, to show their sincerity, the elven royal family had prepared 3 demigod-tier advanced dungeons for them, one more than even the powerful Eagle Federation had received. The armored subordinate scoffed, calling the elves damned and recalling how unbearably arrogant they had been when they had their divine artifact, only to curry favor now that it was gone. He urged his chief not to accept their offer. Anin agreed, questioning why her father would even consider it after they had just gravely injured him. But Tang Jian insisted they must prioritize the bigger picture and ordered everyone to prepare to go to the elven world. He stated that their top priority was not the elves, but the abyss. Once the abyss was dealt with, then they would settle their accounts with the elves. The group then traveled to the site of the previous battle, where a massive teleportation gate stood amidst a field of rubble. Tang Jian asked if the gate was still functional, and his subordinate confirmed that the tech department had already repaired it and that restoration of other civilian facilities was underway. Anin looked at the devastation and marveled at the terrifying destructive power, wondering if it was the might of a 9th-level expert or the power of the elven artifact. As they prepared to depart, Anin mentioned to her father that he had wanted her to meet Su Yang, but he had caused so much trouble and then vanished. Tang Jian chuckled, correcting her that Su Yang hadn't caused trouble but was acting in self-defense, and he complimented her for always speaking up for him, asking what was so special about this Su Yang that had impressed her so much. She playfully suggested that maybe Su Yang would help him wipe out the elves he hated so much. Meanwhile, Su Yang had also received his advancement quest. A system window appeared before him, indicating he had reached level 200 and was being issued the job change quest. The quest was a 5-star 7th turn quest titled The Demon Overlord's Dragon Banquet, which required him to hunt down a single solar rank dragon alone, retrieve its heart, and prepare it for the Overlord's banquet on the 190th floor of the Abyss. He noted that this was perfect timing, as his dragon-devouring blade also required slaying a solar rank dragon to be further unsealed, allowing him to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. However, without the help of Bai Ling, he couldn't locate the dragon's secret realm in the human world, leaving the Dragon Kingdom as his only option. He knew the only teleportation gate to the Dragon Kingdom was within the Elven realm, meaning he would have to pass through their territory first. He wasn't concerned about the Elven guards, who were at most 6th or 7th level, and reasoned that since he planned to enslave the Elven world someday, it was perfectly reasonable for him to go scout it out in advance. He summoned his dragon companion Athos, but told the massive creature that it couldn't come with him to the Dragon Kingdom because it stood out too much and could reveal his true identity. Athos let out a protesting roar and rubbed against him affectionately. Suddenly, the dragon began to transform, glowing with a bright orange light and shrinking down into a small tattoo-like form on Su Yang's hand. Su Yang was annoyed, telling the dragon it could have just said it could transform instead of making a scene. He then accessed the status of the Supreme King of Original Sin, seeing its immense stats and noting how much it had grown after only a partial recovery. More importantly, an update to his Lord of Original Sin authority was displayed. By consuming a portion of Dark Source power, the Lords of Original Sin could now be revived infinitely. He realized this was an enormous buff, as he was no longer bound by cooldowns for reviving his powerful servants. Seeing this as tremendous news for the battles ahead, he decided it was time to fulfill his promise and revive the King of Wrath Samuel. Channeling the power of darkness, he consumed 1/7 of his Dark Source power to begin the revival process. A massive, beast-like figure began to form from the swirling purple energy, and Samuel, the King of Wrath, announced his return, declaring that he lived to serve his king. The Supreme King of Original Sin then issued a command to Samuel: follow its proxy, Su Yang, obey his orders, and march against the Elven Kingdom. Samuel accepted the command without hesitation. At the Elven Kingdom's connection portal to the human world, a group of humans from the Sakura Nation approached the Elven Guards. An Elven captain on a white horse halted them, asking who they were. The leader of the Sakura Nation group, a man with a long beard, explained they were invited by Lord Karl to train in the secret realm and requested passage. The guard told them to wait while he verified their claim. The human leader urged them to hurry, privately wondering why the elves had suddenly set aside their grudge with Longxia to form an alliance and how his own nation could use this opportunity to surpass them. As the guard's verification device beeped, it suddenly sounded an alarm, detecting not the man he was scanning but a massive energy signature from someone standing behind him in the crowd. The leader turned, confused, asking who was behind him. The person in question was Su Yang, hidden under a cloak among the other humans. The Elven guard, alerted by his device showing an abnormal energy surge, demanded to know who Su Yang was. Su Yang, speaking to the unseen Samuel, noted that his plan to sneak through disguised as a human wouldn't be so easy. With his cover blown, he decided there was no need to play tricks and ordered Samuel to simply crush them. As he gave the command, a massive, shadowy beast, the King of Wrath Samuel, erupted from his shadow with a roar, its form wreathed in purple lightning. The Elven Guard's detectors went haywire, warning the boss entity whose energy signature matched that of a Lord of Original Sin. The humans panicked and began to flee, screaming that it was a Lord of Sin. Samuel, a towering, monstrous wolf-like creature, wasted no time, lashing out with tendrils of dark energy that impaled the fleeing humans and elven guards alike. The two leaders of the Sakura Nation group decided to abandon their people to save themselves, callously stating that their own levels were more important than the lives of low-level nobodies. Su-yang, watching them flee, commented on how shameless it was to abandon their teammates. He then ordered Samuel to hunt down the two cowards. Samuel swiftly pursued them, easily catching one of the men and crushing him in his massive claw. A system notification announced that Samuel had slain Yamabe Taro and that the offering had increased Samuel's max HP by 50,000. Su-yang remarked that while 50,000 HP was a small amount, it would add up nicely. The remaining leader, a man in blue samurai-like armor, prepared to make his last stand. He unleashed a powerful technique, a super bloody spear, but Samuel simply watched, unimpressed. The man then activated a defensive skill, Amaterasu's Shield, a barrier capable of absorbing 100,000 damage. Using a shadow-based divinity power, he teleported behind Samuel and struck with his secret art, Sakura Waning Moon, shattering the shield but landing a blow. The attack seemed to work as Samuel recoiled slightly. The creature let out a furious roar, enraged by the human's audacity, and then lunged forward. Grabbing the man in its massive jaws, it effortlessly crushed him, ending his life in a brutal display of power. Su-yang then ordered Samuel to stop, telling him they had more important matters to attend to and not to waste time there. Samuel released the broken body and acknowledged the command. After Samuel finished the last of the humans, another system notification announced the death of Tokugawa Munayasu, granting Samuel another 230,000 HP. Su-yang calculated that, including the small fry from earlier, Samuel had gained about 600,000 HP, making his own 70+ million HP feel even more absurd. He then commanded Samuel to go forth into the royal capital, where those who defied the Supreme King dwelled. Samuel let out a mighty roar and charged through the portal into the Elven Kingdom. Inside the pristine, elegant city of the elves, two guards were idly chatting, wondering why the humans who were supposed to arrive hadn't shown up yet. One dismissed the humans as lowly creatures not even worthy of their attention when the portal suddenly flared to life. As they remarked on the devil's arrival, the monstrous form of Samuel burst through, roaring that all who defy the Supreme King must die. The elven guards could only look on in shock and terror at the sudden appearance of the massive abyss creature. From a distance, hidden Su-yang watched the chaos unfold, hoping the elves would enjoy his welcoming gift and noting that Tassie's soul imprint was a perfect way to watch the whole thing. Inside the elven palace, a minister was proposing to the queen that they should let the humans go to the dragon nation to level up, thereby preventing them from using elven resources. Another minister disagreed, arguing that allowing humans into the dragon nation was too dangerous, as they might master powerful dragon-related abilities and become a greater threat. The queen dismissed their concerns, stating that these things were insignificant compared to the key issue, the mysterious hooded person from the oracle. At that moment, a guard burst in with terrible news, reporting that the world gate had been attacked by a king of original sin. The queen was stunned. Questioning why a king of original sin would attack them instead of the humans, she immediately ordered her royal guard to go and execute the heretic. The royal guard captain acknowledged her command and departed with his troops. At the gate, Samuel was already causing immense destruction, declaring that the ants who desecrated the monarch deserved to die. He effortlessly crushed one of the guards under his massive fist while the others fled in terror. The royal guard arrived, led by their captain, who ordered his troops to execute the king of original sin by the queen's order. Samuel scoffed at the idea that mere ants like them could possibly stop him. The captain commanded his soldiers to use their demigod-tier swords to break the creature's defense. One of the guards lunged, but Samuel's power was overwhelming. The elf's sword shattered upon impact with Samuel's dark energy, and the guard was thrown back, dead before he hit the ground. Samuel casually asked if there was anyone else. The captain warned his remaining troops to keep their distance, noting that the boss's damage seemed to ignore all defenses, and ordered them to prepare an elemental forbidden spell, a meteor shower. As the meteors rained down from the sky, Samuel simply looked up unimpressed and was engulfed in a massive explosion of fire and light. Believing the magic had worked, the elves continued their bombardment, however. Samuel emerged from the flames completely unscathed, appearing instantly before one of the guards and impaling him. He growled that they had successfully enraged him. He then swallowed his own heart, activating a skill called End of Wrath. A system window explained that this skill caused all his attributes to rise dramatically and his attacks to gain immense bonus fire damage for 3 minutes, during which his health would not drop below 10%. Wreathed in purple lightning and fire, Samuel declared that those who desecrated the monarch would be executed by wrath. The elves screamed for someone to stop him and prevent him from getting close to the royal court. Samuel ignored them and charged forward, screaming "Kill!" as he cut a bloody path through the guards. The remaining elves noticed that the boss's health was no longer decreasing and realized he must have some kind of health lock mechanism. The captain ordered everyone to switch to crowd control skills to hinder his movement speed. They cast a spell called Bonds of Nature, causing massive vines to erupt from the ground and ensnare Samuel, successfully trapping him. Samuel, however, laughed at their foolish attempt to fight fire with wood. With time on his skill running out, he decided to burn his life to the fullest and devour the entire royal city, causing the vines to burst into purple flames. At that moment, a powerful figure descended from the sky, a golden-armored elf with vast wings of light. It was the queen who declared that Samuel was not worthy of acting so wildly in her royal court. She cast a powerful spell, Mana Veil, seal, creating a massive vortex of light green energy that enveloped Samuel, causing him to dissipate into nothingness. As he vanished, Samuel apologized to his king for failing his mission. With the threat gone, the captain of the guard kneeled before him, apologizing for his incompetence and asking for punishment. The queen told him to rise, stating it was not his fault, and ordered him to handle the aftermath. Later, an elven noble presented the queen with the materials dropped by the king of original sin, noting that there was no sin reversal divine artifact, only high-tier materials. The queen, looking troubled, wondered what the king of original sin meant by constantly saying desecrating the monarch, as the elf kingdom had never had any dealings with the abyss. In the lower city, commoner elves were cleaning up the debris from the battle. Two nobles watched from a balcony, one commenting on how frightening the attack was and the other blaming the incompetent guards. They callously remarked that it was an honor for the weak commoners to die protecting the royal capital. One of them mentioned hearing about a new sect in the lower city called the Original Sin sect that worshipped the sovereign of original sin, dismissing them as foolish and certain to be purged soon. Down in the ruins, the commoner elves gathered around a fire, expressing their disgust for the nobles who didn't see them as people at all. They questioned why the nobles got to enjoy everything while they struggled every day just to survive. A woman with light blue hair and a maid outfit, the same Lilith who had been with Su Yang, stood among them. She spoke to the crowd, stating that the royal nobles committed the 7 deadly sins without guilt, relying on the gods' blessing to enforce their tyranny and indulge in pleasure. An elf with white hair and red eyes appeared in the crowd, listening intently. Lilith continued her sermon, questioning that if the gods protect the wicked, then are the gods not also wicked themselves? The commoners agreed, shouting that they didn't want wicked gods and that they didn't want to live like this anymore. They asked how they, as mortals, could possibly punish the nobles who were protected by those gods. Lilith explained that they must seek an equivalent divine power to bring down divine punishment upon them. She revealed this power to be the sovereign of original sin, the one who governs all sins and can deliver true divine punishment. When a man in the crowd pointed out that the king of original sin had just destroyed their homeland, Lilith countered by explaining that trials are always accompanied by suffering, and that the sovereign who takes all the world's sins upon themselves is not evil but a benevolent god. The crowd was swayed, realizing that everything that had happened was a trial. Lilith raised a ritual dagger and declared that the blood of all kings shall end in sin, and that those who indulge in evil gods shall be punished by great sin. The crowd began to chant with her, their faith ignited. Lilith, filled with conviction, prayed to the sovereign who governs all sins, hoping he would bring her salvation. Meanwhile, Su Yang arrived at the teleportation gate leading to the Dragon Kingdom. He observed the strict defenses, noting 9 6th-tier elves guarding the area, including 2 hidden scouts. He knew a frontal battle would be troublesome if they sent a warning, so he decided against playing tricks and opted to kill them all instantly. He transformed into his corrupted form, a being of pure shadow and red energy, and unleashed a wave of power that killed all the guards in a single moment. He then used a soul mark to return their bodies to their posts with their memories of death erased, leaving no trace of his passing. He stepped through the portal, arriving in the Dragon Kingdom, a magnificent realm of floating islands and waterfalls. He summoned his dragon Athos and they set off to find a suitable target. They soon encountered a massive red dragon which Su Yang engaged in battle. He then found a lightning dragon which zapped him with electricity, though he merely found it to be a decent massage that messed up his hair. The lightning dragon demanded to know how a human could have appeared in their realm, and Su Yang simply replied that it was what his mission required. The dragon questioned Athos, asking why a magnificent pitch-black dragon would serve a human and if he had forgotten the pride of the dragon race. Athos responded only with a series of furious roars, before lunging at the lightning dragon and devouring it. After the meal, Su Yang noted that this was the 10th dragon heart Athos had consumed, and the attributes of his devourer dragon blade had reached their limit again. To continue its growth, he would need to kill an 8th-rank, king-level giant dragon which was currently beyond his power. As he rested, a new system window appeared before him, granting him a 5-star 7th-rank hidden mission, to slay the fallen holy dragon. The mission description explained that holy dragons were a superior race, the natural rulers of all dragons, but one young holy dragon had become corrupted and was banished to the barren lands. He was surprised to learn of the existence of holy dragons, as even the Global Beast Taming Association had no information on them, and he had just happened to run into one. A young man named Su Yang recalled that normal giant dragons were typically diamond tier during their youth. He reflected on how they go through several growth phases before eventually reaching the powerful sun tier in their adult phase. He compared this to his own companion, the black dragon Autos, who, despite possessing the bloodline of the ancient devourer, was only star tier in his youth, a tier below the normal giant dragons. This made the creature before him a sacred dragon, particularly shocking as it was already at the sun tier, a full 2 tiers higher than Autos had been at a comparable stage of life. Autos let out an indignant huff from behind him, seemingly jealous of the other dragon's power. Su Yang turned to his companion and reassured him, explaining that he was not the kind of person who gets tired of old things and craves new ones. Besides, his current quest explicitly required him to kill this particular dragon. He theorized that this sacred dragon must have devoured some strange item to have become fallen, wondering if it could be the same kind of rotten meat chunks he had encountered before, and if this dragon might also drop one upon its defeat. With his dragon calmed, he announced it was time to investigate the desolate land below them. They flew over a barren, lifeless wasteland where not even a single blade of grass grew, a true no-life zone. The massive fallen sacred giant dragon below them immediately noticed their presence and let out a mighty roar. Otto's reacted with a visible sense of unease, a rare expression for the powerful black dragon, which Su-yang noted was the first time he'd seen him like that. Realizing that Otto's help would likely be of little use against a max-level Sun-tier opponent and could potentially just complicate the battle, Su-yang decided he would face this foe alone. He instructed Otto's to retreat for the time being while he handled the giant dragon by himself. He then floated down to face the creature, his status window displaying its details. A Sun-tier level 350 fallen sacred giant dragon with an immense 14 million health, 68, 210 strength, and 82, 021 spirit. He observed its massive size, noting it was more than twice as large as his own dragon Otto's, and questioned if he could truly fight something with such formidable stats, which were almost on par with the sin of gluttony. However, he then looked at his own status as Su-yang, the Spirit Reaper, at level 200, and his confidence surged. His health was over 74 million, more than 5 times the dragon's, and his strength and spirit stats were also significantly higher, making him feel like he was the real boss monster in this encounter. Despite his statistical advantage, he decided to remain cautious and activated his abilities for the coming fight. He entered his Reaper state, which amplified all his attributes by 20%, reduced mana consumption by 80%, and amplified his damage by 200%. He also activated his fallen form, allowing him to wield the authority of the 7 original sins. Believing a swift victory was best against a higher-level opponent, he prepared to go all out from the start. He readied his passive skills, including Extreme Dao Dual Cultivation, which amplified his physical and magic damage based on his strength and spirit, and Heart of the Dragon Slayer, which ignored dragon race abilities and amplified his damage against them by a massive 500%. The dragon, sensing the threat, roared and launched an attack, whipping its massive tail in a sweeping strike. Su-yang dodged the attack, telling the big creature to stand still as he prepared his own assault. The dragon's tail slammed into the ground, narrowly missing him and shattering the earth. It then opened its maw and unleashed a powerful purple energy blast, its death breath attack. In response, Su-yang cast a Tier 2 forbidden spell, Azure Flame Prison, to bind the creature. Chains of blue lightning erupted from his hand and shot towards the dragon, wrapping around its body and neck, successfully immobilizing it. With the dragon trapped, he leaped into the air, his weapon glowing with immense power as he prepared his ultimate skill, Ninefold Instant Kill. He sliced down upon the dragon's back multiple times in an instant, each strike inflicting a massive 7 million points of damage. The colossal dragon was overwhelmed by the sheer force of the assault and was instantly killed, its body collapsing to the ground. Su-yang landed and marveled at his own power, finding it almost terrifyingly exaggerated that he could instantly kill a Sun-tier boss with 14 million HP. He then prepared to use his gluttony authority to devour the dragon's remains, but he suddenly paused, realizing that the creature was not completely dead. A dark, shadowy substance began to ooze from the dragon's corpse, spreading across the ground. From this dark mass, a new entity began to form, letting out an indescribable, horrifying roar. A status window appeared, identifying the new creature as a newborn fallen creation. But all of its stats, including its level and race, were listed as unknown questions marks. Su-yang stared in shock at the monstrous being that had emerged, wondering what on earth it was. The new creature was even more disgusting in appearance than the dragon it spawned from, a grotesque fusion of black tentacles and glowing blue energy, with a single, ominous purple eye. He was alarmed that none of its information was visible in the system, making it an entirely unknown threat. The creature moved with incredible speed, its tentacle-like appendage striking the ground where he had just been standing, shattering the rock instantly. It pursued him relentlessly, its attacks lashing out faster than he could react. One of the shadowy tendrils wrapped around his body, constricting him tightly as he cried out in pain. He was then violently slammed into the ground by the creature. However, he quickly recovered and activated his fallen form, his body now glowing with red energy as he broke free from the tendrils, preparing to counterattack. The creature's shadowy limbs continued to writhe and strike around him, creating a chaotic battlefield. Su-yang, now fully powered up, taunted the monster, asking if that was all it had before declaring it was his turn. He unleashed his ultimate technique, the Ninefold Instant Slash. Once more, his form a blur of red and black energy as he struck the creature from above. Immediately after, he followed up with a forbidden spell, the Inferno of Azure Flames, blasting the creature with a massive explosion of fire and energy. The creature roared in pain but was still standing. To Su-yang's disbelief, his ultimate combo combined with a forbidden spell had only managed to shave off about a quarter of the creature's health. As it let out another otherworldly roar, a system notification appeared, informing him he was suffering a special attack. His San value had decreased by 10%, and his strength, spirit, and agility were all simultaneously reduced by 10%. He was shocked to see a San value mechanic, a trait he knew was typically attributed only to legendary Cthulhu-type monsters. This led him to wonder if this mutated dragon was somehow connected to the Cthulhu mythos. He knew he couldn't drag the fight out, because while he wasn't afraid of it numerically, the continuous and value drain would eventually kill him. He resolved to end the fight quickly before his fallen form and Reaper mode wore off. He charged his power again, preparing another forbidden spell as the creature roared defiantly. He gathered his lightning affinity and unleashed another inferno of azure flames to bind it, followed by his most powerful lightning-based forbidden spell, Lightning Destruction. A colossal beam of azure lightning descended from the sky, striking the creature with devastating force as Su-yang declared he would take its life. The blast engulfed the monster, and its health bar, now visible, showed it had dropped to just 15%. However, at that moment, both his fallen form and Reaper mode deactivated, leaving him panting and exhausted. The creature, though heavily wounded, was still alive and preparing to finish him off in one final attack. Seeing his opportunity, Su-yang called upon his dragon, telling Autos that it was his turn to unleash the power of the undead. Autos appeared from a dark portal, now in his undead form, surrounded by an army of spectral dragons he had summoned. The newborn fallen creation let out a final, desperate roar, but Autos and his undead army unleashed a combined volley of spectral energy beams, completely overwhelming and destroying the monstrous creature in a massive explosion. With the battle finally over, Su-yang, now out of his combat forms and back in his normal clothes, drank an advanced mana potion to restore 50% of his mana instantly. A system notification confirmed the kill, awarding him 130 million experience points and 15 million gold, along with a dropped item, unknown rotten meat. He expressed his relief, noting it had been a long time since he'd had to struggle that much in a fight. He looked at the piece of rotten meat in his inventory, annoyed to see the strange item again. He recalled that the last time he'd killed a creature that had eaten this meat, it had also redropped it, making him wonder if there was a difference between the two pieces. As he pondered this, he noticed that the two pieces of meat in his inventory began to glow and resonate with each other. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching their location. Fearing it might be the true powerhouses of the dragon race attracted by the commotion, he immediately ordered Autos to fall back so they could retreat. Just as they departed, a massive, majestic golden dragon descended from the sky, landing in the now empty crater. The golden dragon lamented that it was one step too late, expressing disgust at the lingering energy of the abomination that had been killed there. It noted that whoever had managed to slay the creature must possess formidable strength. Then it detected another lingering aura, a familiar one, and wondered in disbelief if it could belong to him. Far away, Su-yang had already made his escape and arrived at an elven outpost. He stood atop a structure as elven guards below demanded to know who he was. Thinking to himself about the black dragon's complicated status in the elven kingdom, he decided to give Autos a rest and unleashed his undead power upon the elves. He commanded his legion of undead dragons to attack the elven royal guards, who scattered in terror, shouting for everyone to run for their lives. The royal guards tried to hold the line against the terrifying spectral creatures, but the undead dragon's lightning attacks were too powerful to stop. The elves cried out as they were struck by poison, and realized with horror that the undead creatures simply would not die. The captain of the guards ordered his mages to purify the air and for his scouts to find the necromancer controlling the undead horde. Su-yang watched the chaos from above. Impressed by the royal elite's performance but noting that the dragon tattoo on his hand, the source of Autos' power, was slowly dimming, meaning their time was almost up. Just as he was about to end the assault, a voice from behind startled him, asking him not to be nervous as they meant no harm. He turned to find a mysterious woman with long silver-blue hair standing there. He was shocked as he hadn't sensed her presence at all. She asked who he was, and he, in turn, asked the same of her. She correctly identified him as someone who came from the demon abyss. When he confirmed this, she simply asked if he could do her a favor. She requested that he deliver a letter for her to the demon abyss. Su-yang was suspicious, questioning why he should help her, pointing out that if the letter contained some elven weapon meant to harm the abyss, he would become her accomplice. She replied that if he refused, she would simply wait for the next demon to arrive. He then asked who the recipient of the letter was, and she revealed it was for the Supreme King of Original Sin, the ruler of the demon abyss. This revelation triggered a memory for Su-yang. The aura this woman was emitting was identical to the massive, powerful phantom he had seen behind the Elf Queen. He sensed that her power was far beyond the demigod level and possibly even at the divine rank. He then asked her why she didn't deliver the letter herself, since with her strength it should be easy. She claimed to possess no strength and to be merely an ordinary elf, a statement Su-yang found absurd given her immense presence. She explained that for certain reasons she could not leave her current location and had to entrust anything related to the outside world to others. Su-yang remained skeptical, thinking that if she was ordinary, then powerful beings like Lucifer and Livia would also be considered average. He found her inability to leave strange, as the world gateways were now open, allowing even divine-tier beings to cross unless she was bound by some incredible force. Despite his reservations, he agreed to help her, warning her not to be lying. She thanked him profusely and he turned to leave. He asked what would happen to her, but she told him not to worry and to please return to the abyss. He bid her farewell and departed. After he was gone, the mysterious woman stood alone as the undead dragons faded away. Soon after, the elven royal guards arrived at her location, having tracked the aura of the disturbance. The elf queen herself appeared, addressing her as Marita and confirming that she knew what the presence of undead dragons signified. The queen explained that the only one who could command undead dragons was the entity who once brought endless calamity to both the elven world and the dragon kingdom, a being whose name was lost to history but was uniformly referred to as the Ancient Devourer. Marita, shaken, asked if this meant the legendary monster was truly returning. Later, in a forest near the World Tree, the Elf Queen asked Marita how long it was until the day of the divine god's birth. Marita replied that it was 3 months away. She reported that while investigating the disappearance of Carl Lawrence, she had linked with the World Tree and received a vision about the divine birth. A god would be born from the tree to lead the elves in cleansing the evil of the demon abyss. The queen declared that once their god awakened, the other races, who had no gods of their own, would inevitably kneel before them. She clarified that the oracle's true meaning was that the god was awakening to eliminate the very existence that had terrified the World Tree and caused Carl's disappearance, the Ancient Devourer. In 3 months, she proclaimed, glory would arrive and all their enemies would tremble under their god's radiance. Meanwhile, Su Yang arrived back at the world gateway leading to the human world, noticing the elven guards who were previously stationed there were now gone, likely a result of the woman's actions. Seeing no signs of a trap, he decided to leave immediately and passed through the portal. He flew through the sky of the human world, observing the fortifications below and thinking that they were merely for surveillance and wouldn't actually stop the demons if they truly invaded. He reflected that if he hadn't held back Lucifer and the others, the human world would have already fallen. He finally reached the entrance to the demon abyss and prepared to enter. As he walked, the letter the elf had given him began to move on its own. He decided it wasn't important for now and chose to focus on his advancement quest first. The system detected the 7th-tier quest item, and he submitted it, completing the Demon Overlord's Dragon Banquet. His Vitality tier was upgraded, his base attributes increased by 50%, and he received 5,000 free attribute points and 300 million experience points. His level cap was also raised from 200 to 250. The massive EXP award only raised his level from 200 to 202, making him realize it would take a long time to reach the new max level. Still, he considered his progress from Awakened to a 7th tier level 202 in under a month to be absurdly fast. His passive skills were also upgraded. Dual Empowerment and Extreme Dual Cultivation both received significant boosts to their percentage-based damage increases. His stats soared, with his health reaching over 75 million and his strength climbing past 72,000. He felt that his base stats now surpassed the solar rank Gluttony, and that with his gear and full power he could even cut through 8th tier foes, bringing him closer to his goal of replacing the Supreme King of Original Sin. Just as the advancement process seemed finished, the system detected a quest item in his inventory, the resonating rotten flesh, and initiated a new scan. This completed a hidden quest, unlocking a hidden job advancement, Holy Desecrator. The system then granted him a new skill, Desecration Blade, which allowed him to control the unknown rotten flesh and shape it into an aberrant weapon of the same name. The new blade had 2 effects, a flesh-corroding effect that caused 2% HP loss per second, and a potent mental corruption that caused 1% spirit loss per second. He also gained a new skill, Desecrator Form, which allowed him to bond with the blade, doubling his HP and the blade's effects while draining his own spirit every second. He immediately recognized the danger of the new form. While the HP loss effect seemed minor compared to his burst damage, the spirit drain was a huge risk. If his spirit dropped to 0, it would be equivalent to his Sen value reaching 0, which would turn him into an insane madman. He resolved to use this powerful but risky form with extreme caution and began to look for an unlucky person to test his new blade on. He found his target on the 56th floor of the Abyss, a demon from the Shiva nation harassing a spider-like woman. Su Yang appeared behind the demon, who didn't sense his aura at all, and declared that he would be the test subject. The demon, terrified by Su Yang's overwhelming presence, tried to run, but it was too late. Su Yang had already struck him with the Desecration Blade. The demon was shocked to find his health and spirit continuously dropping, and his healing potions couldn't counteract the bleeding debuff. He felt his head splitting apart as his spirit drained away. After 20 seconds, his spirit hit 0, and just as Su Yang expected, he lost his mind and mutated into a grotesque, fleshy monster. Finding the transformation disgusting, Su Yang swiftly killed the mutated demon with a final strike. He was surprised when the demon didn't revive at the nearest demon statue, as was standard for professionals in this game-like world. He concluded that the Desecration Blade's power was even greater than he thought. By desecrating a target, it completely severed their ability to revive, inflicting true and permanent death. This was an ability he had only seen a few times before, such as from Otto's Word-Burning Flame and the Correction ability, making the Desecration Blade an invaluable tool against otherwise unkillable enemies. With his new power tested, he returned to his palace in the Abyss, where Lilith joyfully greeted him. He told her about his quick detour to the Dragon and Elven kingdoms, which she found insane, but he assured her he was careful. He asked her if silver-haired elves were common in her world, but she said she had never seen one. He then asked about emerald green eyes, and Lilith explained that green eyes were a sign of royal blood, with the purest emerald hue belonging only to the queen and the high priestess. This made Su Yang reflect on the mysterious woman's noble temperament. After his conversation, he went to a secluded area and deployed a barrier to ensure he wouldn't be disturbed. It was time to finally inspect the mysterious letter. The letter floated out of his hand and materialized into a glowing, ethereal ring of energy, initiating a connection. An image of the elf woman appeared, addressing the great sovereign of the abyss, the supreme king who governs original sin. Su Yang, in his guise as the supreme king, responded, acknowledging her presence and demanding her name and purpose. The woman, awed by his presence, confirmed her suspicion that he was a true god. She introduced herself as Chloris Sivalea, the goddess of growth and nature who rules the elven world. This name confirmed Su Yang's theory. Sivalea was the royal family's name, and he remembered the phantom in the secret realm mentioning the name Chloris in a moment of betrayal. The goddess then made her plea. She had come to seek his aid in killing her other self. She explained that as a true god from another world, he must be aware of the forces of chaos and disorder that exist outside of order, the realm of the outer gods. She revealed that an evil entity named the Mother Tree had descended into the sacred tree of the elven world and was currently incubating another version of her, an evil duplicate whose goal was to replace her, control the elven world and invade all other worlds. She warned that this evil god's power was growing and it would soon be born. If left unchecked, it would invade the human world and the demon abyss. Su Yang was stunned by the revelations of other worlds, chaos gods, and a mother tree. He struggled to maintain his composure as the Supreme King, realizing he needed to stay calm and use this opportunity to gather more information. Deciding to take control of the conversation, he posed a question to the goddess before he would give his answer. He asked her directly if she had ever met the corrector. The Supreme King appeared before a glowing white female spirit and questioned her about a man he believed she had met, but she claimed to have no memory of him. She explained that her amnesia might be because her other self, which was split from her being, was sealed within a sacred giant tree and had possibly taken fragments of her memory. The king was skeptical of her excuse, suspecting a larger conspiracy was hidden within the tree. The spirit, identified as Chloris Sivalana, then asked the king what he would offer in return for her assistance. She proposed a divine contract, offering to become his subordinate and manage the elven world in his name, contributing 70% of all harvested faith power to him. The king scoffed at the offer, pointing out that once he recovered his full strength, he could simply devour her world instead of accepting a portion of its power. He demanded a better reason to help her. Chloris countered by stating that he was in a state of utter weakness, possessing only his divinity but no true divine power. She warned that with the blessing of the Mother Tree, the entity within it might be more than a match for him in his current condition. She insisted she was not threatening him but merely stating a fact. If he were to fall, the entire abyss could become an offering for the Mother Tree. The king privately considered his weakened state, realizing the situation was tricky. He asked her how much power she still possessed and what he needed to do to destroy her other self. Chloris revealed that her strength had been nearly completely drained, leaving her with only the divine authority of realms. However, she had secretly nurtured the cult of original sin across the elven world. Once enough faith was gathered, she could open a path for him to descend into that world, and she begged him to crush her other self in its cradle when the time came. With her own power fading rapidly, she offered to present the divine contract immediately if he would bestow his salvation. The king accepted her request. A glowing golden scroll materialized between them, which the king recognized as a divine contract between gods, a rule-based power that could not be falsified. The pact detailed that Chloris Sivalana would willingly become the vassal of the supreme king of original sin, govern the elven realm in his name, and aid him in slaying the false god in the sacred tree. The king noticed an additional clause that allowed him, as a greater god, to revoke the contract at any time, which he took as a sign of her sincerity. He then realized his name was missing from the signature field and wondered if he needed to sign it manually. Before he could act, the contract activated on its own, taking effect immediately. He was perplexed, wondering if his title had caused a system glitch, giving him the contract for free or if there was an unseen catch. Deciding it was too much to process, he planned to ask his subordinate Lucifer about it later, as she was a god-tier being who might have some insight. He then called for Lucifer and questioned her about the concept of divinity, since she had previously said her authority was granted by him. Lucifer, appearing as a dark-haired woman, explained that without the ability to condense divine power herself, she did not understand the concept. The king quickly feigned hazy memories from a long slumber to cover his lack of knowledge. Lucifer immediately apologized for her insolence in not considering his condition and begged for punishment. The king dismissed her apology and told her to go. He reflected that even a powerhouse like Lucifer was far from a true god and that Chloris's warning was not an idle threat. Concluding his information gathering, he decided it was time to continue making progress on the reverse sin divine artifact. He initiated a ritual calling forth and resurrecting Mammon, the Lord of Greed. The resurrected wolf-like demon was overjoyed, praising the Supreme King for bringing him back to life. The king reviewed Mammon's stats, noting that while his strength was lower than Samuel's, his spirit attribute was exceptionally high, at nearly 300,000, which was exactly what he needed. Mammon eagerly asked for the king's command, and the king ordered him to open his vault. Mammon complied, opening a massive, ornate golden door and inviting the king to take anything he desired from the treasury within. The king stepped into a vast chamber filled with mountains of golden treasures. Mammon offered to recommend an item, but the king chose to look for himself. He surveyed the collection, observing that most of it was blazing sun-tier and glorious moon-tier equipment, which provided only minimal benefits for him at his current power level. His attention was then caught by a unique purple glowing artifact resting on a pedestal. Mammon proudly identified it as one of his finest treasures. The king inspected the item, a demigod artifact called the Gift of Nothingness. It required 50,000 spirit points to equip and offered two powerful abilities. Walk of Nothingness for perfect stealth and Veil of Nothingness for temporary invulnerability against non-divine tier targets, both at a high mana cost. The king's base spirit attribute of over 54,000 just met the requirement, making the artifact a perfect tool for assassination and self-preservation. After taking the artifact, he told Mammon that was all he needed. He then declared that Mammon's value had ended. As Mammon questioned why he was being killed again just after being resurrected, the king struck him down, telling him to become his strength and await the next summoning in the darkness. A system notification confirmed Mammon's death, granting the king 4 billion experience points and causing him to level up 15 times from 202 to 217. He also received 3 items: the Flesh Essence of Mammon, which granted 10,000 spirit points upon consumption, the Source of the Demon of Greed, granting immunity to demonic erosion in the lower floors of the Abyss, and the Demonic Eye of Greed, which increased his luck attribute. He noted that his leveling speed was slowing down and that the drops from the Lord of Sin seemed to be fixed. Disappointed that no reversed sin artifact had dropped, he decided not to resurrect any more Lords of Sin for the time being. Instead, he consumed 1/6 of his Dark Source power to execute an 8th tier Abyss Demon, instantly gaining another 6 billion experience and leveling up 10 more times from 217 to 227. He then consumed the Flesh Essence he had acquired, boosting his Spirit attribute to nearly 70,000. Confident that his stealth, enhanced by Reaper mode, was now undetectable even by powerful mages, he set his sights on his next target, Tokugawa Manhwa. Elsewhere in the Sakura nation, Tokugawa was in a furious rage. He lamented being killed for the 4th time by the mysterious Lord of Wrath, causing him to lose over 100 levels. He was also enraged that Longxia had been allowed back into the Abyss Crusade Alliance and that the elves were seeking reconciliation with them, despite Lucifer's recent attack on their delegation. As he cursed his misfortune, the spectral image of the Supreme King appeared behind him, declaring that he showed no mercy to traitors and that it was time for Tokugawa to join his fallen allies Adder and Amino. Just then, a ninja subordinate requested entry, reporting urgent matters. After being allowed to enter, the ninja informed Tokugawa that a new high-level secret realm, confirmed to contain a demigod-tier boss, had appeared on the border between the Sakura nation and Longxia. The ninja specified that while it was on the border, it was slightly closer to Longxia's territory. Realizing that all of Longxia's top experts were away in the elven world, Tokugawa declared that the secret realm would belong to them. At the border between the two nations, a large contingent of Sakura troops had gathered before the entrance to the secret realm. They were confronted by a small group from Longxia, led by an elderly man named Mo Dongshin, a level 306 9th turn geomancer. A samurai general, Akita Kagoro, mockingly asked what the problem was, stating they were simply running a dungeon. A young woman with Mo Dongshin, Tang Anan, stepped forward and asserted that according to World Council rules, the secret realm belonged to Longxia. Akita dismissed her and threw a shuriken at her in a threatening gesture. Mo Dongshin swiftly caught the projectile, admonishing the samurai for attacking a child. Without another word, he retaliated, instantly killing one of the Sakura nation's 8th turn warriors with a flash of energy. Akita was enraged, accusing Mo Dongshin of trying to start a war. The other Sakura soldiers were shocked that their comrade was killed so easily. Realizing that the old man was a powerful 9th turn expert, Mo Dongshin drew a line on the ground with his staff, declaring that anyone who crossed it would die. At that moment, Tokugawa Manhwa arrived with his own large force. He addressed Mo Dongshin by name and correctly identified the young woman as Tang Anan, the daughter of the famous Tang Jianshin. When questioned about his intentions, Tokugawa simply told them to get lost and unleashed a powerful shockwave that blew the Longxia warriors back. Tokugawa boasted that with Longxia's strongest warrior, Tang Jian, absent, no one could stop him, and he threatened to kill Mo Dongshin if he didn't leave immediately. Mo Dongshin retorted that Tokugawa, with his current reduced level, was just bluffing. Enraged by the defiance, Tokugawa ordered his men to kill them all. Suddenly, he was struck by an unseen, powerful attack, the secret art, 99-fold rending slash. Tokugawa was stunned. The attack had occurred in less than a second, and he felt as though the blades had passed through him without hitting anything solid, yet he saw that he had been wounded. He immediately accused Mo Dongshin of using a Longxian assassin, but Mo Dongshin denied it, admitting that even he had been unable to sense the attacker's presence. Tokugawa tried to dismiss the attack as weak, but he was alarmed to see his health continuing to drop steadily as if from a curse. He frantically ordered his support troops to heal him and use every dispel skill they possessed. Despite the healer's efforts, the spells had no effect whatsoever on the draining of his life force, causing him to scream in agony and confusion as he wondered what kind of curse had been placed upon him.